Introduction of Hellenic History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. Hellenic History by George Willis Botford. Introductory note. The purpose of this volume is to present in brief scope the evolution of Greek civilization, a culture simple in its essential unity, although seemingly complex in its many and wide ramifications. In the conviction that the chief aim of history is to explain the present, the author has centered his attention on those phases of Greek life which have influenced to a marked degree the civilization of today. In the case of the Greeks, perhaps more than of any other people in the world's history, the state was the highest embodiment of social and cultural life. In the free air of the city-state, the liberty-loving Greek found not alone his inspiration, but untrammeled opportunity for expression and development. In the Athenian democracy of Pericles, the city-state reached its logical consummation. For the first time, the citizen could give free rein to his individualism. The successful struggle with the placid yet insidious civilization of the Orient gave self-confidence, purpose, and solidarity to Greek life. To embryonic genius, the wealth and broadening influence of empire furnished boundless opportunity and inspiration. In coping with the burdens of imperialism, however, this very spirit of individualism proved a serious weakness. Political control passed, though not without long and bitter struggle, first to militaristic Sparta, and then in turn to more efficient masters, Thebes, Macedon, Rome. It is tragedy in its highest form that the Greeks reached a solution of their political problems too late for rescue from foreign domination. And yet it redounds to the glory of Greece that in spite of political and economic vicissitudes, the artist and the philosopher continued to create products of even greater refinement and broader humanism. The narrative has been based, therefore, on the story of political evolution. However, the reader will note many striking omissions, particularly in regard to petty squabbles among politicians and states and the idealization of military leaders. In accordance with the broadening scope of history, due emphasis has been placed on economic factors, which then, as now, were signposts to political or military policy. Wherever possible, economic and political events have been combined in a continuous narrative. In other instances, the reader is guided by cross-reference to separate treatments of important agricultural, industrial, and commercial changes. In the sections devoted to social life, there is painted an intimate picture of the everyday life of the leisure class and of the toiler in town and country at work and at play. Cultural achievement, wherein we moderns see the chief justification for our study of Greek history, has been treated not only as to growth and development, but as an integral part of the Greek life and character. In short, this book represents an effort to combine political, economic, social, and cultural history in one synthesis, centering attention on those factors which have contributed essentially to modern civilization. The Hellenic History is intended to serve primarily as a textbook for college courses in Greek history and as a guide to the reader who is interested in one or more phases of Greek achievement. For more detailed treatment, the reader is referred to the list of books at the end of each chapter. Full bibliographies have been provided for the first 7 chapters. For later chapters, the lists of additional readings are selective. Those readers who desire a parallel study of the sources or a more extensive bibliography are advised to consult the companion volume, Hellenic Civilization. In the preparation of the manuscript of the Hellenic History for publication, the editor has sought to maintain the author's high standard of scholarship and accuracy. Insofar as he has been successful in this endeavour, he is obligated largely to the assistance of many friends. In particular, he gratefully acknowledges his debt of gratitude to 2 former students of the author, Professor Wallace E. Caldwell of the University of North Carolina for his preparation of the bibliographies and for his assistance in the arduous task of proofreading, and to Miss Margaret D. Bancroft, instructor of history in Wellesley College, for her painstaking work in the selection and preparation of illustrative material for this volume, and to his mother, whose constant encouragement, advice, and practical assistance have made possible the publication of Dr. Botsford's last work. For the use of a considerable part of the illustrated material, the editor is indebted to the authorities of the Metropolitan Museum of Art and the Boston Museum of Fine Arts, to Mrs. Elder Marcus of Englewood, New Jersey, and Mrs. A. C. McGiffert in New York City, to Professors Alice Watson and Catherine M. Edwards of Wellesley College, and to Professor A. V. Williams Jackson of Columbia University. The editor desires, furthermore, to express his thanks to Mr. Edward A. Bryant of Yonkers, New York, for his compilation of the index, to Mr. Frederick W. Erb, Miss Adele M. Erb, and Miss Isidore G. Mudge of the Columbia University Library for their friendly spirit of cooperation, and finally to his colleague, Professor Francis G. Allenson of Brown University, for many friendly suggestions and criticisms. J. Barrett Botsford, Brown University, Providence, RI, February 10, 1922. End of introduction.
Chapter 1 of Hellenic History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare, in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the north-east of the island of Ireland. Hellenic History by George Willis Botsford. Chapter 1. Country and People. In the history of the Greeks, the centre of interest lies, not in their peninsula, but in the coasts and islands of the Aegean Sea, which collectively formed the very heart of Hellas. It was not till they had passed the zenith of their development that the interior and north of the mainland came into prominence. For their beginnings, it is instructive to take note of their situation in the great cultural area which borders the eastern half of the Mediterranean Sea. In this area, mankind first emerged from barbarism. It is a region which, at the dawn of history, was especially subject to immigration. We may infer, then, that from concentration, added to natural growth, the population became too dense to find support in hunting, fishing, and gathering wild fruits and nuts. The productive valleys of the Nile and the Euphrates, and to a less degree the small alluvial plains at the mouths of the rivers on both Aegean coasts, invited to agriculture. From tilling the soil, however rudely, to the higher stages of civilization, the way was comparatively easy. This development was favoured by the mild subtropical climate, less enervating than the equatorial heat. It yet rendered life far easier than is possible in the temperate zones. On the Mediterranean shores, men need less food, clothing, and shelter. They live more in the open air, in social contact with one another. Thus, their struggle for existence is not all-absorbing. They have more leisure to devote to thought and to the creation of the adornments of life, and more opportunity for discussion, for the interchange and clarification of ideas. Communication between the Aegean region and the Orient was easy. The ships of Crete sailed south but a short way to Libya, and thence crept along the coast to the delta. The Aegean shores are lined with harbours well adapted to the small vessels of early time. In fact, the sea between these coasts is itself, so to speak, a great harbour opening to the Orient. These conditions brought south-eastern Europe and the adjacent Anatolian coast into closest historical relations with the East. Broadly then, the Aegean region was one with the great valleys of the Nile and Euphrates. All were included in the home of the oldest civilization. Within this wide area, however, were striking contrasts of geography, hints of historical growth. The Aegean region, on the highway of migration and traffic between two continents, attracted strangers of diverse race and genius, and these immigrant particularities combined to make the Greeks extremely versatile. The interaction, too, of strangers upon one another, their rivalries and efforts at mutual adjustment, provided a most powerful stimulus to progress. In Babylonia, on the other hand, this force was less operative, while in Egypt it existed only at certain crises. Great political contrasts, too, arose. The necessity of regulating the waters of the Nile and Euphrates called into existence vast systems of cooperative labour enforced by an absolute king, whereas in the Aegean world the division of the country into little islands, or on the mainlands diminutive plains separated by high mountain ranges, encouraged the grouping of the population in small independent communities. The conditions of life within these little states, together with the reciprocal relations among them, contributed enormously to the development of individuality and intelligence. The genius of the people in these directions was further determined by the mountainous character of their country. In this rugged environment a man could readily make a living for himself and his family in independence, by hunting birds and beasts, pasturing a few domestic animals, and tilling a small patch of ground. He had little need of neighbours, still less of kings. His courage he exercised in battle with the wild boar, the bear, leopard, and lion. Against any force likely to menace his home he could depend on his strong arm, or at the worst on flight to some hidden or guarded refuge. Hence arose his fearlessness, the foundation of his character. On the sole basis of courage rested liberty to do and think. On liberty rested intelligence and individuality. In a large degree, too, the nature of the people was determined by the products of their country. Although Greece could never compare in fertility with Central Europe, England, or America, it was far more productive anciently than now. There was then a smaller area of bare rock. The soil was thicker, richer, and better supplied with moisture. Yet even in earliest times it was but a lean country with its thin flesh barely covering the bones which here and there protruded nakedly. High mountain tops were crowned with bald rocks, bordered with a fringe of alpine plants. Below the snow line grew forests of pine, fir, cedar, oaks of several kinds, beech, bay, and some wild fruits, as the apple, pear, and grapes. The plane and cypress are thought to be importations, and the chestnut, walnut, and almond do not appear till late in history. The thin woods permitted the growth of brush and grass, which pastured domestic animals. The mountaineer gave his chief attention to rearing pigs, fattening them on the abundant acorns which afforded too a substantial element of the family diet. On the mountain side below the forest zone lay the drier, thinner soiled scrubland, covered with the anemone, asphodel, hyacinth, myrtle, juniper, and other plants. There was a lack of berries, but the many flowers gave food to bees that supplied the inhabitants with their sole material sweetness. Over this zone of scrub ruled the shepherds, with their herds of sheep and goats, that perpetually nibbled their dry, prickly food, and furnished the more refined people of the villages with leather, wool, milk, and meat. For the protection of their flocks and pasture rights, the shepherds became warlords, each surrounded by an army of savage dogs. The winter cold drove them to encroach on the neighbouring plains, where often, on questions of trespass and damage, they waged battle with the tillers of the soil. These plains lay either wholly surrounded by mountains or between mountain range and sea. Here the soil, none too good, produced wheat when at its best, otherwise barley, spelt, and millet. Among the vegetables were peas, beans, onions, leeks, and garlic. The fruits were apples, pears, quinces, pomegranates, figs, grapes, and chief of all, olives. The date palm grew in southern Peloponnese and the neighbouring islands. Olive oil was used for food, for anointing the body, and for burning in lamps. Flax provided oil and linen. In addition to fowls and the smaller domestic animals, the farmers reared donkeys, mules, and occasionally cows. There were few horses except in Boeotia and Thessaly, and everywhere they were the ornament of luxurious wealth, used by the cavalry in war and in time of peace for riding and driving, but never as beasts of burden. Summarily, the animal and vegetable products, far from effecting a surplus of riches, were too scant to support meagrely a moderately dense population. If a leisurely class was to exist and a high degree of refinement to be attained, the Greeks would have to find other sources of wealth. Turning from farming and grazing to minerals, we discover an almost equal lack of resources. Euboea produced copper, though not nearly enough to supply the demand, and for tin, a necessary ingredient, of much used bronze, the Greeks had to depend wholly on importations. It was not till near the end of the second millennium BC that they began to use iron in the industries. They found it in Euboea and the island of Seriphus, and far more abundantly in the mountain range of Taygetus, Laconia. In spite of this restricted mining area, the yield allowed a surplus for export. Of the two precious metals, gold must have been relatively abundant and easily obtained in the Minoan age, though we do not know where was the source of supply. In the historical period it was found in the islands of Cypnus and Thasos, and the opposite Thracian coast. Doubtless, however, some of the gold used by the Greeks came from foreign lands. Silver was mined along with the gold, and in Attica, Laurium produced it with lead. In building stone alone is all Greece rich, and the best of marbles come from Mount Pentelicus in Attica and the island of Paris. In the 4th century the Athenians began to derive profit from its exportation. Last but not least in importance were the clay fields distributed over all Greece, which made possible the potter's trade. No coal was mined, and even now within the Mediterranean basin little has been found, and that of inferior quality. Wood and charcoal supplied the heat necessary for cooking and the industries. The natural economic resources, however varied, were all limited in quantity. A Greek therefore had to make the best use of his scant means to study economy. Next to fearlessness and love of liberty, moderation was the greatest quality of the race. This principle holds not only for eating, drinking, shelter, and the other material things of life, but equally for literature and the fine arts. The simple self-restraint of Hellenism, the product of a long, severe training, contrasts with the redundance of means employed by all other European artists, ancient and modern. Another feature of Greece which bore powerfully on character is to be sought in the lack of unity between coast and interior. We have seen that the nature of the country, its division by waters and by high mountain ranges into islands and little plains, prevented the inhabitants from massing together in large social and political groups. Exploitation of the interior and the north, which formed their back country, would have demanded a united effort, like that which brought the North American colonies under a single government. But this region was crowded with mountains, inaccessible and repellent, which forced the plain and coast people to the sea as their sphere of life, to colonization and commerce. This course of action still further stimulated their intelligence and enterprise, but tended even more to decentralization. Whereas great continental undertakings call for unity, a single city, whether Athens or Venice, has found it easier, unhampered by political dependence, to create a great naval power and an extensive commerce. The factors that mould character thus far considered are in whole or part economic. It is possible, however, to find in the country physical features which act directly on the mind. First of all is the endless variety, contrasting with the monotony of Egypt, the ever-changing landscapes which made for versatility. Whereas the Egyptians seem to us like so many slices from the same cheese, we find among the ancient Greeks as great differences among civilized men of the whole world today. There was no typical Greek. The landscapes too are always suggestive. Beyond the nearer range is another higher, and the one still further away presents an opening through which are revealed more distant heights. Thus the imagination is tempted forth beyond its immediate surroundings to embark on voyages of mental exploration. The beauty it meets on the way is not sensuous, inviting to eat, drink, and sleep. Rather it is intellectual, appealing to the noblest faculties of man. These naked, jagged mountain heights, be it noticed, have no economic value. They do their part in awakening a love of beauty for its own sake, which has created for all time the absolute ideal of art. Akin is the love of truth for its own sake, that noble intellectual ideal, unmastered by thought of worldly gain, which made the Greeks the discoverers of the principles of knowledge, the creators of science and philosophy. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Hellenic History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. July 2019. Hellenic History by George Willis Botsford. Chapter 2. The Minoan Age. Neolithic Age to 3000 BC. Our earliest glimpse of the Aegean area reveals a people in possession of the Neolithic culture. As yet they were ignorant of the metals, but had learned to polish their stone implements with a view to increasing the cutting power. A good opportunity for the study of progress during the Neolithic Age is afforded by Knossos, Crete. The deposits left by the people of this culture on the site of the palace there, measuring in places 20 feet in depth, were doubtless accumulating through several thousand years. During this long age, we can trace the slow evolution of mankind by the fragments of pottery which still survive. In the lowest stratum, they are of crude clay, roughly fashioned by hand. Gradually, the potter learned to purify his material, to mold it in somewhat more pleasing forms, and to fire it in an oven. Meanwhile, he was making the earliest attempts at ornamentation. The first step was to scratch the surface with angular lines, whence developed the style described as geometric. The next was to fill the incisions with a white chalky substance, the beginning of vase painting. Other varieties of Neolithic earthenware need not be considered here. Neolithic life. From material found at Knossos and in deposits of the same age elsewhere, we learn that the people of the time used stone axes, hammers, and knives, besides many utensils of bone and horn. Undoubtedly, their chief material for weapons and implements was wood, all of which, however, has perished. At first, they clothed themselves in skins, and this material continued down into historical Greece in the dress of the country folk. But before the end of the age, the chiefs and their families were in a position to array themselves in woven garments, a waistcloth for men and a skirt for women. In earlier times, they lived in round, rarely oval huts of wattle daubed with clay. Only in course of centuries and in favorable conditions did the abode become a rectangle divided into several rooms and protected with walls of small, rough stones. In their light boats, they rowed freely from isle to isle to exchange their simple wares. The occurrence of a similar style of pottery, not only over the Aegean Isles, but as far distant as Cyprus and Egypt, proves the existence of commerce throughout this extended area. It is the connection with Egypt, whose chronology in broad outline is known even for this remote time, which enables us to fix the date for the close of the Neolithic Age at about 3000, Minoan Age 3000 to 1200. The Bronze, or more strictly Copper-Bronze Age, which developed from the Neolithic, is now widely known as Minoan, after Minos, a legendary king, or perhaps a god of Crete. Dr. Evans, the explorer of Knossos, divides the Minoan Age into three periods: early, middle, and late. In the present volume, the term Mycenaean will be treated as equivalent to late Minoan. Early Minoan, Copper Age, 3000 to 2200. In the beginning of the early Minoan Age, the potter invented a black glaze for washing his wares. On the lustrous surface thus produced, he painted white bands in white or rarely red. Sometimes he left to the surface its natural buff, whereon he placed black glaze stripes. These elements of art continued down to historical Greece. Gradually, the molding and painting attained freedom and variety. As the pointed instruments yielded to the brush, zigzags naturally developed into curvilinear and simple spiral designs. Here, too, appears the first evidence of the potter's wheel. Slowly followed the effort to express the forms of living things, all in geometric style. The human body was represented by two triangles, the points coming together at the girdle. The legs and arms were little more than lines. Equally crude are the statuettes, presumably idols of the same age. In the carving of stone vessels, however, the artist reached perfection. Melos. The leading center of culture in this period was the island of Melos. Here were quarries of obsidian, a hard volcanic rock, which splits readily into thin blades, and was therefore especially serviceable for knives, razors, and all sharp-bladed or sharp-pointed instruments. By exporting wares of this kind in great quantities to neighboring lands, the Melians grew relatively prosperous. Hence, they were able to make progress in the comforts of life. Next, after them, followed the inhabitants of the neighboring Cyclades, and in fact their influence was felt from the coast of Argolis, Greece, to Troy in Asia Minor. Dwellings and tombs. In this period, the rectangular house became larger, more substantial and better furnished. Many a chieftain must have had his palace, but the one at Troy is best known to us. This site had been occupied in the transition to the Bronze Age, and the settlement of which now speak is the second. The essential element of the palace is a great hall, megaron, with a central hearth. From this room we pass through a door into a vestibule, formed by the projecting walls, and from there into a large open court. This type of dwelling originated in Central Europe. The same plan is afterward found, on a more complex scale, in the palace at Tiryns. In exposed places, from the beginning of the age, men were wont to fortify their settlements with rude walls of uncut stones, whereas other cities, like those of Crete, remained unprotected. Copper, pictographs. The great innovation of the age was the introduction of copper, most probably from Egypt and Cyprus. It was used for tools and weapons. Silver and gold became known in the same period. Copper was followed at an interval of centuries by bronze. For a long time, however, stone maintained its place in the useful arts. Equally important was the adoption of a system of picture writing, pictographs. They were found in Crete on seals of ivory, stone, and other material in the form of cylinders, buttons, and prisms. Their near resemblance to Egyptian types proves an intercourse between these two countries in the age of their production. Other wares were exchanged in this period, and the Egyptian records mention the Aegean folk by name. It is this commerce which enables us to set the closing date of the early Minoan age at about 2200. Area of the culture. In this period, the Aegean civilization extended from the Cyclades to Troy and Cyprus, and in the opposite direction to the coasts of Greece. There were many local varieties of culture. Although early in the age Troy and the Cyclades had the lead, Trojan progress was checked by the destruction of the city, whereas the islands continued their advance. In Crete, the eastern towns were the most progressive. Meanwhile, the Aegean folk were carrying their products to Egypt, as stated above, and in other directions to the valley of the Danube and to Sicily and southern Italy. Middle Minoan, First Bronze Age, 2200 to 1600. Toward the close of the 3rd millennium BC, Central Crete came decidedly to the front. This change marks the beginning of the Middle Minoan period. The chief seats of culture were Knossos and Festus. Near Festus, the modern village of Hagia Triada marks a third important site. The east was occupied by lesser cities, whereas in the west of the island no remains of the age have as yet been unearthed. The Minoan civilization now entered upon its most brilliant period. The invention of the wheel enabled the potter to develop his trade into a fine art. The most beautiful specimens are of the Camares type, so named after the cave on Mount Ida, where they were first discovered. The clay, reduced to the utmost purity, was molded in artistic forms. In the eggshell thinness of their walls, they may be compared with the best Haviland china of today. The painted designs on them are in various shades of white, orange, crimson, and yellow, developing from the two main color classes of the preceding age. The aim was not the representation of nature, but the creation of a brilliant harmony of colors. In time, however, the polychrome ornamentation gave way to the simpler principles of the earlier age, while there developed a close imitation of natural objects. Equally naturalistic are the patterns in faience, for which the close of the Middle Minoan period is famous. Places, writing. Early in the age, the kings of Knossos and Festus built great palaces. After 2 or 3 centuries, they were destroyed or fell to ruin, whereupon the kings proceeded to erect new dwellings on a grander scale. The interior walls they decorated with frescoes from human life and nature. Within the Cnossian palace, the art of writing reached a high stage of development. From the original pictographs arose a linear script, in which some characters are doubtless ideographs, denoting things rather than sounds or groups of sounds, whereas others seem to represent syllables. Royal archives of clay tablets indicate its use for governmental business. The old system of writing continued by the side of the new. In the deposits which close the age, the excavator of Festus found a clay disc covered on both sides with pictographs, evidently stamped on the clay while still soft, and representing therefore the first known printing with movable types. As the characters are quite different from the Minoan, the disc evidently came from some outlying region, perhaps Asia Minor. Late Minoan, Mycenaean age, 1600 to 1200. In the beginning of the late Minoan age, Cretan civilization, having achieved its utmost, began to stagnate. It no longer created new forms, but merely repeated stereotyped conventions. For a time, however, we find a political advance. Knossos and Festus still flourished, while other cities declined and disappeared. It would perhaps accord best with the facts to suppose that the king of Knossos now ruled the whole island and made use of Festus as a secondary capital. The Cnossian palace attained to the acme of its grandeur about 1500. To this period belong most of the mural frescoes, still preserved. In vase ornamentation, the characteristic development was the palace style, which sacrificed the natural to a desire for decorative unity. The age attained great skill in bronze work, and in inlaying metals with other substances. In writing, linear script superseded the pictographs, and a new and improved linear style developed from the old. Throughout the early and middle Minoan ages, The Greek peninsula lagged far behind the Aegean Isles in culture. During nearly all this time, Thessaly and Boeotia remained Neolithic, and farther south the peninsula made but little progress beyond this condition. A great change came with the beginning of the late Minoan time. In fact, this age had not advanced far when the leadership in culture shifted to Troy, and still more to Greece, where Terence, Mycenae, and Orchomenus were entering upon an era of artistic and political splendor. Life in Crete and Mycenae, 2000 to 1400. The abundance of material that reached us from the Middle Minoan and early Mycenaean ages affords a clear and comprehensive view of the life of those times. The dominant racial type was a long skull, oval face, brown complexion, black hair, and short stature. The physique of the South Italian or Sicilian of today. These people were thin and wiry, with wasp waists, lively in action, dependent on agility rather than bulk, a keenly competitive folk, gifted with a delicate aesthetic taste and an intuitive mind. Dress. Usually a man wore simply a cloth fastened at the girdle and covering the hips. Sometimes the dress was so modified as to form short trousers. With a close-fitting belt, he accentuated the smallness of his waist. The priestly and holiday attire was an ample cloak, which reached from neck to ankles. The Cretan's black hair fell over his shoulders in long curls. His face was beardless, whereas at Mycenae it was fashionable to allow the free growth of whiskers. The woman wore a low bodice and a bell-shaped skirt abundantly adorned with ruffles or flounces. Favorite colors were yellow, purple, and blue. Her black hair she dressed elaborately in twists and curls, while the whiteness of her face she intensified by artificial means. She either left her head bare or surmounted it with a hat, some of whose designs closely resemble those of today. In addition to these essentials of dress, she profusely adorned herself with jewels of gold and precious stones. Altogether, her attire was extremely conventional and modish. Her pictures in ancient art find their counterpart in modern fashion plates. The footgear of both sexes was elaborated with embroidery and delicate colored bindings. Dwellings. Like the feminine garb of the age, the private dwellings of the wealthy were surprisingly modern. They were built on no fixed plan, but followed the necessities of the site and the taste of the owner. They were of stone, wood, or brick, and their windows seem to have been protected by oiled and tinted parchment. Some were 3 or 4 stories high, and comprised a multitude of rooms. The owners furnished them comfortably and developed cooking to a high degree of perfection. Palace. Naturally, the palace was incomparably larger and more magnificent than the richest private dwelling. The residence of the king of Knossos occupied more than 5 acres and stood at least 4 stories high. Its irregularity of plan may be due to additions and modifications by successive rulers. The essential feature of any large Cretan dwelling, private or royal, is the grouping of rooms about a court. The Cnossian palace comprised an immense central court, smaller courts, long corridors, a theatral space, audience rooms, sanctuaries, an industrial quarter, and a system of drainage not equaled in Europe between that day and the 19th century. We may notice more particularly the room in which the throne of gypsum stands against the wall, and is flanked on both sides with long benches of the same material. Here, in the midst of his noble councillors, sat the king on the oldest throne in Europe, presumably to receive embassies and to transact business with his subjects. The industrial quarter swarmed with artists and artisans, whose labors extended over a wide range of activities, from the preparation and storage of wine and olive oil in huge earthenware jars, to the finest goldwork and elaborate mural frescoes. One chamber, fitted up with benches and a seat for the master, is thought to be a schoolroom, in which the young learned to mold clay into little tablets and inscribe them with linear writing. Elsewhere were the archives in which these tablets were stored by the thousands. Although the script has not yet been deciphered, the inscriptions thus far discovered seem to be accounts of stores and of receipts and dues. A larger tablet from the Dictaean cave has the appearance of a list of offerings. If the Cretans possessed a literature of songs, epics, and chronicles, as is not unlikely, it must have been written on perishable material, for nothing of the kind has been discovered. It is known, however, that they had the decimal notation and perhaps as many as 4 systems of weights, including the 2 most used in historical Greece. By dropping a definite weight of silver or gold upon a striated surface, they took the first step in the coinage of these metals. Bronze ingots, too, of definite weight were stamped that they might serve as currency. Workmen and their products. Many laborers busied themselves with tilling the soil and with rearing cattle, sheep, goats, and swine. They ground their barley or wheat in querns, or crushed it in stone mortars still preserved. Among their fruits were the fig and the olive, whose oil entered into the preparation of food. Trades were specialized, as in the Orient. Among the craftsmen were potters, brickmakers, and carpenters, whose bronze saws, axes, files, and other tools resemble in pattern those of today. Naturally, in an age of bronze, the workers in that metal filled a large place. Stone, while still serving the lesser arts, had become the essential of architecture, and throughout all history wood has furnished a convenient material for building and for a great variety of furniture. Among the most remarkable of skilled industries was the cutting and engraving of precious stones, which included practically all known to the moderns except the diamond. On these gems the engraver skillfully wrought varied scenes from nature and human life. The highest development of art is found in the work of the goldsmith, an achievement of the painstaking experience of centuries. This metal was then more common than silver. Among his products were beads adorned with scenes in intaglio, and rings with similarly decorated bezels, used as seals. He could inlay gold, as well as ivory and other material, on bodies of different substance, so as to produce a polychrome effect. He wrought bracelets, diverse artistic patterns in repoussé on thin plate, and graceful drinking cups. Famed for beauty are the 2 gold cups from a beehive tomb at Vafio, Laconia. The scenes which adorn them are bold, spirited, and lifelike. Warfare. In war the rank and file were without defensive armor, and carried the sling and bow. In the latter art the Cretans were especially strong, as we infer from the magazine of bronze arrowheads in the Cnosian palace. In fact, throughout ancient history they kept the lead in archery. A warrior of the better class protected himself with a huge shield, which reached from neck to ankles. It was made of leather stretched on a wooden frame, in form of semi-cylinder or an oval with notched sides. A helmet and greaves completed the defensive armor, whereas he assailed his foe with a short dagger, a sword for thrusting, and a lance, the metal parts of bronze. Unable to carry far the great weight of the shield, he rode to battle in a two-wheeled chariot drawn by a pair of horses. With him as charioteer rode his squire, who sometimes carried a sword. Using his chariot merely for conveyance, the warrior descended in battle to engage in close combat with his foe. Not only many weapons have survived, but also pictures of military life. We see warriors engaged in hand-to-hand combat, while fragments of a silver vase present a living view of a siege. On the large piece illustrated in the text, we see outside the walls slingers and bowmen in action. Behind them stand two men, probably elders, like those described by Hesiod on the shield of Heracles 246 f. To the blessed gods, their hands uplifted for their fighting sons. On the tower above, excited women shriek. Smaller fragments show fallen warriors outstretched, others carrying the dead, and others hurling lances. City walls. The Cretan cities were unwalled. As a defense against strangers, they had their navy, and like the later Spartans, they must have reposed confidence in their bulwarks of brave warriors. In more exposed positions, however, as at Troy, men were accustomed from the beginning of the Minoan age to protect their settlements with walls. Gradually, the crude wall of unshaped stones was superseded by massive masonry, such as we find at Tiryns. There, the defenses are of huge, slightly dressed stones, arranged roughly in layers and held together by mortar. The interstices are filled with smaller stones. This is the so-called Cyclopean masonry. Originally, the Tyrinthian wall must have risen to a height of 60 feet, the upper part of brick. In the present ruins, on the south and southeast, are two great galleries, covered by a pointed arch, formed by the gradual overlapping of successive layers of stone. This mode of forming arches and domes is characteristic of the age. Connected with the southeast gallery is a series of chambers. Undoubtedly, in these well-protected spaces, provisions and war material were stored against the siege. At Mycenae we find more advanced masonry. In one kind, termed ashlar, the stones are cut in oblong shape and arranged in horizontal layers. Still more developed is the polygonal style, composed of large many-faced stones so carefully fitted as to leave no space for rubble. The cruder forms continued by the side of the more highly developed. Religion. Deities. The chief deity was a nature power, the mother of all living things. Rhea in Crete, Cybele in Asia Minor. As patroness of field and mountain, she stands conspicuous on a lofty rock between her two attendant lions. In her relation with civilized life, She arms herself with a double axe to battle for her city, or in times of quiet presides over multifarious social and political functions. Her son, the youthful Zeus, a god who is born and ultimately dies, likewise wields the battle axe, or, when duly invoked by the young man, curates, in martial dance, vouchsafes full jars, fleecy flocks, prosperous sea-borne ships, and goodly law. Another great deity was possibly Minos, worshipped in the form of a bull. Among the deities of less prominence we recognize Aphrodite, a nude or lightly clad idol, her hands brought together on her breast, sometimes accompanied by doves, and Artemis, deity of wood and animals, of hunting and fishing. The serpent attributes of another goddess connect her with the earth or underworld, with the spirits of the tomb or of the house. Throughout the age were fashioned small images of these gods, and of others whose character eludes our study. In addition to divinities in human form, they adored or venerated as sacred symbols, trees, pillars, the cross, the double axe, and various other objects. They built no temples, but conducted their worship in the open air, in caves or in chapels within their dwellings. Worship of the dead. Another aspect of religion was the worship of the dead, which included the customs of burial. A type of inhumation is represented in the circular cemetery on the Acropolis of Mycenae. The 6 graves found here were the burial place of a long dynasty, who used it for all the members of their family, men, women, and children. Each contained several bodies. In death they were elegantly apparelled, and loaded with jewels and gold ornaments. With them further were buried articles of toilet, cooking utensils, and table furniture, tools, military equipment, in brief, everything civilized men and women needed in daily life. A gold mask found in one tomb undoubtedly imitated the face of the living. They covered the grave with stone slabs and mounded it over, reopening it for new burials. To the dead they offered sacrifices of wild and domestic animals, probably also of human beings, as the scattered bones of men and animals suggest. Evidently the Minoans believed that the spirits of the dead lived in the tombs and enjoyed these sacrifices and this rich equipment. In submitting to such expensive services, the living must have been actuated not only by respect for the dead, but by a superstitious dread of ghosts, who, when neglected, forsook their abode to do mischief to their kinsfolk. Beehive tombs. Later kings of vastly greater power built in their lower city their dome-shaped beehive tombs. The masonry is ashlar. The stones are smoothed and fitted together with nice precision. The entire structure is underground, approached from the side of the hill by a long horizontal passage. The largest building of this class at Mycenae has been popularly known as the Treasury of Atreus, more recently as the Tomb of Atreus, father of Agamemnon. Its corridor of approach is 115 feet in length, the dome 48 feet high and the same in diameter. The kings who erected these immense, lasting structures, like the Egyptian pyramid builders, must have wielded enormous power to command the necessary labor. They must have cherished, too, a vast conception of their own importance, and the hope of immortality dependent on the preservation of the body, with its splendid furnishings of useful and luxurious objects. Similar tombs, though generally smaller, exist in various parts of Greece and in Crete. Those at Mycenae were plundered in ancient times, but elsewhere have been found in them remains of the dead and of rich offerings, whose character places this class of tombs immediately subsequent to those of the Mycenaean citadel. Character of the religion. Briefly, it may be said that the Minoan religion was an exceedingly complex system, which involved the worship of gods and of disembodied spirits, elaborate rituals performed by a specialized priesthood, the wearing of amulets suggestive of charms and magic, bloody sacrifices with their concomitant ideas of guilt and its purification, mysteries, divination, and oracles. It was a weird religion, well calculated as an instrument in the hands of a sacerdotal aristocracy for holding the masses in check through supernatural terrors. Boxing, bull-leaping. Among the ancients, recreations connected closely with religion. The combative instinct of the Minoans is seen in their love of pugilism. Boxers were the cestus and assailed their opponents with hands and feet. Far more dangerous and exciting, however, was bull-leaping. The trick of the toreador seems to have been to meet the charging beast face to face, seize his horns, and turning a somersault over his back, leap to the ground in the rear. Girls and youths, appropriately costumed, took part in the perilous sport, vividly pictured on the Cnosian palace walls. The gay lords and ladies must have witnessed many a bloody scene, in brutality comparable with the gladiatorial shows at Rome or with the bull-baiting of modern Spain. Doubtless these toreadors were forced to their dangerous vocation. Many may have been exacted as tribute from subject states. The myth that Athens had every 9 years to send 7 youths and 7 girls to be devoured by the Minotaur may accordingly contain this kernel of truth, and Theseus, who killed the monster, may have been in fact the liberator of his country. Chess, music, and dancing. From the excitement of this sport we may turn to watch the king playing with his court, favorite a game resembling chess or checkers, on an elaborate board still preserved. Or we may imagine an audience of courtiers listening to the musicians. We see a man playing a double pipe, another with a 7-stringed lyre in hand. The tradition, therefore, which represents Crete as the teacher of music to Hellas is true. To the accompaniment of such music twinkle the dancers' feet. The long, crimped tresses of the dancing girl float out in air. As she whirls around in the orchestra of the palace theatre, where Daedalus once wrought a dancing place for Ariadne of the lovely tresses. In our review of Minoan life, we have caught glimpses of a society clearly differentiated into poor and rich, commons and nobles, subjects and rulers, labor specialized into diverse crafts. Among the wealthy, a love of peaceful ease, luxury and beauty, coupled with a passion for brutal shows, and a religion uniting cheerful with gloomy features. The social organization evidently reveals the antecedents of the Dorian system. The field laborers were serfs or serf-like dependents, as were the helots of later time. Many towns were politically subject to Knossos, like the later Perioeci of Lacedaemon. They remained a class of nobles who possessed wealth and lived independently in private dwellings. The priest-king, however, or perhaps we should say god-king, aimed to concentrate life within his stupendous palace, to engage as many as possible of the inhabitants in the service of the state, and to measure out food to them at public tables. Thus the artist and the artisan class were brought into the palace. An effort was made also to create a military caste dependent on the state and equipped from the palace arsenal. It was a unique experiment in despotic socialism, but the system, devised by the king and his favorites, robbed the citizens of individuality and personal freedom. It compelled the masses to toil for the few, who exhausted the resources of the nation in art and extravagant luxury. The militarism of the late Minoan kings added to the waste. The archive records, though we cannot read them, point to a complex bureaucracy, like that of Egypt, which crushed the people by its weight, robbed them of the fruits of their toil, hence finally of their interest in life. Thus in various ways government and civilization, by sapping the energy of the governed in Crete and later on the Greek mainland, engendered internal decay. The artist lost his inventive power. Stagnation was inevitably followed by slow deterioration in every activity of life. Ethnology. It need not be supposed that in the long period, extending from the early Neolithic age to the end of the Middle Minoan era, the population of the Aegean world remained the same. Uninterrupted development is not in itself evidence of continuity of race, and on the other hand, there may be changes of civilization which do not involve the substitution of one people for another. As to the language of this early time, there are only the slightest indications. Pre-Hellenic place names in Greece have their kin on the islands and in Asia Minor. This circumstance points to the diffusion of a single language by migration from east to west or the reverse. This tongue is certainly not Indo-European, but seems to be related to the Carian and Lycian. In the extensive Aegean area, there was room for more than one form of speech, and from time to time new peoples and tongues were introduced by immigration. The original home and early wanderings of the Indo-Europeans need not be considered in this volume, and in treating of their arrival in Greece we can only deal in probabilities. The opening of the late Minoan era, 1600, as we may reasonably believe, saw them in possession of all or nearly all Greece. The process of migration and settlement, however, continually modified their racial character. In fact, history knows no people of unmixed blood. Doubtless the Indo-Europeans in their common home were of various stocks. Their several tribes, as they journeyed gradually to their respective historical countries, absorbed all manner of alien peoples on the way, as usually happens with wandering hordes. Few, if any, who came into Greece were unmixed descendants of those who had left the Indo-European homeland. Then the newcomers in Greece began to blend with the natives, and were continually joined by many strangers from the islands, from Asia Minor, from Crete and elsewhere. The mingling of these diverse stocks through centuries ultimately produced the Greek race. Although many place names remained undisturbed, the language of the Northerners, rich in myths, strong, flexible and high capable of artistic treatment, prevailed. At the opening of the late Minoan era, 1600, Thessaly and Boeotia, still Neolithic, were held by the Aeolians. Attica, Euboea, and the east coast of Peloponnese by the Old Ionians. Central and southern Peloponnese by the Arcadians, an offshoot of the Aeolian group. West of the Aeolians was an area occupied, either at that time or somewhat later, by a people described simply as Northwestern Greeks. All these racial names, however, properly apply neither to the northern immigrants nor to the natives, but to the ultimate blend of the two races, and are here used anticipatively for convenience. The immigrants from the north were evidently a minority of the population, but superior virility gave their leaders a dominant place in their respective districts. It was not simply the mainland that began in this way to fall under Indo-European control. Evidently, individual adventurers with their attendants crossed to the islands, where by cleverness and personal superiority they attained to a place in the ruling classes and mingled their speech with that of the natives. Owing to such long-continued migratory disturbances, the peninsula had made but little progress in civilization, though appreciably more in the south than in the north. Before the close of the Middle Minoan Age, however, as the movements in Greece temporarily subsided, civilization began to develop there with surprising rapidity. On favorable sites along the coast, at a varying distance from the shore as at Tiryns and Mycenae, at Athens and Orchomenus, at Vaphio, Laconia, and Old Pylos, Messenia, Hellenic chieftains built their fortress cities. In these mainland settlements, the most powerful civilizing influence was commerce with Crete, and yet we may well believe that throngs of Minoan architects and artisans came to seek employment in the new and stirring centers of political power. The king's abode, however, was not a copy of the Cnosian palace, but a development from a simpler European type, like that found in the second settlement at Troy. Its essential characteristic was a great hall with a central hearth, features unknown to contemporary Crete. To win his Minoan subjects and to centralize his power, the Hellenic king adopted the native religion, including the deification of the deceased sovereign and the building of a gigantic tomb for himself. The mighty walls around his city were a protection from the barbarous tribes that assailed him, and still more from the Cretan king. Hardly had the sovereign of Knossos united all Crete under his sway, then he began to extend his dominion to the more distant Aegean islands. Though he gained no foothold in Asia Minor, he threatened the coasts of Peloponnese, and probably made temporary conquests in Attica. With the political advance of Greece, however, his power receded. The kings of the Hellenic peninsula were gradually colonizing the islands. First sailed forth great piratical armadas, doubtless made up from several maritime kingdoms. In the 15th century, Melos was taken by one of these armaments, and its palace sacked and burned. In the new settlement which followed, the palace was of the whole type, and the culture in general was continental rather than Cretan. Evidently, a colony from Greece established itself in the midst of the native population. About 1400, Knossos experienced the same fate. The palace had attained to its utmost size and magnificence, but the mind of the race was stagnant. Court society, never more brilliant in appearance, or more luxurious, was held in the thraldom of fashion. In brief, the whole life of Crete was fossilizing, like that of the contemporary Egypt. These conditions were suddenly brought to an end by the destruction of the palace. The blackened walls, the charred ends of beams, the almost complete absence of gold and bronze, seemed to proclaim the sack and burning of the city. As the same thing happened at Festus, at Hagia Triada, and elsewhere in Crete, we may infer that the catastrophe was due to no accident or dynastic revolution or uprising of the masses. We can explain the event best by supposing it to have been the work of raiders, who swept over the wealthy cities of the island in their career of plunder. It may well be that the fleets of coast cities were joined in this enterprise by squadrons of barbarians from the interior of Europe, for desolating the fairest habitations thus far created by man. Succeeding to this devastation, a colony like that on Melos introduced mainland culture amid the devitalized native population. The extreme poverty of the settlement is evidence that others must have enjoyed the movable wealth of the former city. From the beginning of the late Minoan age, disturbances in the Aegean Sea had turned the commercial enterprise of Crete in other directions. Minoans of this age, accordingly, planted colonies in the islands of the west coast of Greece, in southern Italy, and in Sicily. Through these settlements and through commerce, the Minoan system of life gained a foothold in all these regions. After the destruction of Knossos, a remnant of the population colonized Spain, while others found homes at Miletus and in Cyprus. A century afterward, Greek and Minoan tribes, migrating by sea and land, extended their piracies to the East Mediterranean waters and coasts. Early in the 13th century, they joined the Libyans in ravaging the Egyptian delta. A few generations later, the Peleset moved from the Minoan area through Asia Minor into Syria, with their families in curious, heavy two-wheeled ox carts, and by sea in a fleet that skirted the Syrian coast. Occupying a strip of shore country south of Phoenicia, they became known to history under the name of Philistines. Although far superior to the Asiatics in civilization, they adopted the Semitic language, and it was from them, most probably, that the Phoenicians derived the elements of their alphabet. These extensive migrations may be traced in part to a movement of European tribes southward into Thrace and the Balkan Peninsula. One of these tribes, the Phrygians, crossed the Hellespont, and occupying the central part of western Asia Minor, dislodged some of the natives of that region, who necessarily had recourse to migrations. Under the same southward pressure, northwestern Hellenes filtered into other parts of Greece. Some crossed into Thessaly and Boeotia, yet not in sufficient numbers to overwhelm the Aeolian dialect of these two countries. It remained purer in the former than in the latter. Meanwhile, other emigrants from the northwest were crossing into Peloponnese, where, too, they mingled with the earlier inhabitants. Thus arose Achaia, whose language was akin to that north of the Corinthian Gulf, and of more distantly related speech, the Dorians of Argolis and Laconia. From Argolis the Dorian dialect passed to Corinth and Megara, and from Laconia to Messenia. The dialect of Elis, likewise, points to a migration from across the Gulf. This movement of population from the northwest represented in story as the Dorian migration, affected nearly the whole of the Greek peninsula. The people of Attica, however, had no tradition of a tribal migration into their country. They knew only of a peaceful infiltration of families, many of whom became noble. Arcadia, too, remained untouched. Its people had once extended over the coast region to the south, and in the late Minoan age many went off as colonists to Cyprus. Those who remained in Laconia were merged in the Dorian race, whereas the people of the interior highlands, under the name of Arcadians, maintained their original language and their racial character. Having adopted but little of the higher Minoan culture, they had little to lose by its downfall. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Hellenic History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. July 2019. Hellenic History by George Willis Botsford. Chapter 3. The Middle Age. Transition from Minoan to Hellenic life. About 1200 to 750. At the time when migratory warriors were raiding the Egyptian delta or colonizing Philistia, the Minoan civilization was fast yielding to a more barbaric form of life. So notable was the decline that from about 1200 we may date the beginning of a new era, which was essentially a transition from Minoan to Hellenic life. The period thus defined bears close analogies with the later European Middle Ages, in that both were characterized not only by invasions of less civilized people, but also by a vast decline and an incipient recovery of culture. 1. Dorian and Ionian colonization and culture. For a long period after the beginning of this era, colonial expansion from the west to east across the Aegean Sea made progress. From Argolis and Laconia immigrants, first Achaean and afterward Dorian, made their homes in Melos and Thera, southmost islands of the Cyclades. In the same order, they occupied the choicest parts of Crete, which came thus to the ethnic complexion described by Homer. There is a land called Crete, in the midst of the wine-dark sea, a fair land and rich, begirt with water, and therein are men innumerable and 90 cities. And all have not the same speech, but there is a confusion of tongues. There dwell Achaeans, and there too Eteo-Cretans, true Cretans, high of heart, and Sidonians there, and Dorians of waving plumes, and goodly Pelasgians. And among them is the mighty city of Knossos, wherein Minos rules in 9-year periods, he who had converse with great Zeus. Beyond Crete the Dorians pushed on to Carpathos, to Rhodes, and ultimately to the coast of the mainland. Among their cities on the Anatolian shore were Cnidus and Halicarnassus, both thriving centers of industry and commerce. The Greeks who came to Crete were attracted to the area which had experienced the highest cultural development, to Knossos, Gortyn, Festus, and their neighborhood. In the east, the Eteo-Cretans at Pressos maintained their nationality and their language far down in historical times. In the west were Sidonians, regarded by Homer as non-Greek, but certainly Dorian in the historical age. Because of the small number of Hellenic immigrants into this island, the process of assimilation was remarkably slow. Earlier perhaps than the Dorian colonization was the beginning of the movement from central Greece to the Cyclades, mentioned in the preceding chapter. Gradually this migration continued eastward, till it reached and included the narrow strip of territory on the Anatolian coast, afterward known as Ionia. On the site of Neolithic villages, these immigrants, in the period of Minoan decadence, founded small cities. To colonists from Crete were added adventurers from the Cyclades and from various parts of the Hellenic peninsula. In fact, it was a motley population that came, and they made themselves more heterogeneous by mingling with the natives. They have no right to pride themselves on purity of descent, says Herodotus, considering that a large part of them are Abantes from Euboea, who have no share even in the name of Ionia, and minions of Archomenus have been mingled with them, and Cadmeans and Dryopians and Phocians, who seceded from their native state, and Molossians and Pelasgians of Arcadia, and Dorians of Epidaurus, and many other races have been mingled with them. And those of them who set forth from the Prytanion town hall of Athens, and who esteem themselves the most noble by descent of the Ionians, these, I say, brought no women with them to the settlement, but took Carian captive women, whose parents they slew. So far were the newcomers from aiming at racial purity, that they not only married native wives, but received Carian chieftains into their own nobility, and even accepted them as kings. In a varying degree, this principle of race mixing holds for all Greek colonies. Doubtless it was partly the composite nature of the population, as well as the lovely climate, the most favorable in the world known to Herodotus, the rich soil, the highly articulated coast adapted to commerce, and the situation on the borderland between Hellenic and Oriental civilizations, which made the Ionians for centuries the most brilliant and most versatile of Greeks, in the age of their glory the standard-bearers of the world's civilization. Among their most noted cities were Phocea, famed for her early naval power and her distant western colonies; Ephesus, where was built a great temple to Artemis; and Miletus, an illustrious center of industry, commerce, and intellectual life. In this new home, the Ionians were more aggressive and more powerful than their Hellenic neighbors. On the south, Dorian Halicarnassus, and in the opposite direction, Aeolic Chios and Smyrna, in time became Ionized, while commercial relations with Phoenicia gave the Semites the Ionian name in the form of Javan, with which to designate the entire Hellenic race. On the Greek mainland, the process of Hellenic assimilation was more rapid than elsewhere. There, apart from place names, no clear trace of a native tongue has been discovered. In considerable stretches of the eastern coast of Peloponnesus, as in Trezen and Kinuria, the Ionian dialect long maintained itself. Elsewhere in Argolis, the Dorian speech prevailed both in the country and in Tiryns, Mycenae, and Argos. Within the Middle Age, Argos gained a mastery over her rivals, and ultimately imposed her hegemony upon the peninsula that bears her name. In Laconia, our earliest historical light reveals a population essentially homogeneous in culture and in language. Some Mycenaean sites as Amyclae and Therapne were occupied by Hellenic cities, whereas Sparta, destined to a leading place in Greek history, was a wholly new foundation. Similarly, Attica, which had contained a number of Mycenaean sites, experienced as thorough an amalgamation of Hellenic and native races, and at the same time became politically centralized in its chief city, Athens, as the southmost section of the Aegean coasts and islands was occupied by the Dorian race, which was essentially one, though with slight differences of blood and dialect, so the Ionian name generally applied to the section extending from Attica to the Anatolian coast. Only as the Athenians awakened to a consciousness of their own superiority did they discard the Ionian name. In this section, too, of Aegean shores and islands, in spite of local differences in dialect and ethnic composition, the population was essentially one in language and in race, in political and religious institutions, and in social customs. For a long time the mother peoples were more conservative, the colonies more progressive. The most fundamental transformations of this period were the blending of the immigrant culture with that of the natives, and the gradual emergence of the Hellenic world from the turmoil and relative barbarism following upon the Indo-European invasions. In the case of many an institution or custom, it is difficult, or even impossible, with our present knowledge, to determine the nationality of its several elements. Some aspects of the transition may be traced most distinctly in Crete. After the destruction of Knossos and Festus, we find the Cretans thoroughly impoverished and devitalized, as is proved by their utter inability to repair the damage. When these sites came to be reoccupied with poor dwellings, the magnificent palace was in like manner superseded by a smaller and cheaper home, of the European type, built for a king of scant means and narrow sway. Art was the same in technique, but all inspiration was gone. Naturalism yielded to stiff geometric patterns. This style, after remaining in the background from the early Bronze Age, now reasserted itself. The graceful spirals, octopi, flowers, leaves, and tendrils of the Minoan culture were driven from the field by zigzags, triangles, checkers, and meanders. The same changes were taking place throughout the Minoan area. They were in fact most pronounced on the Greek peninsula, whence they extended to the rest of the Aegean region. The artistic worth varied according to locality, from the barbarous specimens found in earlier Sparta to the far more graceful forms of Crete and Rhodes, where Minoan traditions were relatively strong. Everywhere the quality improved throughout the age. For obvious reasons, the Renaissance was speediest in Crete. Her artistic activity of this period is typified by the mythical Daedalus, whose fame finds an echo in the Iliad. Before the close of the period, however, the Cretans were outdistanced by the Ionians, who, having passed from the decadent Minoan to the geometric style, rapidly emerged from this condition. Their artists adopted for vase paintings and ornamental work, in ivory, bronze, and silver, more lifelike representations of man and nature, with a tendency to processional and heraldic groupings, with a fondness for winged men, women, and beasts, and for human-headed animals. These features, commonly described as orientalizing, may have been due to contact with the East in the early Middle Age, but had developed to a degree of artistic merit far superior to their Oriental patterns. Contributions to this stage of progress were made not only by Aegean Greeks, but also by the Phoenicians, who too were heirs of Minoan culture. Their geographical situation on a narrow coast made them a seafaring folk. On the downfall of the Cretan naval power, their mariners voyaged into the Aegean Sea, where they traded with the Greeks in the manner described by Homer. Their chief service to civilization was the transmission of writing from the Minoans to the Hellenes of the Middle Age. The Minoan linear script, comprising word signs and syllable signs, gradually grew simpler, chiefly through the dropping of characters. In Cyprus it was limited to syllabic signs, and in Syria a further step was taken when the number of these signs was reduced to 22, each standing for a single consonantal sound, whereas the vowels remained unrepresented. Receiving this script from the Phoenicians, probably about 900, the Ionians transformed it into a phonetic alphabet. Till the opening of the 7th century, however, its use remained extremely rare. Meanwhile, Greeks and Phoenicians continued to interchange wares and art patterns. As the Ionians were the more highly endowed race, it is likely that they gave more than they received, and that much which has hitherto been described as Phoenician should be credited to the Greeks. From the 9th to the 7th century, accordingly, it was not the Phoenicians but the Ionians who were leaders in the geometric and orientalizing art which extended from the Euphrates to Italy and Sicily. In an age of general poverty, we find throughout the area, once Minoan, a remarkable tendency to refinement and luxury, among the nobles most noticeable in the Ionians. In peace, especially during the sumptuous religious festivals, they indulged in the luxury of trailing gowns of linen, richly dyed in colors from the purple mollusk, and adorned themselves with a profusion of jewelry. Their costliest and most artistic works still surviving are gold ornaments of various forms and silver cups, plates, and shields, all richly decorated with scenes from mythical or real life. Everywhere, too, the Greeks of this period cultivated singing and enjoyed the music of the lyre and pipe. The geometric motive which prevailed till near the end of the period was derived in part from weaving, and the nobles and kings wore robes adorned with inwoven or embroidered patterns in the prevailing art. In fact, the entire life of this area was undergoing a profound transformation, manifested as distinctly in dress as in any other external feature of society. The laborer, conservative and economical, continued even in historical Greece to wear the waistcloth. The chiton, obviously a Semitic word meaning linen, was a newer garment sewn in the form of a sleeveless shirt, which covered the body and hips, and which could be girt in at the waist by a broad belt. A more stately chiton, adapted to gods and kings, doubtless too the holiday attire of all who could afford the luxury, reached from neck to ankles. The tightness of the dress, whether short or long, is a heritage from Minoan costume. Still more conservative was the garb of women. The goddess Artemis Orthia at Sparta wore a robe seemingly composed of a low-cut waist with shoulder straps, belt and tight skirt of strongly Minoan aspect. A great innovation of the age, however, was the fibula, a safety pin of varying form and complexity, which brought about a revolution in dress. This method of fastening was used in the peplos, a woman's gown which reached from neck to feet. It was a rectangular cloth folded double above the waistline and drawn up under the belt so as to form a pouch around the body. Gradually prevailing over all other styles, it became the Doric gown of the historical age. The hair of women and men alike grew long and hung down in several heavy strands on both sides of the face, held in order by a band encircling the head. Although these articles of dress began to appear early in the Mycenaean period, it was not till the Middle Age that they displaced the Minoan patterns. One of the most important constructive elements in the new civilization, which gradually emerged from the ruins of the old, was the rise of the iron industry. In the 14th century this manufacture was well developed in the Hittite country of Eastern Asia Minor. The metal was mined in the region afterward known as Pontus, and the process of hardening it to steel is indicated by its use for sword blades. Thus writes a Hittite king to another person, probably the Egyptian pharaoh: "As regards your writing to me for pure iron, there is no pure iron prepared in my storehouse. As soon as it is ready, I will forward it to you. Now I am sending to you an iron sword blade." The use of the metal for tools and weapons, extending westward, reached Crete in the 13th century, where iron axes, picks, swords, and spearheads have been found in and about some beehive tombs of that age. Thence its use passed more slowly over the disturbed Aegean area to Laconia, Attica, and Thessaly, and to their colonies. Its penetration into Laconia seems to have been especially slow. Although from the beginning of the period bronze objects abound in Laconian deposits, no iron has been found in the strata below the 8th century. In fact, the immigrants of Doric speech arrived in Peloponnese in the early transition from bronze to iron. While the metal was still scarce, the Peloponnesians, like other Greeks, began to use it as money. The pieces so employed were in the form of a spit or of a round bar. Still later came the use of this metal in tools and weapons. The superior power of steel in weapons of attack rendered necessary the strengthening of the defensive armor. The round or oval targe, reinforced by a central bronze boss, took the place of the huge man-covering shield, which however lingered on by the side of the improved pattern. At the same time the warrior protected his head with a helmet, topped by a high bronze crest, his body with a hauberk of metal plates that opened in front and behind, and bronze greaves for the legs below the knees. Those who had the means and the intelligence to procure the improved equipment gained through it a political superiority over their neighbors. The working of the iron mines in Mount Aegetus, which separates Laconia from Messenia, accrued to the advantage of the Spartans, who waged frequent wars of conquest with their weaker neighbors, with the result that before the end of the 8th century they had brought all Laconia under their sway. In the intervals of peace they exercised their prowess in hunting wild animals on the neighboring mountains. In like manner the Ionians of Greece and the adjacent islands drew iron from the mines of Euboea and Seriphos. As in the Minoan age, the noble, equipping himself with heavy armor, rode to war in a cart driven by his squire. When before the close of the period the chariot was discarded, the noble bestrode his steed and rode to battle, his mounted squire by his side. Or he took command of a light galley, propelled by oars and a mast, and armed with a submarine ram for assailing the enemy's craft. Corresponding changes were taking place in religion. For a time, the cremation of the dead, doubtless accompanied by a weakening of belief in the power of ghosts, tended to supersede inhumation. But in the end, the burial of the unburned body, without wholly displacing the other form, prevailed, though in tombs too small to be looked upon as dwellings. Men continued accordingly to worship the dead. Still greater reverence was paid to heroes, who, as sons or near descendants of the gods, were gigantic in stature and strength. Having lived mightily among men, they died and were buried. But their spirits remained powerful to harm or bless. Greatest of all heroes was Heracles, whose cult was already widespread over Hellas. Many heroes remained local. The Spartans worshipped Menelaus and Helen at a great hero shrine, Heroon, on the left bank of the Eurotas, whereas the chief hero of the Athenians was Theseus, to whom, while king, they ascribed the political unification of Attica. The Indo-European and Minoan religions gradually melted into one. The northern invaders adopted Minoan Artemis and Aphrodite, apparently with little change. The immigrants to Miletus were as receptive of native cults as of native blood. The desire to secure the protection of the local deities and the goodwill of the Carians went hand in hand with greed for the properties of these gods. Identifying their own sky deity Zeus with the god of the double axe, they converted the shrines and sacred domains of the Carian deity to their own service. In like manner, their Artemis usurped the property and various attributes of the great mother Cybele. Elsewhere, Zeus was identified with the son of Cretan Rhea. The character and attributes of the archer Apollo, especially his healings, purifications, and oracles, seem to be in considerable part Minoan. These are mere suggestions of that amalgamation, which, with our present knowledge, it is impossible to analyze in detail. At least we are warranted in assuming that no deity of historical Greece may safely be regarded as purely Indo-European or purely Minoan, and that the native race, endowed with a creative genius in religion as in art, contributed far more than the incoming northerners to Hellenic belief and ritual. The prevailing tendency today is to assign to the invading people the sunnier aspects of religion, while leaving to the natives the gloomy features including magic, the worship of ghosts, the doctrine of sin, and its purification by washing in blood. It is significant, too, that, as in the Minoan past, the great deities of the Middle Age were mainly goddesses, such as Athena at Athens, Artemis at Sparta and Ephesus, and Hera at Argos. The worship of these heavenly women was intimately bound up with the public life of the cities, wherein they severally made their homes. The dwelling of the deity imitated the European type of palace. In the 9th century, the Spartans erected to Artemis Orthia, a temple consisting of a wooden frame, with walls of unburnt brick resting on a foundation of stone. The apex of the gabled roof was supported by an interior row of wooden columns, running lengthwise through the center. It was a small building, less than 15 by 30 feet in extent. designed mainly as a shelter for the deity and her utensils and gifts, whereas the worshippers gathered about the great altar outside. The goddess herself, represented by a piece of wood rudely carved, was so small that the priestess could hold it in her hands. In origin a nature goddess, she gave fertility to flocks and fields, and was patroness of youths in their athletic training, and of girls who worshipped her in choral song and in masked nocturnal processions. Summarily, the Dorians and Ionians, occupying the area once most thoroughly permeated with Minoan culture, were its principal heirs. In material civilization, religion, government, and social structure, they were essentially alike, and it was owing chiefly to developments beginning near the close of the Middle Age. Above all, to the brilliant growth of industry, commerce, and intellectual life among the Ionians, that in the historical period the leading communities of the two races differed widely from each other. 2. Aeolian colonization and culture. While Ionians and Dorians were occupying the central and southern parts of the Aegean islands and Anatolian coasts, the Aeolians of Thessaly and Boeotia were engaged in a parallel movement of colonization. They settled in Lesbos, where Mytilene gained the first rank in population and power. Chios, too, they occupied. On the adjoining mainland they founded 12 settlements, among which were Kyme and Smyrna. The Aeolian colonists had been but slightly touched by Minoan culture, and only in its decadent form. Most of them were men of new blood and fresh ideas, the first Europeans whom we can clearly know. In all probability it is mainly their life that is pictured by Homer. His age, home, and personality are still under controversy. Are the epics attributed to him, the Iliad and the Odyssey, the work of one poet or of a long succession of minstrels? Whether an individual or a collective unit, did Homer live on the Greek mainland or in the Anatolian colonies, soon after the close of the Minoan age, hence about 1100 or 3 centuries later? Do his poems picture a single phase or successive phases of culture? These problems are still pressing for solution. The present volume has no space for the details of the controversy. It must limit itself to the presentation of a view which seems to the writer most reasonable in the light of the known facts. Most probably the Minoans, like the contemporary Orientals, had a written literature of chronicles, songs, and epics. However, that may be centuries before Homer. Achaean minstrels chanted lays of war and adventure in the palaces of the glorious Minoan age. Through song and story, the memories of Minoan splendor were vividly retained to the end of the colonial period. Tradition may well have been aided by the survival here and there of an old palace, and more abundantly of rich furniture, gold cups, inlaid swords, and other artistic objects, preserved as heirlooms in the families of the great. In these ways, material from the Golden Age and from that of decadence came down to the time of Homer, who well knew the art, though not the artists. The minstrel predecessors of Homer lived in Thessaly and its neighborhood. The gods are therefore Thessalian, their home is Mount Olympus. The Thessalian local coloring is strong, and the political, social, and religious atmosphere is European rather than Minoan. Among the colonists to Asia Minor came bards, with their lays and traditions, and there the struggle of the immigrants with a strange environment stimulated the poetic genius to heroic efforts. Among them was Homer, the supreme genius of epic song. His home was Smyrna or Chios, where dwelt Aeolians and Ionians mixed. His dialect, accordingly, combines those of the two races, while the life of his neighborhood is Aeolic, modified by Ionian influence. He lived about 800 and may have composed both Iliad and Odyssey, not by incorporating earlier lays or by merely adding to an existing epic, but by totally new creations, yet from tradition contained in extant songs. After his time, his poems underwent some changes, especially during the 8th and 7th centuries. Thus it happened that Homer's poems, which are mainly Indo-European, became the inspiration and the literary models of the historical Greeks. The life he pictures is not homogeneous, but a mingling of the traditional and the ideal with contemporary facts. Living no long time after an age of colonization, Homer knew how a city was founded. The Phaeacians of old, he informs us, dwelt in Hyperia, near the Cyclops, who continually vexed them. Thence the godlike Nausithous made them depart, and he carried them away and planted them in Scheria, far off from men that live by bread. And he drew a wall about the town, and built houses and made shrines for the gods, and meted out the fields. He became king of the city, and at his death his scepter passed to his son. The land was distributed on an aristocratic principle. Wood and pasture remained common to all, whereas special domains were reserved for the king and the gods, while to the great men, the king's counselors and commanders of troops in war, were granted large estates to be worked by their slaves, hired men, or tenants. The common freeman received a lot in the city for his dwelling, and in the country a field for cultivation. Such ownership of land as existed was vested in the family, and was not subject to transfer by sale. Country life. Slaves and common freemen lived the crudest lives, devoid of every comfort. The hut of the swineherd had no table, chair, or bed. Laertes, driven from the throne of Ithaca because of old age, retired to the country where he lived a poor man. Thy father abides there in the field, and goes not down to the town. Nor lies he on bedding, or rugs, or shining blankets, but all the winter he sleeps where sleep the thralls in the house, in the ashes by the fire, and is clad in sorry raiment. But when the summer comes, and the rich harvest tide, his beds of fallen leaves are strewn lowly, all about the knoll of his vineyard plot. There he lies sorrowing. We see the same old man in the terraced vineyard, digging about a plant, clothed in a filthy chiton, patched and unseemly, with clouted leggings of oxhide bound about his legs, against the scratches of the brambles, and long sleeves over his hands by reason of the briars, and on his head he wore a goatskin cap, or trudging home weary at night to receive his food prepared by an old Sicilian woman. Out of keeping with his sorry life is the fact that he was the proprietor of a rich and well-ordered farm that he had won for himself of old as the prize of great toil in war. There was his house, and all about it ran the huts, wherein the thralls were wont to eat and dwell and sleep, bondsmen that worked his will. We watched the laborers plow, plant, reap, thresh, dig trenches, build stone fences, fell trees, and dispute over the boundaries of their fields. They produced nearly everything they needed. They rarely went to town to purchase bronze or iron for their forges, and they seemed to have been cut off from all political life. The city was small. Therein lived the king, the noble and wealthy with their household slaves, and the common agricultural class whose estates were conveniently near. There too dwelt potters, curriers, bronzesmiths, and a few merchants, who dealt in useful metals and in imported Eastern luxuries. Into the harbor sailed Phoenicians, in their ships laden with countless goods, and while they traded, they kidnapped children, profitably combining commerce with robbery. Among a people of action, the pirate was more esteemed than the lazy merchant. The city was but rudely fortified. The palace was like the Mycenaean of simple form, consisting of a great hall with central hearth, bath and sleeping rooms, and a vestibule leading to a front court. The splendid furnishings described by Homer were either heirlooms or a mere memory of a richer and more cultured age. Government, the king. The Homeric government contrasts with the Minoan. The monarchy appears in its simplest elements, yet the enormous pretensions of the king may be a breath from the Minoan south. He was a near descendant, preferably a great-grandson of Zeus or some other god. His honor, too, was from Zeus, lord of counsel, who cherished him, granted him glory, and furnished him even with thoughts. His scepter, the sign of his power, was made in heaven and given by a god to the founder of his dynasty. The people, therefore, prayed and hearkened to him as to a god. Here we have an approach to the Oriental god-king. Among the Greeks of Homer's time, however, these vast boastings were empty. The king maintained his place only by superior personal ability, as in semi-barbarous life, and his power depended on the number of troops he led. Thus with Agamemnon followed the most and goodliest folk by far, and in their midst himself was clad in flashing bronze, all glorious, and was preeminent amid all warriors, because he was goodliest and led folk far greatest in number. Relations were personal, and no theory of government or even idea of government in the abstract had yet arisen. Ordinarily, the kingship was hereditary, yet if the son was too young or otherwise incompetent, the scepter might pass to a brother or other relative. Occasionally, a new family came to the scepter. In Ithaca, some kind of popular election was thought of to fill the throne of Odysseus, in case the natural heir should not succeed. For support, the king depended on the great estate attached to the scepter, personal or family property, gifts from his subjects, his large share of booty, and choice portions of sacrificial victims. He wore no crown or purple robe, but dressed and equipped himself little better than other nobles. The state. In this period and among these people, the state was a crude, undeveloped institution, with functions correspondingly few and ill-defined. The duty clearly conceived of protecting the population from foreign enemies made the king a general, the commander-in-chief of the army. The need of protecting the state itself from domestic foes, from treason and rebellion, gave him judicial power. It was no less incumbent upon the government to avert the anger of the gods and to secure their goodwill and beneficence. From this need arose the king's priestly character. Notable is the fact that the state had not yet acquired the function of protecting the lives and property of the citizens. That was a private affair. One who slew another fled from the country to escape the vengeance of the murdered man's kin, or remained on condition of paying a sum acceptable to the kinsman. With such things the government had nothing to do. Likewise, it was incumbent on each individual to protect his own property from thieves and robbers. There were no police or officers of justice, and in time of peace no army. It often happened, however, that the disputants brought their case for arbitration to the king, queen, or councillors. In the famous trial scene pictured on the shield of Achilles, the question seems to be whether the slayer has paid the blood money to the kin. The folk were gathered in the assembly place, for there a strife was arisen. Two men striving for the blood price of a man slain. The one claimed he had paid full atonement, expounding to the people, but the other denied him and would take naught, and both were fain to receive judgment at the hands of an arbiter, and the folk were cheering both as they took part on either side, and heralds kept order among the folk, while the elders on polished stones were sitting in the sacred circle, and holding in their hands staves from the loud-voiced heralds. Then, before the people, they rose up and gave judgment, each in turn. And in the midst lay 2 talents of gold, to give to him who should plead most righteously. Probably the councillor who received the loudest applause from the people was deemed the wisest judge. Here is the faint beginning of popular jurisdiction, which culminated in the courts of Athens in the 5th and 4th centuries BC. The council. The king was absolute only on the battlefield, where he exercised the power of life and death. It is true that there was no constitutional way of checking him, or of calling him to account. But in point of fact he was limited by the Council of Elders and by the popular assembly. The members of the council, Bulli, had the same honors and titles as the king. They too are scepter-bearing kings and fosterlings of Zeus. The king was himself a councillor, and merely the first among equals. Whereas the council was an essential element of government, the king was not so considered, as his presence was unnecessary to the assembly of that body or the transaction of business by it. Individual members rebuked him sharply, denounced him as unfit to rule, and often disobeyed his command. They were haughty, quarrelsome, and insubordinate. The right to sit in council. The right to give advice depended on the wisdom of age. Hence the members were called elders. On lineage or success in war. The number was small, never more than a dozen. A man of influence in the community, especially with the ability to raise and command military forces, was sure to be given a place in the council by the king, and when once a seat was established it became hereditary. Usually the councillors assembled round the table of the king, and began business after partaking of his hospitality. The discussion lasted till all agreed. The idea of voting or of majority was totally absent. There were no specialized functions or departments of administration. Individually and collectively, the councillors assisted and limited the king in all his duties, military, judicial, and religious. Though they had no legal way of coercing the king, their collective will generally prevailed. It required but a slight shift in the political balance to change the kingship into an aristocracy. In the absence of Odysseus, his country was kingless, virtually an aristocracy, at the mercy of turbulent, avaricious nobles, in whom the poet, whose sympathies were with the royal family, could recognize no legitimate authority. The Assembly of Commons. For the commons, the Zeus-nurtured prince cherished supreme contempt, but in practice he had to heed their will. In war, all fighters; in peace, all men, within or near the city, attended the assembly called by king or noble. Often the question brought before them had previously been considered in council. They were usually such as affected the people and whose execution required their cooperation. The chief speakers were the king and councillors, though commoners were not wholly debarred. The commons expressed assent by shouting. Their disapproval by silence points to remarkable self-restraint. Ordinarily, their opinion prevailed. In their gathering lay a germ of democracy, which was to grow and ripen to perfection in Greek states like Athens. The tendency of the time, however, was to abridge this influence in the aristocratic interest. In Ithaca, during the king's long absence, the nobles neglected to summon it. They themselves altogether went to the assembly place, and suffered none others to sit with them, either of the young men or of the elders. By degrading the office of the king and by neglecting to call the assembly, or by restricting it to their own kinsmen and partisans, the nobles were already converting the monarchy into an aristocracy. Religion. In the religion of Homer we find a striking contrast with the Minoan age. The people of whom he speaks feared no ghosts, nor venerated heroes or fetishes, or the dead, or monsters. The few abnormal creatures who existed in imagination were not the objects of worship. All the gods had human form, and with the exception of the lame smith Hephaestus, all were models of beauty. They differed from men only in their superior stature, strength, and physical perfection, in the character of their food and drink, ambrosia and nectar, in their dwelling place and life of ease, and in their immortality. They needed sleep, suffered pain, and were sometimes wounded by men in battle. Though Zeus was superior, all were limited in knowledge and power. They pursued their several inclinations, now in disobedience to Zeus, now winning him by persuasion or cajolery. At times his throne, like that of the mortal king, was insecure, and again his vast superiority seems to indicate a growing monotheism. The council and society of the gods. The great deities dwelt together as a family on the summit of snowy Olympus. There they spent their time in happy feasting, or schemed and quarreled. Or under the presidency of Zeus, father of gods and men, they sat in council on the destinies of humankind. Their society was a reflection from that of earth, yet freer from moral restraint. They had all the evil as well as good qualities of man. Indeed, the poet appears to take delight in holding up the frailties of some, as Aphrodite and Ares to ridicule. Their relation with men. In their dealings with men, they were moved by caprice. They helped those whom they loved and brought misfortune on the objects of their hate, or upon those who neglected sacrifice or the fulfillment of a vow to them. Yet in a limited measure they were the protectors of right and the avengers of wrong. Yea, and the gods, taking on all manner of forms in the likeness of strangers from foreign lands, wander through the cities, beholding the insolence and the righteous spirit of men. They rewarded the good, but loved not evil deeds. Morally imperfect, like human beings, these gods, as Homer represents them, with their clear-cut, athletic forms, their majestic beauty, their incessant free activity, were the chief inspiration of Hellenic sculpture, from the 6th century through the period of its acme and decline. Priests and temples, seers. Homer knew no priestly caste or hierarchy. The gods were so near to men as to demand no intermediaries. The father prayed and sacrificed for the family, the king and nobles for the state, and each individual for himself. Here and there were temples, most of them doubtless only large enough to shelter an image. Such a shrine was under the care of a priest, who, though dear to the gods, was as a rule not a noble, or in any way superior to other men. Seers were classed along with craftsmen. Calchas, the most celebrated, refers to himself as a man of inferior social rank. The nobles had not yet monopolized religion or converted it to a political instrument. The dead. In the treatment of the dead and in their view of the spirit life, the Homeric Greeks were far removed from the Minoans. Vestiges of embalming may have been borrowed from the south, but the Aeolians of Homer always burned the body and deposited the ashes in an urn, over which they heaped a cairn. On the top of this mound they set a pillar. In general opinion, all souls passed unconditionally to the realm of Hades, in the far west, or beneath the earth, there to lead a shadowy, joyless existence. The shade of Achilles says, "Speak not comfortably to me of death, glorious Odysseus. I should rather be upon the field as the servant of another, of one who had no land and little property, than a king of all the dead." Elysium. Once only the poet speaks of a future world of happiness, the Elysian plain in the extreme west, where life is easiest for man. No snow is there, nor yet great storm, nor any rain, but always ocean sendeth forth the breeze of the shrill west to blow cool on men. There dwells fair-haired Rhadamanthus, brother of Minos, and thither the gods will carry Menelaus, because he has Helen to wife, and through her is deemed a son of Zeus. Thus this paradise is open to a few favorites of the gods. Morals. In moral living, the Homeric Greeks derived little aid from their deities. It is true that religion taught them to pity and protect stranger suppliants, to honor parents, to refrain from overweening pride, and in a general way, by precept rather than by the example of the gods, to cultivate righteousness. But their moral progress, whatever it was, must be attributed to purely human effort. Their virtues were preeminently military, above all physical strength and bravery. The bad man was the coward and weakling, Wisdom was the skill in the use of arms or in the management of men, or shrewdness in daily life. The Greeks were proverbially deceitful, and Homer's gods and men indulge in clever lying. Yet Achilles exclaims, "Hateful to me as the gates of Hades is the man who conceals one thing in his breast and speaks another." Patience, temperance, and self-control are commended in the hero Odysseus. The spirit of justice and general good order within the state and the army is pronounced. The number of crimes is remarkably few, in view of the lack of supervision on the part of the government. Family life. Perhaps the most charming feature of Homeric life is the love of husband and wife, of parents and children, the affection which binds the family together in a moral unity. This bond was drawn the closer by the circumstance that, unaided by the state, the family had to protect its own property and lives and avenge its wrongs. The father was head of the family, but the mother's place was equally honorable, and descent through her was highly esteemed. Her father had received for her hand a bright price in oxen, which went to her as dowry, and the lady of rank chose her husband from among the suitors. Women sat with men in the great hall, and went about freely in city and country. Sometimes the queen alone held the royal office. This honorable and influential place of woman was one to which Indo-European and Minoan sentiments and usages alike contributed. It is true that her pacific nature and her physical inferiority made her the prey of war, the victim of the brutal conqueror, and often her husband's lack of respect for the marriage bond subjected her to distressing humiliation. Yet, at least in the higher class, these disadvantages were in part made good by the love and honor, the chivalrous treatment and social power accorded her alike by kin, townspeople, and guests from other states. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Hellenic History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. Hellenic History by George Willis Botsford. Chapter 4. Economic Growth and Colonial Expansion. BC 750 to 479. Agriculture. The decline of Minoan culture had been accompanied by a vast depopulation, made good only in part by the infiltration of strangers. In the Middle Age, forests grew up over many a field that had once been tilled or occupied by human dwellings. As the Hellenes emerge from the darkness of that time, we find them, at the close of the 8th century, chiefly engaged in grazing and agriculture. There remained abundant public land on the mountain slopes, on which the citizens freely pastured their flocks and cut wood for fuel and building. The arable fields were the property of king, gods, associations of various kinds, and citizen families. Our chief source for the beginning of this period is Hesiod's Works and Days. He instructs the peasant proprietor first of all to get a cottage and a woman and an ox for plowing, and all necessary furnishings in his house, for neighbors do not like to lend. Keep a sharp-toothed dog, stint not his food, lest a day slumbering man rob thee of thy belongings. His advice is directed chiefly, however, to the small country esquire, whose manor house stands near the group of slave cabins. Yet even on such an estate life is simple and full of toil. The lord labors along with his slaves. They use a wooden plough drawn by a pair of steers, a mattock for breaking the clods, and a rude two-wheeled cart for conveyance. They have no mill for grinding grain, wheat or more commonly barley and spelt, but crush it in a mortar after threshing it on a hard-beaten floor. Their grain and wine they store for the winter in large earthen jars, as had been done in the Minoan age. The labors of the seasons they regulate according to the movements of the stars and the phenomena of plant and animal life. The rising of Arcturus announces spring, and when they see the snails climbing the plants, they sharpen sickles for the harvest. Life is an endless round of toil, with a slight relaxation in the coldest month, when the fierce northeast wind brings to earth many a lofty oak and branching pine in the mountain dells, or in the hottest summer, when the tuneful cicadae shrilly sing, it is permitted the Lord to rest in a shady grotto, while he eats his roast kid or beef and drinks his Biblian wine well mixed with water. We catch but one pleasing glimpse of indoor life, where the unwedded, tender girl bides near her dear mother. After bathing and anointing herself with oil, she sleeps peacefully during the night, while out of the doors the homeless polypus gnaws his own food in dismal haunts. Conditions in Attica were similar. Besides grain and grapes, this country produced an abundance of honey, figs, and olives. The oil was used for anointing the body, and in the preparation of food, and much remained for exportation. The government carefully regulated the planting and care of trees, the location of hives, the digging of ditches, and the use of water from public and private wells. Country life grows difficult. The incoming northerners had infused Hellas with a tremendous physical vitality. The rapid increase of population made country life more and more difficult. Peasant estates, divided equally among the sons, soon became too small to support a family even in a prosperous season. And when the crops failed, the situation of the poorer farmers grew desperate. Better it is, says Hesiod, to bring up but a single son, especially as heirs often waste the estate in litigation, and the judges are ready to give the verdict to the one who brings the largest bribe. The common man in the hands of a magistrate is like a nightingale in the hawk's clutches. It is well, therefore, eschewing litigation, to work and save and avoid borrowing. In Attica, a mortgage pillar was placed on the farm of the debtor, and in failure to pay, the estate fell to the creditor. In such a case, the debtor generally became a tenant on the land he once had owned, paying his lord a sixth part of the produce. Further borrowing placed a mortgage on the security of his own person, or on that of his wife or children. Such debts were hopeless and served as a step to slavery. Some escaped their doom by flight. In Boeotia, day-slumbering highwaymen infested the roads. Round the smith's forge or in the rude clubhouses of the village gathered throngs of homeless beings, who filled their idle hours with evil plots. Everywhere in Attica stood mortgage pillars, holding black earth in slavery. Many peasants, once free, toiled trembling under their masters' caprices. Many others were sold, often illegally, into foreign lands. The agricultural population was fast falling into slavery. The liberation of the Attic peasantry by Solon will be considered in another chapter. The gloomy outlook filled the Boeotian poet with darkest forebodings for the human race. While, however, he was reiterating his only proposal for a cure, work and save, the problem was elsewhere, finding solution in the growth of skilled labor. The rise of industry. During the Middle Age, the highly developed Minoan industries had almost disappeared, and in the semi-barbarism of the period, mankind reverted to the primitive custom of making at home nearly everything needed in house or field. The village smith and potter wrought for their immediate neighborhood. In the coast towns were shipwrights skilled in building the small round-bottomed boats of the time, propelled by a sail and at most by 30 oars. With the help of his slaves, the lord built his own house, and women wove the necessary garments. Only the rich could purchase a few luxuries, as tapestries, jewelry, and medicine, from Ionian or Phoenician traders, or beautifully dyed woolens and linens brought from Lydia and Caria. Gradually, however, as life became more settled, and wealth accumulated in the hands of lords, arose a demand for better wares than could be supplied by unskilled hands. To meet this need, some of the poor who felt cramped on their little farms, or were made homeless by economic oppression, began manufacturing on a small scale. Those who had skill and thrift grew wealthy. Many an impoverished lord betook himself to such an occupation, and many a wealthy noble invested part of his capital in trade. Men of the same branch of industry banded themselves together for mutual encouragement and protection. The guild, thus arising, patterned itself after the gens, for blood was the firmest bond which united men. As the Alcmeonidae were sons of Alcmeon, the smiths of Athens called themselves the sons of bronze, Chalcidae. There were, too, the Praxiergidae, handicrafts' sons, and various other artisan guilds. In these times, work was no disgrace, and the fact that in early Attica the guilds won political privileges speaks well for their reputation. Slavery. Hand in hand with skilled industry developed slavery. A workman who could buy a single slave for his shop became a capitalist on a small scale, which was generally enlarged with future purchases, till the master outrivaled the old noble in wealth, and could contend with him for political supremacy. The growth of industry was accordingly interwoven with the political and constitutional development of Greece. Lydian, Ionian, and Lesbian industries. The industries of the New Age had their principal origin in Ionia and her neighbor Lydia, a country of diverse natural resources. Hence it was that in the 7th century Lydian headbands, sandals, and golden ornaments for the person were among the most highly prized luxuries of Hellas. Soon, however, these products were excelled by the brilliant efforts of Ionians and Lesbians. Miletus won fame for her finely woven woolens, of rich violet, saffron, purple, and scarlet colors, and her rare embroideries for the decoration of hats and robes. Doubtless, her workshops produced a wide range of wares, not mentioned in history, such as were demanded by the increasing refinement of her civilization. Second only to Miletus were other cities of Ionia and Mytilene on the island of Lesbos. Notably, Glaucus of Chios discovered a process for welding iron, which proved invaluable in the useful and fine arts. About the same time, certain Samians introduced bronze casting into Greece from the Orient. Aegina and Chalkis. Naturally, the extension of skilled industry over Greece was from east to west. Aegina, whose scant soil forced the people to industry and commerce, produced bronze work, such as cauldrons, tripods, and sculptured figures and groups, in addition to small wares of various kinds. In Euboea, on the Strait of Euripus, Chalkis became a thriving industrial city. With bronze obtained in part from neighboring mines, and with purple mollusk caught in the strait, she manufactured wares for war and peace and costly dyes for kings and nobles. Corinth. In industry and commerce, Chalkis had eventually to yield to Corinth, from early time renowned for wealth. Its citadel was Acrocorinthus, a steep and lofty peak commanding a view of the isthmus below, and of a wide expanse of country all about. The two harbors, one on the Saronic Gulf, the other on the Corinthian, afforded easy commerce with the east and the west. To avoid the hazardous doubling of Cape Malea, ships were unloaded their freight, which under a toll to the city was transported across the isthmus. Early dreams of a canal were idle, but in time was constructed a tramway for hauling ships across. The city was not simply a mart, but a thriving center of industry, which produced vases showing Oriental influence, bronze wares for utensils and arms, well-woven and beautifully dyed woolen fabrics for clothing and tapestries. Even the Ionians, not content with their rich native fabrics, welcomed the Corinthian robes of purple, sea green, hyacinth, violet, and brilliant red. In the vases were exported wines, olive oil, and toilet ointments. These activities were fostered by the government. The king had been supplanted by the members of his gens, the Bacchiadae, who, forming a close aristocracy, refused intermarriage with any other class. During their 90 years of rule, 647 to 557, they developed the useful and decorative arts to a high stage of excellence, and in friendly cooperation with Chalkis, they extended their lines of traffic in various directions. Megara and Attica. Immediately to the north of Corinth was Megara, a little city-state with a narrow territory extending across the isthmus. The soil was stony, scarcely fit for anything but grazing. This condition compelled the Megarians to manufacture, with their scant means, coarse woolens and heavy potteries, and from both their narrow coasts to traffic with the east and west. In the 7th and 6th centuries, Attica remained essentially agricultural. It did export, however, oil and probably wine, in beautifully painted vases. Her great industrial and commercial development belongs to the following period. Other centers of industry and traffic will be mentioned in other connections. Colonial expansion, about 750 to 550. With the economic development of the period is closely connected a great movement of colonial expansion. While in agricultural districts, the departure of emigrants lightened the burden of excessive population, the growth of thriving cities demanded not only an increased food supply, but an importation of raw materials from distant countries and markets for manufactured products. Added to the need of an outlet for the surplus population and the requirements of industry and commerce were the love of adventure and enterprise, and the fortune-hunting spirit inborn in many Greeks. And as time went on, not a few were detached from their home countries by the political unrest which attended the evolution of government from monarchy to aristocracy, tyranny, and democracy. Minoan, Etruscan, and Chalcidic colonization. The Minoans had traded with Sicily and with Italy as far north at least as Campania, and had sent colonists thither. A last remnant most probably was the Etruscan people, whose Minoan ancestors came to Italy no later than 800. Then the mariners of Chalcis followed in the Etruscan path to Campania, for barter with the natives. About 750 they planted their first colony in Italy. The chief object was trade, as we may infer from its location on the little island of Pithecusae of the promontory of Misenum. Here the strangers could defend themselves far better than on the mainland. It was a lovely isle with beautiful landscape, rich soil, and an exhaustless supply of the best clay to be found in Italy. From there they crossed over to the mainland and settled Cumae, by ancient repute the oldest Greek colony in the peninsula. Its founding, however, could have been no earlier than the middle of the 8th century. Long afterward Cumae, in conjunction with some Athenians, settled Neapolis on the Bay of Naples. The Cumaeans manufactured vases and metalwares for trade with the native Ausonians, in whose country they were settled, and with the Latins farther north. Their fields unstintingly yielded grain, with which in after years they could relieve the city of Rome when distressed with famine. Cumaean culture. On the loftiest hill of the city, the Cumaeans built a temple to Apollo, in which they erected a wooden statue no less than 15 feet in height. The shrine was the center of culture, which at that time was all religious. Here the Greeks continued to expand the myths of their race, making Odysseus, Ulysses, and other national heroes visit the shores of Italy in their wanderings. The volcanic character of the land suggested the presence of supernature, the terrific battle of the giants for the ownership of a fertile neighboring plain, the cavernous mouth of Hades' realm, and the mysterious abode of the Sibyl, Apollo's prophetess, who wrote her oracles on leaves. This was the first Hellenic center of culture with which the Romans came in touch. Thence they borrowed the cult of Apollo and the art of writing. Other Chalcidic colonies. Afterward, the Cumaeans, with other colonists from the mother city, founded Zancle, the sickle-shaped town, on the Sicilian side of the Strait of Messina. In later years, after receiving an accession of immigrants from Messenia, it came to be named Messini, Messana. Other Chalcidic towns were Rhegium, on the opposite side of the strait, and Hymera on the northern coast of Sicily, far to the west of Zancle. Achaean colonies. Meanwhile, Achaeans from northern Peloponnese founded Sybaris in the instep of the peninsula. Built in a plain which was unhealthful yet marvelously productive, the town drew abundant wealth from the soil. Her people expanded by colonization and conquest, till, it is said, they ruled over 4 nationalities and 25 cities. In their final struggle with Croton, we are informed with undoubted exaggeration that they placed 300,000 men in the field. A colony on the west coast, founded partly by them, was Posidonia, which now attracts a continual stream of tourists by its temple ruins. In a district malarial and thinly peopled, yet surpassingly fertile, stands the temple to Poseidon, impressive in its lonely majesty. Originally agricultural, the Achaeans developed a great commerce, especially as intermediaries between Ionia and Etruria. Milesian woolens of fine texture, brought to Sybaris, were transported across the peninsula to her coast colonies, where Etruscan merchants eagerly bought them. Croton, another Achaean city, acquired a territory inferior to that of Sybaris, but a superior fame for athleticism and war. Locri, a colony from Locris, remained purely agricultural, hence far inferior in wealth and population to the great Achaean cities. Here arose the first Indo-European law code, which tradition assigns to Zaleucus. Dorian colonies, Tarentum. In Italy, the Dorians made one settlement of primary importance, Tarentum, founded, according to traditions, from Laconia in the time of the Messenian Wars. It was on an excellent harbor in the instep of Italy, northeast of Sybaris. The settlers wrested from the native Iapygians a wide tract of land, in which they occupied themselves with farming and sheep-raising. Equally important were fishing and the preparation of purple dye. The Tarentines developed a great industry in weaving and dyeing fine woolens, as well as in vase-making. Their wares they exported throughout the peninsula. The Greek colonists, and by no means least among them the Tarentines, profoundly affected the history of Italy. Syracuse, founded 734. Among the earliest colonizers of Sicily were the Corinthians. Archias, a noble sailing from Corinth, left a band of settlers on Corcyra. Thence, proceeding to Sicily, he founded Syracuse on the island of Ortygia. The fountain Arethusa supplied copious fresh water, while the great and little harbors gave certain promise of a splendid commercial future. The colonists divided among themselves the adjacent territory, in large estates to be worked by serfs called Ciliarians. We do not know the origin of this class, but evidently the natives, Syces, formed a great part of it. Far more numerous than their lords, they corresponded in status to the Helots of Laconia described below. Thus the society of the colony differentiated into great landlords, a middle class of merchants and artisans, serfs, and purchased slaves. Soon the city outgrew the island and expanded over the neighboring plateau. Under favoring conditions of location and soil, Syracuse was destined, in the days of her greatness, to become the most populous and the most strongly fortified city in Europe. Acragas, Agrigentum, and other colonies in Sicily. Many other Dorian colonies from various cities were planted in southern Sicily, the most brilliant of which was Acragas. Its founders, after long toils bravely borne, took by a riverside a sacred dwelling place, and became the eye of Sicily, and the life of good luck clave to them, to crown their inborn worth. Their citadel was a lofty ridge, 2 miles from the shore. Beneath this shelter on the south, the city grew up on the high ground between 2 mountain streams, which join below before flowing onto the sea. The river's estuary served as a harbor. There the jars of oil and wine produced in the rich fields above the city were loaded for shipment to the eager marts of Carthage, whence a back-returning stream of silver marvelously enriched the Acragantines. Other colonies of Sicily, to be named in the course of this narrative, need not be mentioned here. A wreath of Hellenic settlements nearly encircled the flowery island. Only in the west the Phoenicians, receding somewhat before the aggressive Greeks, stubbornly maintained themselves. Importance of the Western Greek colonies. The economic and cultural history of the Italian and Sicilian Greeks is closely twinned on the one hand with that of the mother country, on the other with that of Rome. They interest us not only for their own contributions to civilization and their reactive stimulus to older Hellas, but even more as a mighty factor in the civilization of Italy, and through Italy of Central and Western Europe. Improved navigation and the far western colonies. Spain. The earlier voyages to these shores had been made in small round-bottomed boats described above. In the 7th century developed a somewhat longer vessel, with flatter bottom, furnished with 50 oars, and armed with a bronze beak for attack. These improved ships conveyed the Samians, and more actively the Phocaeans, in their distant voyages to Iberia, Spain, whose gold, silver, and copper attracted them. Beyond the Pillars of Heracles in the stormy Atlantic, the Cassiterides Isles and distant Britain yielded tin, a metal chiefly prized as an ingredient of bronze. In the tin trade, the Phoenicians were intermediaries between Greeks and natives. Colonies in Gaul. On the southern coast of Gaul, Phocaeans founded Massalia, Marseille, long the chief center of Hellenic culture in the western Mediterranean, mother of a cluster of colonies in Gaul and Iberia, and school of the neighboring barbarians who learned there to speak and write the Hellenic tongue. The Greeks of this region brought with them the Ionian laws, and from Ephesus the cult of Artemis, whose temples rose in every city. We must accordingly regard the Phocaeans as the forerunners of Rome in the work of civilizing southwestern Europe, northern Aegean colonies. A somewhat different interest attaches to colonial movements in other directions. The founding of settlements on the Thracian Sea and along the Hellespont and Propontis served merely to expand Aegean Hellas to its natural limits. In the occupation of the Chalcidic Peninsula, the name itself suggests that Chalcis took the lead, though Eritrea and Corinth participated. The country was rough, but the chief occupation was agriculture along with fishing. In later time, the timber of the region proved a source of revenue, and in the neighborhood were the mines of Mount Pangaeus. It was through these colonies that the Macedonians of the interior, a backward Hellenic people, slowly acquired the civilization of their progressive southern kinsmen. Colonies on the Hellespont and Propontis. Meanwhile, the Ionians, were sailing through the Hellespont and the Propontis and along the coasts of the Black Sea to catch the tunny fish, to trade with the natives, and to plant settlements on all the shores. Miletus alone is said to have founded no less than 90 in this region. Most important, however, was Byzantium on the Propontis, the most famous among the colonies of Megara. It is situated on a spacious bay in touch with migrating shoals of fish, an exhaustless source of wealth to the inhabitants. Their command of the strait enabled them to levy tolls on passing ships, while splendid opportunities for commerce, combined with a strong defensible position, further contributed to their prosperity. 1,000 years after its founding, this city, under the name of Constantinople, became the capital of the Roman Empire. Colonies on the Black Sea. Although Hellenic settlements surrounded the Black Sea in a nearly unbroken chain, their civilization failed to penetrate far into the interior or materially to affect the natives. For such results, the settlers were all too few. To Hellas, the Black Sea region, while offering little intellectual aid, furnished useful products, especially fish, timber, dyes, wheat, metals, cattle, and slaves. Naucratis, Egypt. In another direction, Greek enterprise was to bear rich intellectual fruit. About the middle of the 7th century, Psammetichus had made himself master of Egypt, with the help of bronze-clad Ionian and Carian rovers of the sea. He and his dynasty were therefore most friendly to the Greeks. A settlement of Ionian traders on the Canobic channel of the Nile, they permitted accordingly to grow till it became the colony of Naucratis. Here, under the protection of the government, various Greek cities of Asia Minor and the neighboring islands, together with Aegina, established their warehouse for trade. The king enlisted many Greek mercenaries. The natives, whose country produced few grapes, enjoyed the wines imported from Greece, and sent in exchange the varied products of the Orient. A class of native interpreters acquainted with the Hellenic tongue grew up, who entranced the curious tourist with wondrous tales of folklore and religion and medical skill, of engineering and building achievement, in the erection of pyramid or labyrinth or temple, whose immensity and durability awed the impressionable Hellenic mind. The importation of papyrus into Greece cheapened writing material, while the elementary facts of geometry and astronomy, brought home by inquisitive tourists, stimulated the birth of Hellenic science and philosophy. To the opening of Egypt, therefore, we may trace in part the great intellectual awakening of Hellas. Motive and effects of colonization. It is unnecessary in these pages to mention by name any one of the hundreds of other Greek settlements scattered along the coasts of the Mediterranean and of its tributary waters. The leading motive, as has been noticed, was economic, expansion of trade, and provision for the surplus population of a marvelously virile race. Among the effects were not only the bestowal of Hellenism in a varying degree upon the peoples of the Mediterranean basin, but also the enrichment of the Greeks themselves, and, through contact with the world, their own stupendous advance in civilization. All that the Europeans and their colonists now are in the world, the Hellenes were then, in the Mediterranean basin, carriers of civilization and reapers of political and economic profit through their vital and intellectual mastery. The founding and the organization of a colony. In the planting of colonies, the Greeks of this period gradually developed a body of customs to which they felt morally bound. The founding city, metropolis, mother state, after obtaining the sanction of the Delphic Apollo, appointed as founder a citizen of noble family to conduct the colonists to their new home, establish the government, and after death receive worship as a hero. Often an invitation was issued to friendly neighbors to take part. A charter of incorporation was drawn up, which constituted the proposed settlement as a community, named the founder, provided for the assignment of lands and for other necessary matters, and regulated the relations between the mother and daughter cities. The tie was fundamentally one of kinship, such as binds parents and children. Well, I know that many colonies have been and will be at enmity with their parents, but in early days the child, as in a family, loves and is loved. Even if there come a time later when the tie is broken, still, while he is in want of education, he naturally loves his parents and is beloved by them, and flies to his relatives for protection, and finds in them his only natural allies in the time of need. These words of Plato testify to the strong bond of filial sentiment which showed itself in the participation in common religious festivals, in the reciprocal rights and honors extended by each community to the member of the other, and in the general continuity of religious, social, and political usages and institutions of the old city in the new. A colony in the neighborhood of the mother state usually remained politically dependent, such as were the Athenian settlements of the 5th century, known as kleroukies, lot holdings, but so strong were the decentralizing tendencies that distant colonies became forthwith sovereign states, permanently united with the mother state, however, by the firmest bond of alliance known to the Greeks. The colonial movement tended accordingly to widen the sympathy beyond the narrow limits of city-state, while the experience gained in the framing of charters and in the organization of new communities stimulated the development of written law and constitutions, and ultimately the birth of political science. Commerce was greatly promoted by the invention of coinage. Early in the Middle Age, the Minoan currency was lost to the world, which in consequence returned to barter. After the introduction of iron, spits, obols of that metal passed as small currency. In the 8th century, the Ionians, reviving the Minoan custom, began to use as coins striated drops of electron, a natural amalgam of gold and silver. Probably they were before the Lydians in the adoption of a coinage. From the early 7th century, Ionian and Lydian issues may be approximately dated. West of the Aegean Sea, the Aeginetans were the first to stamp coins. Their type was a 2-drachma piece of about 194 grains, giving 97 grains to the drachma. The latter, considered equivalent to 6 current obols, would furnish silver for an American $0.25. This double drachma was called a tertis, from the figure of that reptile stamped on the face. It passed current not only in Aegina, but also for a long time in the Greek peninsula, on many of the islands, and in Hellenic colonies of Italy and Sicily. Chalkis and Eritrea were not far behind Aegina in coinage. Among their earliest issues were various denominations in electron. Their standard coin, however, was a silver piece, weighing about 135 grains, and therefore much lighter than the Aeginetan. Attic chronicles of later time regarded this piece too as a double drachma. It passed current in the numerous Euboeic colonies and was adopted by Solon as a standard for Athens. The silver contained in this drachma is worth in American money a trifle more than 18 cents. End of section 4. Chapter 5 of Hellenic History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botes. Hellenic History by George Willis Botsford. Chapter 5. Evolution of City-State, Amphictyones and Leagues. Economic and political transition from Minoan to Hellenic times. Limiting itself narrowly to islands and coasts, the Minoan civilization owed its evolution to the interplay of commercial and industrial cities. Its decay consisted largely in the breaking down of the highly organized life of the city, and a reversion to the simpler forms of existence native to field and mountain. The coming of the Northerners, accustomed to nothing better than the village, accentuated this change. The economy of the Middle Age accordingly was one of hunting, grazing, and incipient agriculture. The emergence of historical Greece, on the other hand, from the obscurity and depression of that period, consisted essentially in the revival of city civilization, based partly on the old seats of Minoan life and partly on newer foundations. It has already been noted that the area of the Minoan culture, mainly the Aegean islands and coasts, now becoming the home of brilliant cities, constituted the very heart of the Hellenic world. The ethnos, the interior and northwest of the peninsula, keeping in the background of culture, retained the more primitive form of the country-state. This institution is designated as an ethnos, essentially a community resting on the basis of blood, and negatively described as wanting the city organization. Such a people occupied a definite territory, usually limited by natural boundaries as mountain chains or seas, and was distinguished from other ethni by dialect and customs. Examples are the Aetolians, Acarnanians, Locrians, and Arcadians. A large ethnos like the Aetolians comprised several sub-ethni which we may venture to call tribes. The latter were divided into smaller groups, the subdivision continuing till we reach the phratri, brotherhood, and its component families. The members of a phratri as kinsmen stood side by side on the field of battle, and in time of peace protected the lives of the brethren, or wreaked vengeance for their slain. Each group from phratri upward, based on real or pretended kinship, had its social institutions, government and gods. But of these matters the ancient historians give us mere hints. The village, comi, the canton, systema, the city-state, polis, Polis. The people lived in small, widely separated villages, most of them unwalled. Though the village naturally contained a nucleus of kinsfolk, it was fundamentally territorial, comprising a mixed population, and served accordingly as the first step in the transition from tribal to political society. Neighboring villages, with little respect for the ties of kin, joined for mutual protection in a canton, which usually centered in a fortified hilltop. The village chief, demiurgos, public worker, represented his community in the cantonal diet. Several such Arcadian cantons continued down into historical time. Under conditions favorable to the advancement of civilization, to the accumulation of wealth, and to political development, the cantonal center became a city, polis. Throughout the historical period, we constantly observe the formation of cities from villages, and cannot doubt that in prehistoric Greece the process was similar. Although the city thus developed on the basis of neighborhood rather than of blood, it organized itself on the ethnic patterns in tribes, or their equivalents, and phratries, and assumed for its citizens a kinship which was fictitious. The new city was a sovereign state, whose organization and government sufficed for her entire territory. A community of this kind is described as a city-state, in contrast with a more primitive ethnic community, and with the territorial state of modern times. At the opening of the period now under consideration, there were in Hellas, in addition to many ethnae, a countless number of these states, ranging from a few square miles to a few hundred square miles in area. Monarchy. Whether of ethnos or polis, the government was originally vested in king, council, and popular assembly. Though essentially like that described by Homer, Minoan survivals in many places must have modified it in the direction of greater definiteness and complexity. Its activity, however, was limited to defense against foreign enemies and domestic rebellion, maintenance of the god's goodwill, and the arbitration of private disputes. The defense of life itself, as has been intimated, belonged to the families and phratries. Law was in fact customary, but the general feeling prevailed that the king, who ruled by divine sanction, received his judgments from Zeus or Apollo or some other deity. Transition to aristocracy, beginning about 750. In some ethni, as in Epirus and Macedon, monarchy persisted throughout historical times. The more progressive city-state, however, as the Ionian, began to adopt aristocracies about the middle of the 8th century. The change was gradual. The great nobles who formed the council took an ever-increasing part in the government, till they usurped complete control. Their means of aggrandizement were the degradation of the king to a mere priest and judge, the institution of new offices in addition to the kingship, the reduction of the tenure of all offices to a single year, and the appointment and supervision of officials, rendering them responsible to the council for their administration. In this way, the council made itself supreme, while the officers became its tools, and the assembly lost the little significance it had possessed under the monarchy. Law. The idea of law underwent a corresponding change. While it remained for a time purely customary as before, the nobles generally regarded themselves not as recipients of legal revelations, but as keepers of a body of law once divinely established and now handed down as a precious heritage from father to son. The nobles made use of their legal monopoly to decide cases capriciously, or from motives of favoritism, or in pursuit of bribes. Persuaded by their love of money, exclaims Solon of Athens, the nobles desire recklessly to destroy the great city. As to the people, the mind of their magistrates is dishonest. Magistrates who are doomed to suffer many ills because of their monstrous violence. They grow wealthy in obedience to unjust deeds. Codifications of the law. Zaleucus. These evils, it was doubtless thought, could be partially remedied by the codification of legal usages. The state already possessed some written documents, including lists of magistrates and treaties, and it was but natural that writing should now be extended to the preservation of laws. The earliest European code known to history was produced at Locri, Italy. The story is told that, on consulting the oracle in a time of civil confusion, the Locrians were directed to a slave shepherd named Zaleucus. Set free and established as legislator, he drew up a code of laws which he explained were given him by Athena in dreams. He carefully regulated the lives of the citizens and imposed the stigma of a depraved character on women and men who indulged in an excess of liberty or luxury of dress or ornament. He placed property and business contracts under better control and deprived the judge of the power to give arbitrary decisions. Ordinances concerning personal injuries were severe, requiring an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. In a case of appeal, we are informed, judge and appellant had each other to appear with his neck in a noose, and the one who failed to sustain his cause was executed on the spot. In like manner, the proposer of a new law was required to advocate it with a noose about his neck. The result was that the Locrians became famous for conservatism, military spirit, hospitality, and sound morals. There at Locri, says Pindar, do ye, O Muses, join in the song of triumph. I pledge my word that to no stranger banishing folk ye shall come, nor unacquainted with things noble, but of the highest in the arts and valiant with a spear. With the Muses setting myself thereunto fervently, have I embraced the Locrians' famous race, and have sprinkled my honey over a city of goodly men. The laws of Zaleucus will suffice as an illustration of early codes. Those of Athens will be considered in another place. From aristocracy to tyranny. In Thessaly, the aristocrats who had wrested the supreme power from the king long retained their supremacy. Elsewhere, they were usually too weak to endure more than a century or thereabout. Often the aristocracy was overthrown by a tyrant, usurper, unconstitutional ruler. It is noteworthy that among the Greek states of the 7th century, Lacedaemon alone, so far as we know, possessed a standing army sufficient for maintaining domestic peace and protecting life and property. The rest were filled with civil strife. This condition made the usurpation of government easy. Sometimes a magistrate refused to lay down his office on its expiration, but maintained himself by force. In this way he became a tyrant. Or the tyrant might be an umpire, whom warring factions chose to arbitrate between them, and who took advantage of the occasion to seize the government. More commonly, he was an ambitious politician, who, failing in a struggle for office, appealed to the people, promising them economic or political advantage in return for their support. A military reputation, added to smoothness of speech, increased his chances for success. With the help of the commons, he would overthrow his fellow aristocrats and make himself master. Tyranny at Corinth, 657 to 586. Conventional though uncertain dates. Among the earliest tyrannies was that of the Kypselidae at Corinth. Kypselus, the founder, overthrew the ruling Bacchiadae, to whom he was related on his mother's side. During his reign of 30 years, he drove many Corinthians into exile. Many he deprived of their wealth, and very many more of their lives. These words of Herodotus should apply only to his treatment of the nobles. By the people he was so beloved throughout his reign as to require no personal guard. The Bacchiad policy of colonization and patronage of the useful and fine arts he inherited and handed down to his son and successor, Periander. Of the latter, Herodotus has still more discreditable stories to tell. Elsewhere, however, we learn that he was an able commander in war, and a wise and moderate ruler. By checking the importation of slaves, he assured to skilled workmen a better social standing than this class enjoyed anywhere else in Hellas. To encourage agriculture as well as political quiet, he forbade unoccupied persons to live within the city. A council which he established was charged with the duty of checking the growth of luxury and of seeing that no one spent more than his income warranted. As market and harbor customs sufficed for the needs of government, the citizens were relieved of direct taxes. These statesmanlike measures help account for his long reign of 44 years. The tyranny survived him but 3 years, when it was overthrown by a band of conspirators. Tyranny at Sicyon, 670 to 560. Conventional though uncertain dates. Next in brilliance among the early Hellenic tyrants stood the Orthagoride of Sicyon. This city lay northwest of Corinth, in the narrow but fertile valley of the Esopus. The little district was as famous for its garden and orchard products as for bronze wares and potteries. In addition to landlords and their serfs, there had developed a considerable class of artisans and traders. Whereas usually the tyrant was of noble birth, Orthagoras, who usurped the government of Sicyon, was from a lower social class. Clisthenes, early 6th century. Of his descendants, it was Clisthenes who made his city one of the most brilliant in Hellas. His first effort was to free Sicyon from the political control which Argos hitherto had exercised over it. This object he accomplished in a successful war with a dominant power. Moreover, he forbade the rhapsodists to chant in Sicyon their epics, which celebrated the glories of Argos. To free his countrymen from religious dependence on their former master, he determined to expel from his city the cult of Adrastus, an Argive hero. With this end in view, he built a shrine to the Theban hero Melanippus, who in story had figured as a deadly enemy of Adrastus. To the newly adopted hero he transferred all the revenues and festivals of the old, whereupon the priests of Adrastus beat a hasty retreat from Sicyon. This anecdote illustrates the singular importance of hero cults among the early Greeks. The three Doric tribes, to which the landowners belonged, still reminded Sicyon of its close connection with Argos, till Clisthenes abolished their names, contemptuously substituting piglings, donkeys, and porkers, whereas his own tribe of shoremen, evidently comprising artisans and traders, he dignified by the name of ruling class, Archelae. This measure hints at a policy which transformed Sicyon from an agricultural to an industrial and commercial state. The wooing of Agariste. Another picture of this illustrious tyrant, drawn by Herodotus, shows him a lordly, generous host. On his invitation came young men of noblest birth from every part of Hellas to woo his daughter Agariste, and for a whole year he entertained them, while he tested their athletic and musical training, their social and table manners, their breeding and temper. He looked with favor on Hippocleides of Athens, till the latter one evening displayed a marvelous skill in dancing. After representing Laconian figures and then Attic, he closed with a performance on the table head downward, his feet gesticulating in air. "Ah, son of Tisander," exclaimed the sovereign, "thou hast danced away thy wedding." The other answered, "Hippocleides cares not," which became a proverb at Athens. In a polite address Clisthenes then expressed his regret at not having a daughter to bestow on every one of his highly accomplished guests, and promising them a silver talent each as a trifling substitute, he concluded, "To the son of Alcmaeon, Megacles, I offer my daughter Agariste in marriage, according to the laws of the Athenians." The offer was accepted, and the two who were thus united became the parents of the famous Athenian lawgiver Clisthenes, and the great-grandparents of the still more famous Pericles. This story sheds a pleasant light on the social relations and intermarriage of the great nobles of Greece, on the genial elegance of the tyrant, and on his wide interstate connections. The death of Clisthenes about 570 closed the century-long rule of his dynasty. Evidently other tyrants succeeded, and it was not till near the end of the 6th century, about 510, that Sicyon shook off the yoke. In the case of both Corinth and Sicyon, the revolution was accomplished by a band of noble conspirators, supported by the Lacedaemonians. Both cities adopted moderate oligarchy, and both entered the Peloponnesian League. General character of the tyranny. These examples sufficiently illustrate, for the present purpose, the character of the earlier tyranny. Whatever the tyrant's origin, his authority was generally exercised in the interest of peace, material prosperity, and progress in civilization, putting an end alike to the factional strife of nobles and the sectional conflicts of tribes. He reduced his people to harmony and established domestic peace. No force in the Hellenic world of the time contributed so much to cultural progress. The tyrant's patronage attracted poets, painters, sculptors, and architects who formed in his court a brilliant and versatile society. Everywhere, excepting in Sicyon, Rhapsodists were engaged to recite the Homeric poems at popular gatherings, and everywhere at festivals in honor of the new god Dionysus, song and recitation, the germ of the drama, celebrated the sufferings and joys he experienced among mankind. By thus fostering literary interest among the people, and by attaching them to newer cults, he freed them in a degree from the priestly influence of the old nobility and educated them for self-government, redress of legal and political wrongs. The tyrant's promise to the commons he fulfilled by putting an end to aristocratic oppression, to the exactions of landlords, and to the unjust sentences of magistrates. Generally, he enforced the existing laws and constitution, though he was far from permitting the people to enjoy any real political power. The leveling of social classes, the enforcement of law by mercenary aid, developing a much-needed civic discipline, together with an enlightened educational policy, constituted an essential and long-reaching stride on the way from aristocracy to democracy. Necessarily, however, as the tyrant concentrated governmental power in his own hands, the political rights of the citizens slept, while individuals of pronounced ambition were exiled or put to death. The long continuance of despotism would have crushed the genius of the Greeks and reduced them to the dead level of Asiatics. Fortunately, tyrannies were short-lived. Whereas the usurper himself was a statesman, his sons, and even more his grandsons, corrupted by wealth and unlimited power, so degenerated as to give the word tyrant the meaning which it had retained to the present time. Almost inevitably, however, the tyranny was succeeded either by a democracy or by an oligarchy more liberally constituted than the earlier aristocracy. Oligarchy. Literally, an oligarchy is a rule of the few. According to Aristotle, the few who base their right upon wealth. The narrowest and most oppressive form arose where a clique of wealthy men seized the government and exploited the state in their own interest. It is characterized by Aristotle as dynastic, a hydra-headed tyranny, far more heartless than the despotism of an individual. Broader and more endurable was the knightly oligarchy, in which participation in the government depended upon economic ability to furnish all necessary equipments for service on horseback. The knight provided from his own estate either a single horse or 2 horses, one for himself, the other for his squire. Chalkis and Eretria are examples. This form of oligarchy, in which political privileges are graded on the basis of property, is precisely described as a timocracy of the heavy infantry. A more popular form was so broad as to admit to active citizenship all who could equip themselves with a panoply for war. The latter developed from the former, mainly through the growth of states in population and wealth. The earliest government which existed among the Hellenes, after the overthrow of the kingly power, grew up from the warrior class, and was originally taken from the knights, for strength and superiority in war at that time depended on cavalry. Indeed, without discipline, infantry are useless, and in ancient times there was no military knowledge or tactics. and therefore the strength of armies lay in their cavalry. But when cities increased and the heavy armed grew in strength, more had a share in the government. The best known example is that of Athens immediately before Solon. A timocracy of the heavy infantry may expand, either directly or through the tyranny, to democracy. The latter kind of government will be treated in connection with the reforms of Clisthenes at Athens. Political versatility of the Hellenes. By means of typical instances, we have now traced the main lines of development from monarchy to the beginning of democracy. For appreciating the genius of the Greeks, however, we must bear in mind that in the creation of forms of government, they showed the same boundless versatility as in the fields of literature, art, and philosophy. Among their most precious contributions to civilization is the republican government, which they devised in endless variety, and which assured to the citizens a varying degree of liberty and self-government. In this atmosphere of freedom they created political science, as represented by the works of Plato and Aristotle. We must not condemn these efforts because in some or all respects they fall short of the actualities or ideals of today. But in all fairness we must regard the Greeks as pioneers, whose political strivings, necessarily tentative, have furnished to after ages suggestions and inspirations for a more perfectly balanced democracy. Combinations of states. The motive which first led neighboring states, whether ethni or cities, to combine in leagues, lies far anterior to recorded history. It might have been a border market, the need of allies, the desire for frontier security, or a nascent consciousness of kindred blood. Whatever may have been the practical impetus to friendly intercourse, such neighboring states chose the sanctuary of a deity conveniently situated, at which to hold a periodical festival for worship, often too a fair for the interchange of goods. A union of neighbors ostensibly for a religious object, but sometimes serving more practical ends, was termed an amphictyony. That of Delos, centering in the shrine of Apollo on that island, reached the height of its splendor, probably early in the 7th century. The Homeric hymn to the Delian Apollo, composed at that time, celebrates the gathering of the Ionians, with their wives and children, to worship this god, with music, dancing, and gymnastic exercises, and to trade. From an original union of insular neighbors, it had come to include all the Ionians. Without ever assuming a political character, it eventually declined. Another amphictyony comprised 12 ethni in the neighborhood of Thermopylae. Its earliest seat of worship was the shrine of Demeter at Anthela, near that pass, but in time it acquired a second and more important center, in the temple of Apollo at Delphi. Hence it came to be known as a Delphic amphictyony. The object of the league was the protection of the shrines, especially of the temple and oracle of Apollo. The government lay in the hands of an amphictyonic council, comprising 48 speakers, 4 from each tribe, and 12 recorders. The speakers alone proposed and debated measures. The recorders alone voted. A resolution adopted by this council in the immemorial past imposed an oath upon the members of the League not to destroy an Amphictyonic city or to cut it off from running water in war or peace. Here was one of the earliest attempts to mitigate the primitive rigors of war. Many other decrees of the council are known to us, including one which forbade the Greeks to levy tolls on pilgrims to the shrine, and another requiring the states of the League to keep in repair their own roads leading to Delphi. Against the state which trespassed upon any rights of the god, it had the power to declare a sacred war. Although the council sometimes championed the cause of Hellas, as could any association or individual, it never acquired a recognized authority over all the Greeks, and notwithstanding its occasional participation in political affairs, it remained essentially a religious convocation. Hegemony. A union religious at basis tended to become political, especially when it contained a state of superior power and secular ambition. For example, the Boeotian Amphictyony, whose deities were Poseidon and Athena, was converted into a federal union by Thebes. Its constitution, which developed toward the end of the 5th century, grouped the states of the League in 11 units, roughly equal in population. These units were equally represented in the federal magistracy, council and court, and had equal military and financial burdens. It provided further for a referendum of important matters to the states, and seems to have admitted of an initiative from the states. Theoretically, the arrangement was most admirable, but in fact the Thebans, who constituted 4 of the 11 units of representation, dominated the federal policy. These examples will suffice for illustrating the Amphictyony and the earlier experimentation with political unions of states. Other confederations will be mentioned in the course of this narrative. The brilliancy of the Greek mind is devising systems of combination, however, was for a long time more than offset by the excessive individualism of small republics, to whom sovereign independence was the breath of life. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Hellenic History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. Hellenic History by George Willis Botsford. Chapter 6. Crete, Lacedaemon, and the Peloponnesian League. 1. Crete. City-states and their federation. Of the 100 Cretan cities existing in the Middle Age, at least 50 survived to historical time, or were replaced by newer foundations, and are known by name. They joined in a league to resist invasion, and established a federal court for the settlement of their disputes. Notwithstanding these institutions, the city-states often fought with one another. The most important were Knossos, Gortyn, and Cydonia, which, when combined, were able to control the policy of the rest. Social classes. Because of the relatively small number of Hellenic immigrants into Crete, Minoan institutions as well as Minoan art survived to historical time with less modification than elsewhere. The Lyctians, says Aristotle, are a colony of the Lacedaemonians, and the colonists, when they came to Crete, adopted the laws which they found existing among the inhabitants. Ephorus too holds the opinion that the institutions which were accustomed to describe as peculiarly Dorian existed in the native cities of Crete before the Dorian immigration. Society in Lyctus and elsewhere was organized in stereotyped classes, such as we expect to find in any old, stagnant civilization. Most bought slaves were in the cities, employed in domestic service. Higher in rank were the serfs, some public, others private. These slaves, serfs, have some regularly recurring festivals in Cydonia, during which no free man enter the city, but the slaves are masters of everything, and have the right even to flog the free man. Their family and business rights were extensive, and they were carefully protected by law. Among the freemen were various social grades. Lowest were the perioeci, dwellers around, the inhabitants of a city in subjection to another. We know little of their condition. The citizens of a free state were by birth either common or noble. All were alike warriors living in the city, and differentiated from the farming class by a law of Minos. The most important features of their life were their military education and their public tables. Training of children and youths. The children were taught to read, to sing the traditional songs, and to play the double pipe and lyre, two instruments inherited from Minoan time. At an early age they were taken to the public tables to wait on their fathers. Clad in mean garments which were rarely changed, they ate their food together, sitting on the ground. The boys attached to each table were organized in a company under a master. The groups thus formed took rudimentary training for war, and fought sham battles. When they reached the 17th year, they were organized in troops, each under the leadership of a noble youth, whose father supervised this training and enforced discipline. On certain appointed days, troop encounters troop, marching in time to the sound of pipe and lyre, as is their custom in actual war. All the members who have reached the required age are compelled to marry. They do not bring their brides home forthwith, but wait till the latter are able to attend to household matters. The dowry of a girl is equal to half of her brother's portion. Evidently the troop was the company which sat at one table. The messes of the older men were called simply clubs, evidently transformed from the troops of youth. Public tables. The limited number of citizens in a state is proved by the fact that the tables were under a single roof. Each table was in charge of a woman, who, with the help of common laborers and slaves, prepared and served the food, giving the choicest dishes to the citizens most distinguished for wisdom and prowess. An ancient authority informs us that the people of Lyctai conduct their public tables as follows. Each brings in a tenth of his produce, as well as the public revenues, which the authorities of the state distribute among the several houses. Each slave, too, contributes monthly an aeginetan stater as poll tax. This arrangement conduced to equality, as state aid permitted the poorest citizens to eat at the public tables. Military and religious aspects of the training. The object of their peculiar mode of life was military. That courage and not fear might predominate, they accustomed themselves from childhood to the use of arms and to endure fatigue. Accordingly they disregarded heat and cold, rugged and steep roads, blows received in gymnastic exercises and in set battles. They practiced archery, and the curates, young men initiated into the mysteries of Zeus, the divine youth, performed the Pyrrhic war dance in armor, while they chanted a song to the Lord of all that is wet and gleaming, praying for full jars, fleecy flocks, fruitful fields, prosperous sea-borne ships, and goodly law. Political development. The original kingship changed to an aristocracy, in which the chief magistrates were 10 cosmi, keepers of order, who commanded in war, exercised judicial and general administrative functions, and enforced discipline among the citizens. They were assisted and limited by a council and an assembly. At an early period, the laws were reduced to writing. A considerable part of the Code of Gortin has been preserved in an inscription. Gradually the government grew more popular, till in the 3rd century democracy became universal. 2. Lacedaemon. Political unification of Laconia. In Laconia, conditions were in some respects similar to those of Crete. Although probably a larger percentage of the Laconians were of northern descent, yet their civilization owed more to the Minoans than to the Indo-European race. Unlike Crete, Laconia contained one city-state, Sparta, which excelled all the rest in military power. Advantageously located near the center of the country, and probably commanding a wider area and larger population than any other, well invigorated too with northern blood, this city brought all Laconia under her power, 8th century. Adjacent communities she absorbed, and reduced the others to subjection as perioeci. The nearer result was increased wealth and temporarily a richer culture for the dominant state, but more enduringly the growth of the strongest military power in Hellas. Laconian culture of the 7th century. Earlier in the 7th century, the commercial relations of Sparta with the Asiatic Greeks bore cultural fruit. On invitation, the lesbian musician Terpander came with his 7-string Cretan lyre to Sparta to allay a political disturbance. The Greeks were far more sensitive to music than we are, and it is impossible for us to appreciate the moral effect of hortative verse sung to a strange and masterful melody. Shortly afterward, Thaletas of Gortyn, invited by the Spartans to visit their city, brought with him the choral song and dance. The word chorus applied originally to the dancing place, then to the group of performers, and finally to their song. The Pyrrhic war dance he is said to have invented. However that may be, he introduced it into Sparta. In music, the Spartan found a powerful instrument for training, and no state employed it with equal success. Later in the century, we find Alcman active at Sparta. A hint from an extant fragment has led to the view that he was a Lydian from Sardis. At all events, he speaks the Doric tongue, and identifies himself heart and soul with the natives. His poems open to us a view of Spartan life which we find nowhere else, a life of contentment, of peace and love and pleasure. From the gods is vengeance, but he is happy who cheerily weaves the web of his days unweeping. He invites to Laconia the goddess Aphrodite, leaving her lovely Cyprus and Paphos encircled by waves. He calls upon the muse of sweet voice, daughter of Zeus, to begin the delightful melody, adding charm to the song, and inspiring the graceful dance of fair-gowned girls with their carven ivory necklets. These sentiments of his, and many more, no less gentle, were in keeping with the Laconia of his age. We come to great Demeter's fane, we 9, all maidens, all in goodly raiment clad, with necklets bright, of carven ivory that shone like snow. First Messenian War. In a general way we have traced the history of Laconia through the Middle Age to its acme of cultural development in the 7th century. The conquest of this country by Sparta was connected closely as effect and cause with the growth in that city of a ruling military class of landowners, supported by agricultural serfs, helots, a social system derived from Minoan life. Having nothing to do but drill and fight, the military class naturally developed an ambitious policy of conquest. Toward the close of the 8th century, they had waged a war of aggression upon Messenia. The population of this country at the time was Achaean, a blend of aborigines with early Greek-speaking immigrants, among whom doubtless Dorians had already settled. Whatever the pretext for the war may have been, the Spartan poet Tyrtaeus gives a real motive as a desire to plough and plant fertile Messenia. The same poet who, living shortly after the time, is our only reliable authority for the event, tells us that for 19 years the fathers of our fathers, warriors stout of heart, fought unresting to possess her, and in the 20th the foemen, forsaking their rich fields, fled from the lofty heights of Mount Ithome. Many of the conquered were reduced to serfdom. Like asses worn with heavy loads, bitterly are they forced to bring their master the half of all the soil produces, and whenever the baleful fate of death overtakes their lord, they and their wives must needs join in lamenting him. Second Messenian War, about 650. After this conquest we hear of other Lacedaemonian wars with neighbors, not all so fortunate. There were too internal disturbances which detracted from the reputation of the state. Taking advantage of their weakness, the Messenians, supported by Argives, Arcadians, and Pisatans, revolted. In their first struggle with this powerful coalition, the Lacedaemonians were beaten and lost courage. It was the most critical period of their early history. Wealth, art, poetry, the refinements of life, had developed here as nowhere in the peninsula. In the pursuit of culture and comfort, the Spartans were fast losing their warlike character. It was under these untoward conditions that Tyrtaeus came forward to inspire and guide. He was not merely a poet, but a statesman and a military leader, as was Solon shortly afterward at Athens. Through his generalship, the Laconians conquered Messenia. In battle songs he roused his countrymen to fight and die, if need be, for the fatherland, setting before them as an alternative to victory a life of wandering beggary. A noble thing it is to die a valiant man, falling in the front line of warriors, in the battle for the fatherland. Most grievous of all fates is to leave one's city and fertile fields, and to wander begging with a dear mother and aged father and little children and wedded wife. After a long hard struggle, the Messenians who failed to escape from the country resumed the yoke of serfdom. Conquest and the land system. In her earlier conquests, Sparta had readily admitted the higher class to citizenship, on condition of removing to the governing city. In this way, all central Laconia became the private property of the Spartan citizens, and when Messenia was subdued, the Spartans distributed among themselves a broad district extending through the center of that country to the western coast. All the towns disappeared from this region, as they had disappeared from central Laconia. The lot assigned the individual Spartan was of such a size as to supply him with 70 medimi of barley, and his wife with 12, and oil and wine in proportion. The farms thus granted by the state were hereditary and inalienable. Other lands were freely bought and sold, and in time it became permissible to give away or bequeath the hereditary lot. The result was that differences in wealth arose among the Spartans. As the citizens were forbidden to engage in trade of every kind, their only lawful source of income was agriculture and grazing. Having originally adopted iron as money, as had various other Greek states, at a time when this metal was still scarce, they were compelled by law to adhere to it, centuries after silver and gold had elsewhere become current. In Laconia, as in Minoan Crete, the ruling community tended to make of itself a military caste, on the basis of a socialism rigorously enforced by the state. At first, liberal with the citizenship, the Spartans in time hedged themselves strictly in, refusing except on the rarest occasions to admit a stranger to their political community, and ruling in a lordly spirit over their subjects. The elements of social and governmental system derived from the Minoans. They gradually, 1,000 to 600, adapted to their own requirements, and the discipline, described in the following pages, did not become severe till the 6th century. To maintain their social and political superiority, the Spartans constituted themselves as a perpetual army, and transformed their city into a camp. Their whole life was occupied with training. This principle controlled marriage, the birth and education of children, economy and occupation, in brief, every activity of life. In other countries of Greece, custom gave the father the option of rearing his child or of putting it to death immediately after birth. In Sparta this function was usurped by the elders of the tribe. If they found the infant weak or deformed, they ordered it exposed in a glen of Mount Taygetus. If, however, he reached the standard of strength and shapeliness, they directed the father to rear him. To the 7th year, children were in the care of their mothers and of nurses, who were competent women, strictly supervised by the state. The child was trained to eat coarse food without complaint, to cultivate bravery and a cheerful disposition. On reaching the age of 7, he was taken from his mother and placed directly under the control of the state. In the organization of these boys in troops, under youthful captains of prudence and daring, for athletic and military drill, and in their education in reading and music, there was a thoroughgoing similarity to Cretan conditions already described. It was not often that the Spartan boys were permitted to bathe or anoint themselves with oil. They had no bedclothing, but slept in their companies on piles of rushes they had gathered from the banks of the Eurotas. Under the direction of their captain they cooked their own meals, the bigger boys bringing logs for the fire, the smaller gathering pot herbs. They contributed also what they had stolen from the gardens or from the tables of the men. Theft was encouraged as an exercise in agility and cleverness. One caught in the act was punished for clumsiness by flogging and fasting. Their meals were purposely made scant as an inducement to ingenuity in providing extras and as means of developing tall, slender bodies. Once a year the supreme test of endurance was applied, when at the altar of Artemis Orthia, the great Minoan goddess, the boys submitted to a flogging. Some endured to death. The severe training resulted not only in strength, agility, and endurance, but also in a quiet, modest bearing, which has no parallel in modern life. The young Spartans walked the streets, their hands within the folds of their cloaks, their gaze fixed on the ground before them. You might sooner expect a stone image to find voice than one of these Spartan youths. To divert the eye of a bronze statue were less difficult. Barrack life. At the age of 20, the youth became a man liable to service in the field. It was now permitted him to marry, but for a long time he could see his wife only by stealth. In fact, he never had the enjoyment of a home, but passed his entire life in military drill, eating and sleeping in the barracks. At the age mentioned, he joined a secession mess. It comprised about 15 members who filled vacancies by co-optation. Their ballots were breadcrumbs, and so great a value did they set on unanimity that a single adverse ballot sufficed to debar a candidate. Each member contributed his monthly share of barley, wine, cheese, and figs, with a little cash for luxuries. Their meat was chiefly pork and wild game. The former was an ingredient of their famous black broth. If you should live in Lacedaemon's bounds, you must comply with all the fashions there, go to their spare fiditia for supper, and feast on their black broth and not disdain, to wear fierce whiskers and seek no indulgence further than this, but keep the old customs, such as their country doth compel. Mature men. At 30 the Spartan became a mature man, privileged to attend the assembly and to fill such political offices as required no advanced age qualification. Continuing their military exercises, the men passed the remainder of their time in the gymnasia and clubs or at the syssitia, discoursing in brief laconic satire, not on money and business matters, but on the honorable and base. The austerities of life found relief in the merriment of wine parties. Among the images of their deities was a little statue of the god of laughter. The severity was mitigated too in campaigns, which accordingly seemed to them a relief from the labors of peace. Girls and women. Girls underwent a similar training. They too practiced running, wrestling, leaping, and throwing the discus and spear, contending for prizes in these sports before the assembled citizens. The state required such exercises, as it considered health and strength in women essential to the physical perfection of the race. Their presence at the competition of youths with approval and raillery incited to the utmost the development of the contestants' energy and skill. The women had a part as well in many religious festivals. The Parthenia of Alcman are choral songs for girls, who, in the ambrosial night, bear a mantle to Artemis as a gift, while the stars contend with them in beauty, and streaming tresses grace the leader like gold unalloyed. In nimbleness, strength, and loveliness of form, these athletic girls are like steeds compactly built, that win the prize with ringing hoofs, creatures of winged dreams. Thus Alcman sings. Married women. Their training continued only till marriage. The chief wedding rite was a pretended abduction of the bride by force, a relic of the primitive custom of marriage by actual capture. While their husbands lived in the barracks, they enjoyed leisure and comparative luxury at home. Through dowries and inheritances, they gradually accumulated property, till, in the time of Aristotle, they owned nearly 2/5 of the land. This accumulation of wealth in their hands, under conditions as they existed in Laconia, tended to impoverish the men, to lessen the number who had the means of performing citizen duties, hence to weaken the state. Having greater leisure, the women probably attained to a higher intellectual level than their husbands. We hear much, too, of their patriotism. They held up before husband, son, or father the high Spartan standard of honesty and valor. In all Greece, the women of Sparta alone ruled the men. Yet, notwithstanding the praises of other writers, Aristotle lays severe strictures on their character, and it may well be that they deteriorated before his age. So degenerate were they in the 4th century, as to prove in time of invasion a greater mischief even than the enemy, a self-imposed socialistic despotism. We find accordingly at Sparta a socialistic community under a self-imposed despotism, which sacrificed the individual to the ideal good of the state, which eradicated the family with its powerful moral influence, and robbed marriage of its sanctity, compelling all the young to regard the elders as their parents, and making it a function of the older people to admonish and to chastise the younger as their children. By limiting education almost exclusively to physical exercise, the system tended to stunt the intellect and the imagination. These defects, however, showed themselves but gradually with the lapse of centuries. Social classes. Among the Spartans were degrees of rank. Highest in nobility were the 2 royal families, from whom respectively were taken the 2 kings. Below were other hereditary nobles, who alone were qualified for membership in the Gerousia, Senate Council. Still lower were the mass of commons, whose means enabled them to contribute to the Syssitia, and who were physically able to undergo the training. All who had these qualifications were peers. Those who failed in either respect were inferiors. The latter were undoubtedly debarred from political rights, which, however, they could resume on making good the deficiency. Helots. Reference has incidentally been made to the Helots, who were serfs like those of Crete. Most probably they originated in a class of Minoan serfs, increased by conquest, perhaps too in early time by debt and oppression. till finally they came to be many times their master in number. They were assigned to the lands of the citizens, who were forbidden to enfranchise them or to sell them outside the country. The idea was that they belonged to the state rather than to the individual. They lived with their families in cottages on the lots assigned to them, rendered to their masters the amount of produce fixed by law, and kept the rest for themselves. In fruitful years they could save something, which they occasionally increased by labor for others or by plunder in war, with the result that many acquired considerable estates. In addition to tilling the soil, they aided in preparing their masters' meals and performed any other menial labor imposed by their individual lords or by the state. In war they served as light troops, or as oarsmen in the fleet, attended to the wounded and waited on their masters. When required to serve in the heavy infantry, as often happened in the Peloponnesian War, the meritorious were rewarded with freedom. Freedmen. We hear of several kinds of degrees of freedmanship without being able to define them all. The Neodamodes, new citizens, performed military duty but lacked the franchise. The Mothones formed a large class, many of whom seem to have been children of Spartan fathers and Helot mothers. They were brought up as foster brothers of the youths. Though lacking political rights, they were personally free and shared in the Spartan training. Some became prominent in military offices and acquired the full citizenship. The policy of degrading the Helots, notwithstanding favors thus occasionally received, the condition of the Helots was wretched. They were kept in mind of their servitude by the clothes they wore, a dogskin cap and a mantle of sheepskin, girded at the waist by a broad belt. The same dress, it is true, was worn from primitive times by free rural laborers in other parts of Hellas, but this circumstance did nothing to mitigate the contrast in Lacedaemon between serfs and lords. Whereas the Spartans were forbidden sweetmeats and excessive drinking, and all immoral songs, they would not permit the Helots to sing the noble lays of the great national poets, but compelled them on occasions to make an exhibition of intoxication, and of their low melodies and dances, as a warning to the Spartan youth to beware of such practices. The Cryptia. To overawe the Helots and keep them in a spirit of subjection, the government instituted a secret police force, termed Cryptia, comprising the most prudent young men of Sparta. Armed with daggers, these policemen were accustomed to range through the country. Concealing themselves in the daytime and traveling by night, they used to cut down any Helot to whom suspicion attached. To avoid incurring thus the guilt of murder, says Aristotle, the ephors were accustomed every year on entering office to proclaim war upon the Helots. The Spartan domain and the surrounding Perioeci. Spartans and Helots have been considered in connection because of their interdependence as lords and serfs, as well as because of their local relations. Helots were only found in the homes and on the lands of the Spartans. Extending nearly around this domain was a strip of territory occupied by the Perioeci, dwellers around. They lived in towns or cities, polis, of their own, about 100 in number. Many were originally free, but had been reduced to dependence by Sparta. It is equally clear that many were colonies formed by Sparta, in part with immigrants from other countries. The object of the Spartans in thus surrounding their domain with a chain of colonies is evident. In the first place, they wished in this way to provide a defense for their territory. More important was their desire to cut off the Helots from the outside world, leaving the neighbors no opportunity to interfere and the Helots no hope of escape. In return for the favor shown them by Sparta, the Perioeci thus stood guards over the serfs. The Perioecic towns. Each Perioecic town had its own government, usually immune from Spartan interference. The inhabitants were personally free, and as in any Greek state were divided into nobles and commons. Their equality with other Greeks is shown by the part they took as competitors in the great national games. Not subject to the Spartan discipline, they enjoyed a relatively large liberty in the employment of their time and in the choice of occupations. Many were farmers, but as the best lands had been taken by the ruling people, a great number devoted themselves to manufacturing and commerce. They worked the iron mines of Mount Taygetus and manufactured various iron and steel fabrics, such as keys, swords, helmets, and axes. As workers in bronze, they showed artistic taste. We hear of their drinking cups, their shoes, chairs, tables, and chariots. Some manufactured sea purple, with which they dyed woolen garments. Commerce brought them wealth, for their wares were in high favor throughout the world. They were not without intellectual eminence, for they gave several poets to Hellas, and their wisest man, Mison, was reckoned among the 7 sages. They had their religious festivals, in which the Spartans enjoyed a part, as at the annual national celebration to Artemis at Caria, where the Lacedaemonian girls joined in the dance. Relation of the Perioeci to Sparta. The towns themselves were individually subject to Sparta, evidently on fixed terms. Spartan citizens were not permitted to reside or possess property within a Perioecic town, whereas the Perioeci were privileged to reside in Sparta for the sake of conducting business there. They paid the ruling city contributions in the time of need, and in war performed military duty. Their heavy infantry was only less efficient than the Spartan. The arsenals and warships of Lacedaemon were theirs, though necessarily under Spartan command, and they formed a considerable part of the crews. In army and navy, men of this class rose by merit to high positions. None, however, obtained access to the Spartan citizenship, or shared in the Lacedaemonian government, or in any way influenced its policy. And yet, in the Lacedaemonian state, they were not regarded as aliens. They, with the Spartans, constituted the Lacedaemonians, citizens of several cities included in the state, whereas the Helots before emancipation were excluded from the name and civil rights. The amount of Spartan interference in their local affairs was variable. Because of its exposed position, Cythera was occupied by a garrison under a Harmost, associated with a civil magistrate. Other towns were ordinarily liable to occupation only when threatened by an enemy. Contented with their lot, the Perioeci long remained faithful. With the progress of time, however, as the number of Spartans dwindled, the burden of service fell more and more heavily upon them. Then, first, they became dissatisfied with their condition. The amount of personal liberty, which the Perioeci continued to enjoy was great. Those who so lived as to incur no political suspicion were secure enough in life and property. Yet this condition existed on sufferance only, for the ephors had a right to arrest and put to death, without trial, any Periocus whom they judged dangerous. This power was moderately exercised, and the bond of interest and sympathy which united the Perioeci to Sparta remained strong. The Lacedaemonian army. The primary aim of the social organization and discipline was the military superiority of Sparta. The germ of her phalanx was a Minoan inheritance fostered, 1. By her rapidly grown exclusiveness, 2. By the superior fertility and extent of her original territory, supporting a remarkably large number of landowners of sufficient means to enable them to equip themselves for heavy infantry service. 3. By the absence of an acropolis of imposing height, to exercise a moral power of protective control over the neighborhood, compelling an unusual dependence on the strong military arm. In the time of Terteus, the phalanx had not reached its complete development. As yet, the warrior held no fixed position, but it greatly depended on his own courage, whether he would fight in the front rank among the champions, or farther back in the lines, or stand far off beyond the range of darts. It was meritorious in the young men to take the front rank. Some were heavy infantry and others light. The heavy footmen wore a helmet with lofty crest, a great shield covering breast, body, hips and legs, or in its place a round embossed shield with a cuirass beneath. For offense they carried swords and long lances. The light troops, crouching beneath their bucklers in loose formation, hurled stones from slings and threw their polished javelins. The metal of the protecting armor was bronze, whereas their weapons of offense were probably now of iron, which the mines of Laconia abundantly furnished. In time, the citizen body of light troops was eliminated, and the heavy armed were organized in 5 morae, from the 5 local tribes into which the Spartans came to be divided. A 6th mora, as a guard for the kings, seems to have been formed from all 5 tribes. As the number of Spartans declined, the vacant places in the mora were filled with Perioeci, whereas the Helots usually served as light troops or as mere laborers. The military age extended from the 20th to the 60th year. The kings, the commanders of the army, and in the earliest known constitution the chief magistrates, were the 2 kings, from the royal families of the Agiads and Eurypontids respectively. Whatever may have been the origin of the double kingship, the institution was looked upon as a safeguard against tyranny. The perpetual discord between the kings weakened their office, permitting the growth of more popular institutions. The kings were priests of Zeus and certain other gods and judges, in cases concerning family law and public highways. As commanders of the army, they originally had a right to declare war against whatsoever enemy they pleased. But this and other powers were gradually taken from them. In war and peace, they received fixed portions of the sacrificial victims, and in general enjoyed many privileges and honors. Their persons were sacred, and after death they received worship as heroes. On the decease of a king, women went about the streets beating on copper kettles, while mounted messengers spread the news throughout Laconia and Messenia. Representatives of every household, of every social class, under penalty of the law, gathered to mourn the dead. Like Asiatics on similar occasions, the assembled thousands, men and women, intermingled, beat their foreheads with a right good will, and make lamentation without stint, saying this one who died last of their kings was the best of all. Here, doubtless, survived the shred of their pomp and ceremony practiced by their ancestry, on the Minoan side, centuries earlier at the beehive tombs. The Council, Gerousia. The Gerousia, Council of Old Men, was composed of 28 elders and the 2 kings. The former were chosen from a few noble gentes. They were required to have reached the age of 60, and to have gained distinction for sobriety, virtue, and wisdom. The mode of election was peculiar. Candidates for the vacant place walked through the assembly one by one, in an order previously determined by lot, receiving as they passed the acclamation of the people. The members of the returning board, supposed to be ignorant of the order in which the candidates presented themselves, were secreted in a room nearby, where they could hear without seeing. By the loudness and extent of the acclamation, they determined which was the more popular, and therefore the successful candidate. The idea seems to have been that the will of the people expressed itself, not by a majority of votes, but by the intensity of feeling on the part of the assembly as a whole. This method, which Aristotle describes as childish, readily admitted connivance between the council and the returning board, for thwarting the popular will. The functions of the Gerousia were like those of the Homeric Council, but far more definite. It considered measures to be presented to the assembly, and assisted the chief magistrates in the management of public affairs. It exercised jurisdiction in cases affecting the life or civil status of the citizens, and in all important criminal cases in which citizens were involved. The presidency of the body, originally belonging to the kings, was in time transferred to the ephors, the popular assembly, appella. The appella, popular assembly, comprised the fully privileged citizens 30 years of age and upward, who served in the heavy infantry. Under the presidency of the kings, afterward of the ephors, it elected magistrates, decided questions concerning the succession of kings, and accepted or rejected the measures which the magistrates and council rarely brought before it. As at Rome, the members of the assembly had no right to initiate measures or to join in the debate. They were strictly limited to listening and voting. Everywhere in Hellas, however, the supreme political authority rested ultimately with the dominant military class, and at Sparta accordingly it was vested in the assembly of heavy infantry. This body it was which wrested the supreme power from the kings. The assembly did not exercise its authority directly, however, but devolved it upon a board of 5 ephors, elected annually from the qualified citizens. Only in questions of war, peace, and other matters of unusual importance did it reserve the right of decision. The government was a broad military aristocracy, tempered by a strong magistracy. The ephors. The ephors, overseers, evidently existed from very early time, but only with the lapse of centuries did they come to supersede the kings as the heads of the state. On entering office, they issued this edict: shave your mustaches and obey the laws, that they may not be grievous to you. The first part of the order enforced the custom which we find pictured on their monuments. The second commanded subjection to discipline. These magistrates supervised the training of youths and watched over the conduct of the citizens through their entire lives. They acquired the right to preside over the gerousia and the appella, to try nearly all the civil cases, and to prosecute criminals before the council of elders. Over helots they exercised absolute power, and in cases of political emergency they could put a periocus to death untried. Their authority extended over the kings. At the close of every 9-year period of a king's reign, they watched the sky for Noman, which, if found, deposed him. Oftener, by threats of prosecution for misconduct, they drove him into exile. As heads of the state, they conducted negotiations with other governments. These powers, and many others of slightly less importance, they had gradually acquired before the opening of the 4th century. 3. Argos, Lacedaemon, and the Peloponnesian League. Argos. In the day of their glory, the kings of Mycenae and Argos governed a broad mainland realm and claimed hegemony over many islands. With the decline of Minoan civilization and the immigration of northwestern Greeks, their power declined, and in the territory once subject to them, many cities, old and new, maintained their independence. Such was the condition of Argolis when Phaedon, king, or some say tyrant, ascended the throne. His reign cannot be certainly dated, and his achievements display a semi-mythical color. On the whole, it seems to accord best with the few known facts to place him near the middle of the 7th century, prior to the Second Messenian War. It was his achievement to concentrate all Argolis under his authority, to extend his sway northward over Corinth and Aegina and southward over Kenuria, the narrow strip of land between Mount Parnon and the sea, continuing in the island of Cythera. Probably it was he who led the Argives to an overwhelming victory over the Lacedaemonians at Hysiae. Then he invaded Elis, expelled its magistrates from the presidency of the Olympic Games, and assumed that office himself. This act is characterized by Herodotus as extreme insolence. By spreading abroad over Peloponnese the system of measures already in vogue in Aegina, he left a permanent impress of his name on that part of Greece. His imposing personality shed a sunset glow upon the departing glory of his city. While bidding fair to become the arbiter of Hellas, he was dislodged from his hold on Olympia by a coalition of Lacedaemonians and Eleans, and his death finally put an end to the hopes he had raised. His successor on the throne was a weakling, who enjoyed scarcely more than the name of sovereign. Argos was consequently in no position to set bounds to the expanding power of Lacedaemon. Arcadia. The ambition of the Spartans first directed itself northward. There was the tableland of Arcadia, surmounted by high mountain ranges, which divided the country into a number of basins. In each basin dwelt a canton comprising several villages. These mountaineers were simple folk, liberty-loving, unpolished, and warlike. Only on the eastern border did cities grow up under the cultural influence of Argos. Here were 3 city-states, Tegea, Orchomenus, and Mantinea. No political bond united the Arcadians, but an ethnic sympathy found nurture at their common shrine of Zeus at Lycosura, where they joined in festive worship. Without definite knowledge, the student of history yet gains the impression that they possessed means of common action in war. In their conflict with Laconia, they seem to have followed the lead of Tegea, their most powerful state. Lacedaemon wins the headship of Arcadia, 600 to 550. The Lacedaemonians, after their conquest of Messenia, could not long remain at peace with the world. Their numbers were still doubtless increasing, and they coveted more lands and helots. Their social political organization, framed exclusively for war, could find nurture in nothing but conquest. Their kings accordingly sent to consult the oracle of Delphi on the prospect of conquering all Arcadia. The prophetess answered, "The land of Arcadia, thou askest too much, I refuse it. Many there are in Arcadian land, stout men, eating acorns. They will prevent thee from this, but I am not grudging toward thee. Tegea, beaten with sounding feet, I will give thee to dance in, and a fair plain I will give thee, to measure with line and divide it." Trusting to this deceitful oracle, they concentrated their strength against Tegea. But they were beaten, and the captives taken were compelled to work the fields of Tegea, wearing the fetters they had brought with them for shackling conquered Arcadians. Several times, while gaining success elsewhere, they tried in vain to conquer Tegea. Finally, they won a victory over that state, but not such as to promise a conquest. Originally, they had planned to helotize the Tegeans, but now they were content to form a permanent alliance with them, about 550. Following this example, the Arcadian cantons, one by one, entered into league with Lacedaemon. Lacedaemon wins the hegemony of Peloponnese, 550 to 500. Meantime, the struggle between Lacedaemon and Argos continued, till before the middle of the 6th century, Sparta had wrested from her ancient rival Kinuria and Cythera. From the reign of Phidon, the Eleans were friendly to Lacedaemon, through whose support they had conquered a broad and fertile domain. Hence they were ready for close alliance with Sparta. Corinth and Sicyon, freed from tyrannies, entered the league. Then some states of Argolis, as Trezen and Epidaurus, and afterward Megara and Aegina. Before the close of the 6th century, all the states of Peloponnese, excepting Argolis and the greater part of Achaea, were leagued with Lacedaemon. Organization of the Peloponnesian League. There was no general federal constitution, but a separate treaty united each state with Lacedaemon. The members pledged themselves to furnish military forces for the wars waged by the League, to serve under the command of the Lacedaemonian kings. No tributes were levied, but occasional contributions were required. A congress of deputies met at Sparta or Corinth to deliberate on federal interests, particularly on questions of war, peace, and alliance. The allies were free to manage their own affairs, and the burdens of war were light. Their representation in the common diet made them content with their position, for they felt they were free and had a fair share in the deliberations. The statement of Herodotus that the greater part of Peloponnese was subjected to Lacedaemon is therefore wholly misleading. As the union rested on a treaty basis, it was federal, though not to a degree afterward attained elsewhere. Herself under the rule of a few, and therefore hostile to both tyrannies and democracies, Lacedaemon upheld oligarchy among her allies. To this end she sometimes interfered in the home politics of her allies, and occasionally she felt compelled to check excessive ambition or self-aggrandizement in the individual states in order to maintain her own hegemony, to keep themselves qualified for a position fraught with as much burden as honor. The Spartans increased the severity of their discipline, eschewed the refinements they had formerly allowed themselves, and subjected the individual more rigorously to the state. For these purposes increased power was given the ephors, who in the 6th century began to supersede the kings as the heads of the state. However crude and imperfect, the political system was admirable for the age. Especially it created a strong, well-centralized military force at a time when the danger of Oriental conquest began to threaten Greece. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Hellenic History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emanuela. Hellenic History by George Willis Botsford. 7. Athens, from monarchy to democracy. First, monarchy and aristocracy. Introduction. While the Lacedaemonians were creating a great military state, Athens was developing along entirely different lines. Having touched upon her civilization during the Middle Age in connection with the general condition of Hellas, we shall now follow her separate history from that period to the reforms of Cleisthenes. Unification of Attica, about 1700. In the Mycenaean age, Attica, as a tradition and archaeology concurrent teaching, was occupied by several independent kingdoms. The most favorable position among them was held by Athens. Its Acropolis, about 4.5 miles from the coast, formed the natural military and political center of the Cephissus basin in the heart of Attica. By conquest and negotiation, the kings who occupied this citadel gradually extended their sovereignty over the entire country. Though doubtless the work of a century or two, the unification is represented in tradition as the achievement of a single king. When Theseus came to the throne, he, a powerful and wise ruler, improved the administration of the country in other ways, and, in particular, he dissolved the councils and separate governments, and united all the inhabitants of Attica in the present city, establishing one council and town hall, Prytaneion. They continued to live on their own lands, but he compelled them to resort to Athens as their metropolis, and henceforth they were all inscribed in the roll of citizens. Among the last steps in the process were the annexation of Eleusis, about 700, and nearly a century later the acquisition of Salamis by Solon. The dynasty of the Medontide, ending in 713-712. Although the names of many kings are embedded in Attic myth, we can only be certain that the last ruling dynasty was that of the Medontide. For the government of this period, we have nothing more than the survival of institutions. It is reasonable to assume as elements of the constitution a king, council of nobles, and popular assembly, like the Homeric, yet with functions more definitely fixed by the force of Minoan tradition. The king's colacrete, joint carvers, had charge of the perquisites which came to him from sacrifices, and in time this humble function developed into the office of treasurer. The king and his nobles, in heavy armor, rode to war in chariots, and for the defense of the coasts, his well-to-do citizens built galleys provided with a submarine ram for attacking hostile ships. From kings for life to decennial kings, 753-752. The transition from monarchy to aristocracy was gradual, and though no ancient writer informs us, we may be sure that it was brought about by the Council of Nobles, who alone benefited by the change. It must accordingly have been this body which, about the middle of the 8th century, reduced the life tenure of the royal office to a single decade. Although the incumbent was still termed king, the monarchy in fact ceased, the supreme power passing to the council. This point, therefore, begins the period of the aristocracy. Aristocracy, 753-752 to about 650. As the decennial kings proved incapable of efficient military leadership, the office of polemarch, war archon, was instituted, probably to lead the army in a conflict with Eleusis. No long time afterward, the Medontide were deposed, and the royal office was thrown open to all the nobles. Then, about 700, the office of archon was instituted. During the earlier and less known period of its history, this magistracy must have been vested with large powers, but gradually it was deprived of them till, in the 4th century, its only civil function was the care of widows and orphans and of their estates. King, polemarch, and archon, however, in addition to the duties above mentioned, performed extensive priestly functions. Annual offices, 683-682. The Thesmothete. As the decennial magistrates proved too strong and independent to serve the interests of the ruling power, all offices were made annual in 683-682, and at the same time the archon superseded the king as head of the state. In this way the government became in form as well as in fact a republic. At the same date, or shortly afterward, were instituted the 6 Thesmothetae, that they might record the customary laws and keep them from the trial of offenders. They had charge of all public documents and acted as judges in the capacity of protectors of the law. It was not till the time of Solon that the archon, king, polemarch, and 6 Thesmothetae were brought together in one board, that of the 9 archons. The Council of Nobles, afterward named the Council of the Areopagus. The aristocracy was now at the summit of its power. The assembly of citizens, which had occupied only a 3rd place in the government, fell into practical desuetude. The elective power resided in the council, who called up men, and on its own judgment assigned them, according to their qualifications, to the several offices of the year. It supervised their administration and watched rigorously over the lives of the citizens, with power to punish for immoral as well as for lawless conduct. The members of this body were powerful lords, recruited annually from those who had worthily filled the 9 magistracies described above. Social classes. The eupatrids. The privileged class were called eupatrids, sons of noble fathers. They owned large tracts of land, equipped themselves with heavy armor, and constituted the effective military force. They had recently discarded the chariot and had adopted the custom of riding to war on horseback. Arriving on the battlefield, they dismounted to engage in combat. There were, too, a few hoplites, heavy infantry, unprovided with horses. In addition to military and administrative services, the eupatrids filled the priesthoods, which assured them rich livings as well as a powerful instrument for governing the commons. The commons, Georgi and Demiurgi. Below the eupatrids were the Georgi, farmers, who originally owned the lands they tilled, but who in the 7th century were mortgaging their estates and falling into slavery for debt. Still lower in the social scale were the Demiurgi, skilled workmen. Their numbers during the 7th century were but slowly increasing in Attica, which lagged behind Corinth, Aegina, and other neighbors in industry. Family and gens, genus, fratri and tribe. The unit of society was the family, which, as elsewhere in Greece, was monogamic. Whatever its rank, the family worshipped ancestral Apollo and household Zeus. The nobles formed larger associations of kinsmen, known as gentes, bound together for the worship of a reputed ancestor, for social intercourse and mutual helpfulness. The Demiurgi had their trades unions patterned after the gentes. All three social classes belonged promiscuously to the fratris, brotherhoods, which were groups of families assumed to be related in blood. The fratri had its annual reunion in the autumn, at the feast of the Apaturia, of the All Fathers, evidently the spirits of the dead. On this occasion, the members worshipped the Zeus and Athena of their fratri, introduced the young children to the association, and celebrated the marriages of their members. Several fratries composed the tribe, and 4 tribes made up the state. Second, the democracy of the heavy infantry, about 650-694. The phalanx and the new territorial organization. For the overthrow of the aristocracy and the establishment of a more liberal form of government, the ground was prepared in the growing need of an improved military system. This requirement was met by the introduction of the Dorian phalanx. As the eupatrids were too few to constitute a phalanx, they had to recruit the heavy infantry from the common landowners, whose income would enable them to equip themselves with a panoply. This undertaking was made possible for Athens by the rise of industrial cities in her neighborhood, which diminished the cost of armor. A census was introduced to determine who were to be thus liable, in order to ascertain where every man lived and what property he owned. A throughout territorial organization was necessary. The earlier organization, of which we know little, had to be adjusted to the enlarged territory. Attica was accordingly divided into 4 districts, named after the 4 tribes. Each tribal district comprised 3 smaller areas known as thirds, tritis, which were subdivided each into 4 naval townships, naucraris. The 4 census classes. Mainly with a view to military service, the people were divided into 4 classes. The Pentacosiomedimni, whose estates free from encumbrance yielded annually at least 500 eginetan medimni of grain, formed the highest class. We may assume that they included many eupatrids and a few commons. They held the higher offices and commands and evidently furnished for military service each 2 horses, one for himself and the other for his squire. The next lower class comprised the simple knights, hippeis, who furnished each a single horse with necessary equipment, and whose obligations and privileges were in general inferior to those of the Pentacosiomedimni. This distinctive feature of the system, however, is to be found in the third class, zeugite, yoked men, members of the phalanx of heavy infantry. The fourth class comprised the poorer folk, employed only as light troops, as squires for the knights, or in the case of very poorest, totally exempt from military duty. All the classes were undoubtedly defined in terms of produce from their estates, although for this period we cannot ascertain these definitions. The phalanx, commanded by the polemarch, comprised 4 tribal regiments, each under a general. These institutions were created probably about the middle of the 7th century. The Assembly, Ecclesia, the Council of 401, and of the Aeropagus. The reform of the army bore immediate political fruit. On the principle prevailing in Hellas, that the military class determined the character of the government, the heavy infantry constituted of themselves an assembly for the election of magistrates and for the transaction of other important business. In this way, the aristocratic council lost its appointive power. In connection with the revival and reconstitution of the assembly was created a new council of 401 members, which represented the tribes and most probably the naucraris. Beyond its function of preparing bills to be offered to the assembly, we may infer that it possesses some administrative duties. Now, for the first time, it became necessary to distinguish the old aristocratic council by name. Henceforth, it was known as the Council of the Aeropagus, because it convened on that hill for the transaction of certain judicial business to be explained below. The Aeropagites, retaining large powers of supervision, were still the chief governing institution. As political privileges were graded on the basis of property, and the franchise limited to those who could furnish a panoply, we may describe the constitution as a timocracy of the heavy infantry. Cylon's coup d'etat, perhaps 632 or 628. No long time after the adoption of these reforms, in a period of political and social unrest, a powerful noble named Cylon seized the Acropolis and attempted to make himself tyrant. But the heavy infantry, gathering from the country, besieged the conspirators in the citadel. When their provisions were exhausted, Cylon stole through the besieging lines. His starving followers took refuge at the great altar of Athena on the Acropolis. Hereupon the chiefs, Prytaneis, of the Naucraris, promised the suppliants their lives if they would submit to trial. They agreed. Yet, not having full confidence in the promise, they tied a thread to Athena's image, and holding one end of it, went down to the tribunal. When they came near the shrine of the Furies, the cleft at the east end of the Aeropagus, the thread by which the goddess gave them her protection broke, and then the Archon Megacles and his supporters stoned and butchered them, permitting only a few to escape. Megacles belonged to the powerful gens of the Alcmeonide, whom the state dared not punish for the crime. In popular beliefs, this sacrilege brought the curse of impiety upon the entire gens. Draco's codification of the criminal law, 621. It may well be that this event suggested a clearer formulation of the criminal law and a reorganization of the courts. In 621, accordingly, Draco was commissioned as thesmotete with extraordinary power to codify the criminal law, which thus far had remained an oral tradition. Homicide. The usages of Attic law, as we know it in later time, prove that in the remote past the Athenians, like the Homeric Greeks, were accustomed to the blood feud and to the acceptance of compensation for injury and homicide. There existed further in Attica, probably as a Minoan inheritance, sanctuaries to which the slayer might flee while making terms with the kinsmen of the slain. Taking advantage of this condition, Draco made use of these sanctuaries as places of trial for the various classes of homicide. Accusations were still to be brought by the near king, assisted by the feretri. But henceforth the state alone had power over the accused to punish or acquit. All prosecutions came before the king, who determined the appropriate court for the trial according to the nature of the offence. The idea, not found in Homer, that homicide brought pollution upon the doer survived in Attica from the Minoan age. The trial took place, accordingly, near the sanctuary, under the open sky, that no pollution might come to the accuser from being under the same roof with the accused. Courts for the trial of homicide. Cases of wilful murder came before the old aristocratic council sitting on the Areopagus. The punishment was death, with confiscation of property. Another court was that of the Ephete, who were nobles above 50 years of age. They sat near the Palladion, a shrine of Pallas Athena, at Phaleron, for the trial of accidental homicide. The penalty in this case was temporary exile, followed by purification from the religious guilt. At the Delphinion, a shrine of Apollo and Artemis near Athens, the Ephete tried any who confessed to homicide but claimed that he did the deed in self-defense or on another justifiable ground. There was no penalty, but at least in some cases purification was required. If a man, when in exile under sentence of the Ephete, was accused of wilful murder, he was liable to trial by the same court at the Freatto, a place on the coast. The accused was not permitted to pollute the land by his presence, but pleaded his cause in a boat moored near the shore, while the Ephete heard him from the beach. The penalty was the usual one for wilful murder. A still stranger religious idea is illustrated by the court consisting of king and tried kings, sitting at the Prytaneion, town hall within the city. Here were tried cases in which the doer was unknown, also the killing of a person by a falling object. If convicted, the object that wrought the deed was solemnly carried, as a noxious thing, beyond the border of the country. Character of the draconian laws. In the definite provision for mitigating circumstances in homicide, and in the total suppression of the blood feud and compensations by the establishment of courts with full competence to try and punish offenders, Draco contributed vastly to the benevolence of law and to domestic security and peace. The Athenians of after time looked back to him with great reverence and thought of his ordinances as the product of a wisdom higher than that of a man. Whoever made them originally, whether heroes or gods, did not oppress the unfortunate, but humanely alleviated their miseries, so far as they could with right. His reputation suffered but slightly by the discovery, in the 4th century of his law of theft, then long obsolete, which fixed the penalty of death for stealing a cabbage or an apple. The people were starving, and in keeping with the severity of the times, this penalty had been retained in the code in the interest of the landowners. Trial of the Alcmeonide. After the adoption of these measures, the faction of Cylon, recovering strength, brought the Alcmeonide to trial for sacrilege before a court of 300 nobles. Although the actual perpetrators of the crime were dead, a verdict of guilty was found. In punishment, the remains of the dead were cast beyond the border, and the gens was condemned to perpetual exile. As the whole city seemed polluted by the rank impiety, Epimenides, a Cretan, was called in to purify the community. Third, the reforms of Solon, 594. Oppression and revolt of the commons. Solon. In an earlier chapter, we touched on the economic decline of the Attic peasantry and noticed the fact that most of their farms were mortgaged to the rich and that many freemen were in slavery for debt. Draco's reforms did not touch the economic condition, which daily became more insupportable, or check the magistrates in their career of embezzlement, plunder, and judicial oppression. The newly constituted assembly and the phalanx, however, served as the nucleus of a popular organization. In the spirit of freemen, the masses revolted against their oppressors. Civil war broke out, and the blood of citizens was spilled. At this crisis, Solon came forward as a mediator. He was a man of the highest nobility, though of moderate fortune, a merchant, a poet, and sage. Under his military leadership and inspired by his martial verse, the Athenians had wrested Salamis from the Megarians. Thus he had won a reputation which strengthened his appeal to the two parties to lay aside their differences. They joined in electing him archon and legislator, Thesmothete, for 594, with absolute power. Abolition of securities. On entering office, Solon proclaimed an abolition of all securities on land and person. Of this work he himself says, "In the just fullness of time, the mighty mother of the Olympian gods, even black earth most excellent, will bear me witness that I removed the mortgage pillars which stood in many places, she who was formerly in slavery, but now set free. To Athens, our country divinely founded, I restored many men who had been sold, one illegally, another under the law. Some, whom hard necessity had forced into exile, who in their many wanderings had forgot the Attic tongue. Others, held here in unseemly slavery, and trembling under their masters' caprices, I set free. This I did by my power, uniting force with justice." The future safety of the commons. To secure the liberty of the commons for the future, he prohibited the mortgaging of persons. For curbing the avarice of the rich, he limited by law the amount of land which the individual might acquire. As the large landowners were shipping their grain to the thriving industrial centers in the neighborhood of Attica, thus reducing the masses to starvation, Solon forbade the exportation of all products of the soil, except olive oil, of which there was a surplus. More stimulating were his laws for the encouragement of industry. He attached a heavy fine to idleness and compelled every man to teach his son a trade. As there were too few artisans to serve as models for the rest and make a beginning of industry, he offered the citizenship to skilled workmen of other countries on the condition of their settling permanently in Attica. In the same liberal spirit, citizens were permitted to marry non-Athenians women, and the children of such unions had full social and political rights. Another law, afterward adopted by the Romans, encouraged the formation of corporations for the transactions of various kinds of business. Coinage. A further impetus was given to commerce by the adoption of a native coinage. The Euboic standard was chosen for the purpose, undoubtedly to facilitate trade with the Colchis and Eretria and their many colonies. Family law. In his reform of family law, Solon aimed to free the individual from kin and gens, with the object of attaching him more closely to the state. His enactment that anyone who wished might go to law in defense of an injured person tended to substitute neighborly friendliness and governmental protection in place of the old tie of blood. Heretofore, wills were unknown, and in lack of children, the estate passed to the nearest of kin. Solon, however, enacted that in case a man had no children, he might will his estate to whomsoever he pleased. This law freed property from the control of the kin, and granted the individual more complete possession of his own. These regulations gave a freer scope to the individuality of the citizens, and placed them in a better position to serve the state. Criminal law. In his revision of the criminal code of Draco, he lightened the excessive penalties, but left the laws of homicide substantially untouched. Recognizing the harshness of previous judicial decisions, he decreed an amnesty to all who were in exile excepting those condemned for homicide or attempted tyranny. Under this edict, the Alcmeonidae returned to their homes. The 4 census classes and magistrates. Among his first constitutional measures was a revision of the definitions of the 4 census classes. For the medimnus, he substituted the lighter matron, wet and dry measure, so as to include in the reckoning oil and wine as well as grain. A pentacosio medimnus was accordingly one who produced 500 measures wet and dry from his estate, a hippeus 300 to 500, a zeugite 200 to 300, a thete less than 200. Through this reform, many must have been advanced from lower to higher ratings. The treasurers were to be drawn exclusively from the highest class, the archons from the first and second, the zeugites were eligible to the council of 400, and the thetes, disbarred from all individual offices and boards, were now admitted to the assembly, ecclesia. Council of 400, Assembly and Supreme Court. The Council of 401, dropping the odd number, seems to have remained in other respects the same. The assembly was made more democratic by the admission of the thetes. Solon instituted a Supreme Court, the Eliea, to which men above 30 years from all 4 census classes were eligible. Its function was to receive appeals from the judicial decisions of the archons, and to try the retiring magistrates for misconduct in office in case anyone accused them. Constitutional balance. The widening of the franchise to include the thetes and the establishment of the Eliea made the government more popular. In the absence of pay for public service, however, the citizens could rarely attend the assembly in large numbers, and few could sit in the Eliea. These bodies were therefore practically controlled by the well-to-do. The high property qualifications of the magistrates and the supervisory power of the Areopagites, left unimpaired by Solon, were strong aristocratic elements. We have from himself an estimate of his constitutional reform. I gave the commons as much power as sufficed, neither detracting from their honor nor adding thereto. Those who possessed might and were illustrious in wealth, for them I planned that they should suffer not unseemly. In other place he says, thus the commons would best follow their leaders, neither given too much rein, nor yet oppressed. The rich and noble were to fill the offices, the commons were to have only enough power to check them and preserve their own liberty. Fourth, the tyranny, 560-510. Factional strife, 593-560. Few were satisfied with Solon's reforms. The shoremen, containing many fishermen and traders, were inclined to abide by his arrangements. But men of the plain, eupatrids with large estates, were irritated by his concessions to the poor, whereas the inhabitants of the hills, including the turbulent shepherds, were disappointed in their expectation of a redistribution of property. These factions, firstly, contended with one another. Peisistratus. In time, the leadership of the hills fell to Peisistratus, a distant relative of Solon. Smooth of speech, courteous in bearing, and master of political trickery, he enjoyed too a brilliant military reputation gained in a war with Megara, about 570-565. In the belief that his political adversaries sought his life, the assembly voted him a personal guard, with which he seized the Acropolis in 560 and made himself tyrant. Twice a combination of the two rival factions caused his retirement into exile, but finally gaining complete supremacy, he maintained it with the aid of mercenaries. His tyranny, 560-510. Peisistratus is an excellent type of the statesman-despot. His hand lay heavily on the nobles alone. Those of the class who were too independent of spirit or too ambitious to submit were forced into exile. There are indications that he confiscated the estates of such persons and divided them in small farms among the poor. To the needy country people he gave seeds and work animals for stocking their farms. The number of cultivators he greatly increased by such encouragements and by the expulsion of idlers from the city. Thus, supplementing Solon's emancipation of debtor slaves, Peisistratus founded a numerous, thriving agricultural class, which remained prosperous long after his family has ceased to rule. His tax of 1/10, afterward reduced to a 20th, on the produce was bothersome only to the most sterile farms. Seeing on the slope of Hymettus a certain man digging and working among the rocks with a stake, he bade his servant ask what was produced in the place. The other replied, "Only ashes and pains, and of these ashes and pains Peisistratus must have his 10th. The man answered without knowing him, but Peisistratus, pleased with his candor and his love of work, made him exempt from all taxes. Commerce, exports. From all that we can learn, his policy must have been rural rather than industrial. A wide exportation of wine, olive oil, and toilet ointments is proved by the great number of Attic vases of this period, found in various parts of the ancient world, from Etruria to Egypt, Asia Minor, and the shores of the Black Sea. They are of the black figured type, characterized by paintings in black glaze on a red background, produced during the rule of Peisistratus. Shortly after the accession of Hippias, this class gave way to the more highly developed red figure style, which too was widely diffused by trade. Potters' shops, accordingly, were increasing in size and in the number of hands employed. Relations with other states. Commerce must in fact have derived great encouragement from the treaty relations which Peisistratus established with many states, from Thessaly to Lacedaemon, and the peace thus guaranteed was an additional basis of prosperity. The colony of Sigeum on the Hellespont he founded, or at least reinforced it, and appointed a son to govern it. Under the tyrant's patronage, Miltiades, an eminent Eupatrid, conducted a colony to the Chersonese on the European side of the Hellespont. Both settlements remained dependencies of Athens. In brief, it is not too much to regard Peisistratus as the creator of Athenian diplomacy and of a place of dignity and influence for his city among the states of Hellas. Enforcement of Solon's laws. At home, he enforced the existing laws and constitution, taking care only to secure by his control of the political machinery the election of kinsmen or partisans to the chief offices. The masses were attached to him by his benefits to them, and many of the nobles by the social attractions of his court. Hippias, 527–510, and Hipparchus. When Peisistratus died of old age in 527, his sons Hippias and Hipparchus continued his policy. The former, as the elder and as a man of statesmanlike character, managed political affairs, while the more cultured brother attended to the direction of public works and acted as patron of literature and art. Public works. The most useful public works of the Peisistratide, as the dynasty is termed, were a subterranean aqueduct, which brought a supply of fresh water to the city from the upper valley of the Ilissus, and a system of roads which radiated through Attica from the altar of the 12 gods in the marketplace. Their extensive building of temples, their enlargement of religious festivals by the addition of new features, the patronage of artists and poets with the general effect of advancing the social happiness, the taste, the intelligence of the citizens will be touched upon in the following chapter. Harsher tyranny, 514–510. An epoch was made in the character of the tyranny by the assassination of Hipparchus in 514. The perpetrators of the deed were two young nobles, Harmodius and Aristogeiton, whose motive in stirring up a conspiracy against the tyrants was an insult offered them by Hipparchus in an affair of love. The plot failed. Hippias escaped, and the assassins with several accomplices were put to death. Throughout Athenian history, the murderers of Hipparchus were celebrated in song as tyrannicides, and their descendants were decreed special privileges forever. Far from overthrowing the tyranny, however, their conspiracy served to change good to bad. Hippias now became suspicious and harsh, a tyrant in the unfavorable sense of the word. The downfall of tyranny, 510. To the emigrant nobles, these conditions offered a favorable opportunity to attempt a return. Their leaders were the Alcmeonidae, who had won the favor of the Delphic Apollo by their magnificent rebuilding of his temple after its destruction by fire. By means of the oracle, accordingly, they were able to win the Lacedaemonians to their aid. Whenever the authorities at Sparta sent to consult it, the answer always was, Athens must be set free. At this time, the Peloponnesian League reached the borders of Attica, and the command of Apollo was strengthened by Lacedaemonian ambition. With the force of Peloponnesians, King Cleomenes of Sparta joined the Alcmeonidae and their faction in besieging Hippias in the Acropolis. The children of the besieged, were taken in an attempt to steal through the lines. To save them, Hippias surrendered on condition of retiring from the country. In this way, the tyranny came to an end in 510. Fifth, the establishment of democracy, 508-501. A factional oligarchy, 510-509. The downfall of Hippias was a victory for the emigrant nobles, who, on their return, began to rule in lordly style. Revising the citizen lists, they struck off the names of a multitude whose ancestors had been enrolled by Solon and Pisistratus. Their object was not only to secure political control, but to recover their confiscated estates. Opposition to Cleisthenes, as head of the nobles and their adherents, was made by Isagoras, a friend of Hippias. The struggle between the two men for supremacy was carried on in the political clubs without the cooperation of the people. The election of Isagoras to the archonship for 508 proved his superior strength. Thereupon Cleisthenes, unwilling to submit to such constitutional forms as then existed, appealed to the disfranchised masses, promising them a restoration of their political rights, on condition of their helping him oust Isagoras from office. The people responded, and in spite of the interference of Cleomenes, they ultimately triumphed. Isagoras was forced to exile, and Cleisthenes was given full power, probably as Thesmothethe, to fulfill his promise. The thoroughness with which he accomplished his task proved him a statesman, and notwithstanding his earlier oligarchic tendencies, in the depth of his heart a lover of democratic freedom. The demes. The growth of the rural population under the tyranny, with the great increase in the number of villages, rendered the 48 naucraries inadequate as a local organization. Cleisthenes, accordingly, began his reforms with the division of all Attica into more than 100 demes, townships, differing greatly in extent and population and centering, as a rule, in existing villages. All who resided in a deme at the time of its institution were enrolled as members, hence as Athenian citizens. This provision included not only the recently disfranchised, but also many alien residents and emancipated slaves. The franchise was thus more widely extended than ever before. The families so enrolled remained members of the original deme, irrespective of residence. The deme had a complete local organization, including demarch, major, treasurer, priests and priestess, attending to the service of the local gods, common property and revenue, and an assembly of members, whose resolutions were binding on the townsmen in so far as they did not conflict with the laws of the state. In the township, the citizens received a training in politics and administration, which helped fit them for their part in the larger government of the state. It was, in fact, the nursery of the democracy. The treaties. The demes were grouped in 30 treaties, in such a way as to make the latter approximately equal in population. In one or two cases, a treatise contained a single large deme, but generally a greater varying number. Each treatise, therefore, was a definite district. It had no communal life, but served merely as a connecting link between the township and the tribe. In the creation of these districts, Cleisthenes provided further than 10 should lie near the shore, 10 in the hills, 10 in the plain. The tribes, phyle. Of the treatise he composed 10 tribes, phyle, drawing by lot for each tribe a treatise from the shore, plain, and hills, respectively. The result was that in the map of Attica, which we can reconstruct only for a later time, some tribes were made up of treaties which did not touch one another, whereas other tribes formed continuous, though irregular, districts. There were local changes after Cleisthenes, however, and it may well be that he consistently separated the treaties of a tribe. One object of the peculiar arrangement of townships was, by distributing the local factions among all the tribes, to break up their sectional organizations and put to an end their mutual antipathies. By the same arrangement, too, Cleisthenes succeeded in making the tribes approximately equal, not only in population, but in economy, to the end that the burdens of military service and taxation might be distributed evenly among them. Another object of far-reaching importance was to make the tribes politically equal. Had some of them been wholly near Athens and others wholly remote, the nearer tribes would have controlled the rest, but the location of some demes of every tribe, in Athens or its vicinity, secured an approximately equal representation of all the tribes in the assembly. Largely on this condition rested the success of the democracy. Each tribe had its board of supervisors, its worship of the eponymous hero, treasurer, and communal property, assembly of members, and other institutions. Each performed its share of the unpaid public services, such as the building and repair of fortifications or the equipment and training of lyric choruses. The 4 old tribes were abolished. The Naucraris, superseded by the Demes, lingered on a few years. Although the gentes of the nobles remained, their influence was greatly curtailed. The older citizens retained their fratries, and new fratries seem to have been instituted for those who were newly admitted. The central government, the Council of 500. The organization of the central government was adjusted to the new tribes. The Council of 400 was increased to 500, 50 from each tribe, distributed among the demes in proportion to their population. For official purposes, Cleisthenes divided the year into 10 equal periods, corresponding to these 10 tribal delegations, and enacted that the delegations should take their turns each for a tenth of the year in managing the current business of the council. The 50 members on duty were termed Prytanes, foremen, and their period was called a Prytany. The Prytanes, while dispatching routine business on their own responsibility, reported the more serious matters for the consideration of the entire 500. Of the business thus laid before it, the council disposed finally of the lighter affairs, and incorporated those of greater weight in bills for presentation to the assembly. Henceforth, too, in the supervision of administrative officers, it undoubtedly gained ground at the expense of the Areopagites. The Council of the Areopagus. The Council of the Areopagus, now containing many friends of Hippias, could no longer be trusted as the sole guardian of the constitution. One who persecuted a citizen for treason or political conspiracy still had the privilege of bringing the accusation before that body, or he might, under a new statute, bring the accused before the popular assembly. While the authority of the Areopagites remained legally untouched in all other respects, it was in fact necessarily lessened by the increasing vitality of the 500 and of the assembly. The assembly and the Heliea, the magistrates. The membership of the assembly was greatly enlarged by the extension of the franchise, and its citizens were encouraged by the reform to take a more active interest in public affairs. The popular court, Heliea, seems to have remained unchanged. The archons were still the chief magistrates, and the generals, who commanded the tribal regiments under the polemarch, were increased to 10. In addition to the small funds belonging to the several shrines of Attica, there were two chief public treasuries, that of Athena, under the treasurers Tamie, of the goddess, and the Demosion, state treasury, under the Colacrete. Cleisthenes instituted a board of 10 receivers, apodecte, who, under the supervision of the 500, received all incoming monies and assigned them to the appropriate treasuries. It was a step towards the unification of public finances. Ostracism. Cleisthenes introduced a peculiar institution termed ostracism. The word is derived from ostrakon, piece of pottery, which was the form of ballot used in the process. Once a year, if the assembly so resolved, the citizens met and voted against any of their number whom they judged dangerous to the state. After the ballots were cast, the archons counted the whole number of ostraca, for if the entire number of voters was less than 6,000, the ostracism was without effect. Next, they counted the number of times each name occurred, and that man against whom most votes were recorded was sent into exile for 10 years. In other words, a quorum of 6,000 was necessary to secure the validity of the act, and in case of such a quorum, a plurality of votes decided the question as to the person to be banished. Such an exile, though inconvenient, was considered an honor. For understanding the purpose and effect of ostracism, it is important to notice that from of old, Athens had been afflicted with factional strife, renewed after the fall of the tyranny. These struggles sometimes took the form of civil war, which ended in the banishment or the massacre of the weaker party. Through ostracism, Cleisthenes replaced civil war by voting in the settlement of factional strife and required the banishment of the leader of the weaker faction, rather than the sacrifice of his entire following. That a man who had committed no crime should be sent into exile was indeed unjust, and yet it was far juster and more humane than the banishment or massacre of an entire political party merely because it chanced to be the weaker. Marketplace, pnyx, and governmental buildings. The extraordinary meetings of the ecclesia for the voting of ostracism were held in the marketplace, where doubtless the people had gathered in assembly even under the kings. Henceforth, however, other sessions of the whole people were usually held on the pnyx, a hill nearly west of the Acropolis. But in most respects the marketplace remained the seat of political life. On its border, the party of Cleisthenes erected a council chamber for the 500, a rotunda for the Prytaneis, a king's porch, and other governmental buildings. In this way, the new democracy began to stamp its character upon the architecture of the city. The reorganization completed, 501. The surveying of the demes, whose boundaries were marked by stones, and the completion of the intricate local arrangements on which the entire constitution rested, was the work of several years. We are not surprised, therefore, to learn that the institution of the new council and the reorganization of the army under the 10 generals were completed as late as 501. The constitutional balance. Regarding the constitutional reforms as a whole, we may say with growth that they preserved, but at the same time modified and strengthened, all the main features of Solon's political measures. It was a democracy, though held in check by strong conservative balances. As democratic elements may especially be mentioned the lessening of the eupatrids and tyrannist influence, the broadening of the civic franchise, and the energizing of the political and patriotic spirit in the demes, and thence, in the 500, Assembly and Heliea, a spirit soon to manifest itself in prodigious military, artistic, and intellectual activities. The most prominent conservative or aristocratic checks were the prevalence of country life, which prevented the majority from taking the part in public affairs granted them by the Constitution, the absence of pay for public service, which debarred the poor from continuous participation in offices, and in both assembly and courts the high property qualifications for magistrates, and the great powers of the Council of Areopagus, now modestly holding itself in the political background, but soon to regain gradually its supervision of government and people. Though we may speak of Cleisthenes as the founder of democracy, the government was far less democratic than it became in the following century. End of chapter 7.
Hellenic History by George Willis Botford, Chapter 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wes Freeman. Chapter 8. Intellectual Awakening, 750 to 479. Part 1. Social and Literary Progress. Correlation of Activities, 750 to 479. The Alphabet and Writing. It was due in part to increasing intelligence that about the middle of the 8th century the Greeks entered upon an era of industrial development, colonial expansion, and political progress. These movements, on the other hand, interacting upon one another, afforded so powerful a stimulus to the mind that we may describe the period thus beginning as one of intellectual awakening. The means of accumulating knowledge essential to great progress was the employment of the alphabet for the preservation of literature. While adopting the Phoenician alphabet, the Ionians modified it to fit the peculiarities of their language. As its use extended over Greece, it differentiated according to dialect into various systems. For a long time, however, it seems to have been restricted to the writing of names on lots and perhaps mercantile accounts. Thence it extended to inscriptions on gifts dedicated to the gods, lists of priests who officiated in succession at temples, and of magistrates after a limit had been placed on the tenure of office. The earliest documents involving connected discourse were laudatory epitaphs, treaties between states, and laws. Probably the Homeric hymns were long preserved orally. We cannot be sure of a written literature before the 7th century. The Rhapsodists. The Iliad and the Odyssey, as stated in an earlier chapter, were mainly Iolic, dominated by Indo-European ideas. Not long after their composition, the Homeridae, sons of Homer, Aegeans of Chios, were journeying through Ionia and the rest of Hellas, chanting them at the courts of the great and in popular gatherings. From the staff, rhabdos, which these singers waved in marking time, they came to be known as rhapsodists. Many were the minstrels, however, who made no claim to descent from their poet. The cycle, about 750 to 600. Under the Homeric inspiration, Ionic poets of the 8th and 7th centuries composed various epics, forming a group known as the cycle. These poems are lost. We know them through scant fragments still preserved, and through their extensive use by Attic dramatists of later time. From these sources, we learn that the Ionians of the period, unlike the Homeric Greeks, were essentially Minoan. They practiced magic, believed in ghosts, worshipped the dead, and had traditions of human sacrifices. They believed, further, in religious pollution incurred by homicide and in the power of cleansing such guilt by ceremonies of purification, especially with the use of swine's blood. In dress and armor also, they were heirs of the decadent Minoan civilization. An intense life of increasing complexity, 750 to 479. Life in Ionia during this period, however, was anything but stagnant. The change from rural to industrial economy, the growth of cities and of a leisurely class, as well as contact with the entire Mediterranean world afforded by colonization and commerce, brought this country distinctly to the foreground of Hellenic civilization. The abolition of kingship and the rise of aristocracies and tyrannies involving these factional struggles added to the intensity of life. To express these complex conditions, the old epic verse of calm, stately meter, the dactylic hexameter, proved wholly inadequate. It gave way accordingly to new and varied measures, which would better exhibit the play of individual or communal thought and emotion characteristic of the new era. The Elegy, Calenus, about 650. The first variation from the epic verse is found in the elegiac pentameter, whose spirit may be either meditative or emotional. Accompanied by the pipe, it lent itself equally to the expression of political and social thought, religious devotion, and martial fire. The first great master of the elegy was Calenus of Ephesus. About the middle of the 7th century, when the savage Cimmerians from north of the Black Sea were ravaging the Ephesian territory, he roused his countrymen to battle with the following song. Sit ye in quiet how long? Stir up the fierce spirit within you. Have ye no feeling of shame, youths, for the dwellers around? Why thus remiss? Do ye think ye are sitting in blissful contentment, peace given, while dread war holds all our dear native land? Now in the moment of death, hurl your last spear at the foe. Honored is he and esteemed who fights in the foremost of lancers, guarding his country, his home, guarding his dear wedded wife, fighting with foes, for death comes but once, and whenever it may be, fate cuts the thread of our life. Each must go quick to the front, grasping his spear in his hand, and under his shield his untrembling heart pressing, panting for fight, mingling in deadliest fray. Fate hath decreed that from death there shall be by no prudence escaping. Doomed are all mortals to die, saving no sons of the gods. Often the din of the battle, the hurtling of lancers surviving, sees man the terror of death stalking into his home. Weaklings are dear to no state, nor in death by the people lamented. Warriors the great and the small mourn when they face their fair doom. Longing intense fills all hearts in the land for the stout-minded hero. Dying in liberty's cause, living they hold him divine, just like a tower of defense in the eyes of the people appearing. Works he the deeds of a host, striving alone in his might. Tyrtaeus of Lacedaemon. In its patriotic ideal and martial spirit, this poem is akin to the elegy of Tyrtaeus already cited. In fact, the latter poet must be regarded as a pupil of the Ionians. Along with the elegy, Tyrtaeus used other forms of verse, as did also Solon of Athens, who lived but shortly afterward. Archilochus. A greater personal intensity distinguishes the poetry of Archilochus, the first Greek, hence the first European, of whose private character we are in a position, through the fragments of his verse, to obtain clear, though fleeting, glimpses. In addition to composing elegies, he was the first great master of the iambic, a measure adapted to energetic expression, giving utterance to the whole range of human passions, from love to sarcasm and hate. His stormy life was typical of the age and of his social class. The son of an aristocratic father and slave mother, in youth he was forced by poverty and want to leave his native Paros and join a colony his countrymen had established in Thasos. But he had no love for this new home, this woeful island that stands with wild wood, bristling like a donkey's back, no fair land, or lovely, or dear. With his fellow colonists, he probably exploited the gold mines of the island, and certainly he fought with them against the Thracians on the neighboring mainland. Having thrown away his shield and fled in this battle, a most disgraceful act, he afterward boasted of it. Vaunt some Thracian wight of the beautiful shield I abandoned, all uninjured by scars, grudgingly left by the brook. Body and soul I have rescued. What matter? The peace may go begging. Soon a new buckler I'll find, better by far than the old. A soldier of fortune. He could not remain long in Thasos, because, as he admitted, he was too insolent, abusing friend and foe alike, and doubtless prudence forbade his return to Paros. Hence he became a wanderer over sea and land, a poet-soldier of fortune, as he tells us. I am a companion of the Lord of War, and I know the lovely gift of the Muses. More drastically, he writes, "Bread for me baked is the gain of my spear. In my spear is the vintage as Morris yields to my call. Lean I on lance while I drink." He seems a pirate from these words. "There were 7 dead men trampled underfoot, and we were 1,000 murderers." These quotations are from his elegies. In an iambic poem he teaches a lesson in moderation. "The gold of rich King Gyges stirs in me no hate. No slave of envy am I. I do not emulate the wondrous deeds of gods, nor love the tyrant's might. Such things unworthy lie beyond mine eyes' dear sight." A tempestuous spirit. In love as in hate, he reveals the same tempestuous spirit. Jilted by Niobe, so reads the tale, he lost no time in sad lament, but with his biting iambics drove her and her sister to hang themselves. This man of muscle and redundant mental power, enjoying in a restless mercenary career the pleasures that came his way, giving deadly presents to his foes, or inspiring distressed friends with hopeful courage, wrote verses that placed him second to Homer, establishing him as the unequaled artist of personal song. Aeolian culture, Alcaeus, about 600 to 550. Passing on from the 7th to the 6th century, we return from Ionian lands to the home of the Aeolians, who created the Homeric poems, and who, in Lesbos, kept cultural pace with their southern neighbors. Mytilene, the chief Lesbic city, trading with Egypt, enjoyed the imported refinements of the Orient. Less devoted than the Ionians, however, to commercial and the useful arts, the race gave itself wholeheartedly to social enjoyment, to the lyre and song. Lesbos, the center of Aeolian culture, was the island of overmastering passions. The personality of the Greek race burned there with a fierce and steady flame of concentrated feeling. Here the poems of Alcaeus, mere shreds as they now are, lead us into the midst of civil strife. The monarchy had yielded to aristocratic factions, through whose struggles for supremacy scheming leaders of the populace made their way to tyranny. Nor was the poet himself clear from the imputation of seeking supreme power. Against his adversary Marcellus he thus declaims, "This man, this raving idiot here, with rank supreme and power great, will quickly overthrow the state. Already is the crisis near." The poet's first exile. Zeus is angry at the motherland. The usurpation of the tyranny by Marcellus and the failure of a conspiracy to dislodge him drove the poet into exile at Pyrrha, a small but independent town in the island. There he apostrophizes his sorrowing fatherland. "What purpose or intent is in thee, my country, that thou hast been so long time distraught? Be of good cheer, for the son of Cronos himself did tell thee that thou hadst no need to fear warfare, howsoever it should seize thee, nor should neighbor foeman, nay nor oarsman from over the far-bounded sea, maintain for long the woeful conflict of the far-flung spear, unless thou shouldst of thyself send afar all the best of thy people, to sunder them from thee, for 'tis men that are a city's tower in war. But alas, thou no longer doest the Father's will, and a swift fate hath overtaken thee. Now I make this prayer for thee, that I may no longer see the daylight, if the son of Cleonax, or yonder Splitfoot, or the son of Archeonax, be suffered more to live, by one whom his dear sweet native land, in factious strife as old as itself, together have done away." Soon the death of the tyrant, probably by violence, permitted the return of the poet's faction. Pittacus, dictator, Aesymnetes. Some time afterward, the establishment of a popular government at Mytilene again forced Alcaeus and his friends into exile. To guard against their armed return, the Lesbians appointed their ablest man, Pittacus, dictator. Of him the people sang as they ground their barley, "Grind, mill, grind," for Pittacus himself is grinding, ruling mighty Mytilene. Pittacus himself employed monarchical power to dissolve the despotism of the many, but having accomplished his task, he restored the independence of the city. His generous amnesty recalled the nobles from banishment, and Alcaeus passed the remainder of his days in peace. During the long period of seditions, the poet had encouraged his friends by songs of party strife, from which quotations have been made above. A wide range of interests. In addition to martial and political themes, he wrote on a great variety of subjects, including travel, nature, love, drinking, and other topics. His poems were personal lyrics sung among friends to the accompaniment of the lyre. His favorite stanza, named Alcaic after him and probably his invention, is fairly represented in the following translation of a convivial song for a wintry evening. Zeus hails, the streams are frozen, in the sky a mighty storm is raging high. And now the forest thick, the ocean hoar, grow clamorous with the Thracian tempest's roar. But drive away the storm, and make the fire hotter, and pile the logs and faggots higher, pour out the tawny wine with lavish hand, and bind about thy head a fleecy band. It ill befits to yield the heart to pain. What profits grief, or what will sorrow gain? O Bacchus, bring us wine, delicious wine, and sweet exhilaration, balm divine. The taste of after ages preferably cited his drinking songs, with the result that they abound among his extant fragments. We are glad to learn, therefore, from a Latin critic that he contributed greatly to the improvement of morals. With much of the genius, versatility, and fire of Archilochus, the Lesbic poet possessed a more amiable disposition. Both open to us an invaluable insight into the life and character of their times, and both exerted a determining influence on the literature of after ages. Women in society and in literature, 7th and 6th centuries. In these times the domain of literature was not monopolized by men. In fact, the social and intellectual development of women during the 7th and 6th centuries has a unique place in the history of the world. It is true that under Oriental influence the upper-class Ionians segregated their women. Among them, wives never ate with their husbands or called them by name. Hesiod, the crabbed, parsimonious, Boeotian farmer, who regards woman as a beast of burden, quotes a myth which attributes the origin of all sin and suffering to a fair, deceitful girl. Straightway did the glorious lame one fashion the likeness of a modest maiden, as the son of Cronos willed. And the goddess grey-eyed Athena girdled and arrayed her, the goddess Graces and Lady Persuasion hung chains of gold about her, the fair-tressed Hours crowned her with flowers of spring. All manner of adornment did Pallas Athena bestow about her person, and in her breast the messenger, the slayer of Argos, put lies and cunning words in a deceitful soul, as Zeus the thunderer willed. Also the messenger of the gods gave her speech, and he named this woman Pandora, for that all the dwellers in Olympus had bestowed on her a gift, to be the bane of men that live by bread. It was she who opened the jar containing 10,000 evils, which forthwith flew out among men to distress them forever. Contempt for women. Such beliefs tended to degrade women in society. A tone of utter contempt pervades the poem of Simonides of Amorgus, which compares various types of women to different animals. The tattler is like a dog, who goes about retailing news. Nor can her husband make her stop even with threats, though in a rage he should knock out her teeth with a stone, nor though he speak to her gently, even when she is sitting in company with guests. The dainty and extravagant woman resembles a horse, who will do no mean or servile work. She will not touch the hand-mill or sieve, or sweep the house, or sit by the fire, for fear of soot. She bathes carefully twice a day or thrice, and anoints herself with toilet oils. Always she wears her tresses combed and with blossoms shaded. A comely thing is such a wife for others to behold, but an evil to him who weds her, unless he be a tyrant or a king, who with such things adorns his fancy. All, however, were constrained to praise the ideal wife and mother. In the poem of Simonides she is like a bee. Fortunate he who wins her hand, for she alone to censure gives no cause, but in her life doth bloom and doth increase. Dear to her loving spouse she groweth old. The mother she of children fair and famed, distinguished she among good women all, a grace divine doth play about her form. General freedom of women, their luxuries, and their education. Generally outside of Ionia, women went about freely in the streets, on foot or in carriages, and mingled with men in social life. Those of the wealthy class dyed their hair, painted their faces, and wore luxurious jewelry and dresses. The Doric peplos, a woolen garment fastened at the shoulders with large, deadly pins, was relatively simple. At first it was worn on all the Greek mainland, but at some time in our period the Athenian women changed to the Ionic chiton of linen, either sewn or fastened with small pins down the arm. The new style of dress admitted of great elaboration. Over the chiton of either form the lady threw a mantle, epiblemma, himation, on going out. By combinations of bright colors, by costly embroideries and sparkling jewelry, the wealthy lady produced a brilliant effect. At the same time, the custom of large dowries had arisen, with the result that marriage was coming to be regarded as a business transaction. Early legislators attempted to check the luxury and the personal liberty of women, and Solon, in addition, restricted the dowry to 3 hymatia and a few cheap articles of household furniture. Notwithstanding his efforts, the high-born women of his country suffered but little restriction during the next century and a half, while throughout Hellas those of the middle and lower classes remained as free as ever. The liberty and power of the Laconian women have been sufficiently considered. In Boeotia, Argos, Sicyon, and Lesbos there were women who received a remarkable education, as is evidenced by the poetesses of these localities. The 6th century, along with the early 5th, was in fact the most brilliant period, at least till recent times, in the intellectual history of women. Sappho and her friends, early 6th century. Sappho herself belonged to an aristocratic family which stood high in the politics and society of Lesbos. She was influential enough to suffer banishment with her relatives for political causes, and in time appreciation of her genius grew till her native country honored her by stamping her image on its coins. In a society which could not separate loveliness of form from perfection of character, she became the center of a literary circle, only in this sense a school of beautiful, brilliant girls. They, too, were composers of music and song. In this circle it was a disgrace to be illiterate. She who writes not, declares Sappho, will go down ignobly in Hades' realm. Yea, thou shalt die, and lie, dumb in the silent tomb, nor of thy name shall there be any fame, in ages yet to be, or years to come. For of the flowering rose that on Pieria blows, thou hast no share, but in sad Hades' house, unknown, inglorious, mid the dim shades that wander there, shalt thou flit forth and haunt the filmy air. Relations between Sappho and her girl-friends. Undoubtedly, the circle represents an effort of highly gifted women to rise above the humdrum existence, alike of drudgery and fashion, to the nobler life of the mind and heart. Between Sappho and her girlfriends there was the warmest attachment. The following poem has reference to a pupil who deserted her for another instructor. So my Attis has not come back, and in sooth I wish I were dead. Yet she wept full sore to leave me behind, and said, Alas, how sad our lot, Sappho! I swear 'tis all against my will I leave thee. To her I answered, Go thy way, rejoicing, and remember me, for thou knowest how fond I was of thee. If thou rememberest not, I am fain to remind thee how dear and beautiful was the life we led together. For with many a garland of violets and sweet roses mingled, hast thou decked thy flowing locks by my side, and with many a woven necklet, made of 100 blossoms, thy dainty throat. And with many a jar of myrrh, of the precious and royal kinds, hast thou anointed thy fair young face before me, and reclining upon the couch, hast thou satisfied thyself with dainty meats and sweet drinks. Nausicaa, who now lives in Sardis. Here as elsewhere, she glorifies the beauty of form and the pleasures of sense. Another poem, addressed to a girl still with her, was doubtless to be sent to a former pupil, Nausicaa, now living in Sardis, most probably the wife of a Lydian grandee. At this, our beloved Nausicaa dwells in far-off Sardis, but she often sends her thoughts hither, recalling how once we used to live in the days when she thought thee like a glorious goddess, and loved thy song the best. Now she shines among the dames of Lydia, as after sunset the rosy-fingered moon beside the stars that are about her, when she spreads her light o'er briny sea, and eke o'er flowery field, while the good dew lies on the ground, and the dainty anthrisk, and the honey lotus with all its blooms. And oftentimes, when our beloved, wandering abroad, calls to mind her gentle Atthis, the heart devours her tender breast with pain of longing, and she cries aloud for us to come hither. And what she says we know full well, thou and I, for night, the many-eared, calls it to us across the dividing sea. Summary of Sappho's interests. Here are interesting glimpses of woman's literary life, of social relations between Lesbos and Lydia, of telepathic sympathy added to a delicate appreciation of natural beauty in the night, the sea, and flowers. Often elsewhere are sympathetic touches of nature, as when she speaks of spring's messenger, the deep-voiced nightingale, or refers to the spot where, all around through branches of apple orchards, cool streams call, while adown from the leaves a-tremble, slumber distilleth. With all of her love of flowery fields, cool streams, and singing birds, her interest centers in human beings, their sorrows, joys, loves, and marriages. In the beauty of her thoughts, in melodious verse, and intensity of feeling, she scarcely has an equal in literature. But the Athenians of later time, who could not appreciate freedom and high intelligence in women, gave her a bad reputation, and their judgment prevailed till modern scholarship succeeded in vindicating her character. Choral lyrics. The poems of Sappho, like those of Alcaeus, were personal lyrics. Meanwhile, other poets were engaged in composing choral lyrics which were essentially public. This kind of ode was sung by a group of persons appropriately dressed and trained, who accompanied the song with a rhythmic movement or dance. The equipment and training involved expense borne by a wealthy person, or, more commonly, by the state. The ode was expected to express, accordingly, not the feelings of the writer alone, but of the whole community. In Greece there was no sharp distinction, such as now exists, between society and state. The citizens were mostly known to one another, and the reunions of kinsmen, neighbors, phratries, and of the entire community in festivals were not only social, but religious and civic functions. These circumstances explain the existence of a form of poetry which was at one and the same time religious, social, and civic. Arising from unpolished folk songs, they gradually developed an artistic character in the hands of skilled composers. They were most at home in the Doric states, especially in Lacedaemon, where the government aimed to regulate communal life, so to speak, in a harmonious rhythm. Among a people delicately sensitive to sights and sounds, the patriotic and moral appeal was made less to the intellect than to the eye and ear. The best known among the earlier masters of choral song was Alcman of Lacedaemon, whose poems have already been cited. He is most celebrated for his Parthenia, choral songs for girls. There were similar odes for grown women, boys, and men respectively, presented at the religious festivals of the state. The form of ode which contained the germ of the drama will be spoken of in other connections, whereas the treatment of Pindar, the greatest of choral lyrists, with his contemporary Bacchylides, belongs to a later period. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Hellenic History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wes Freeman. Hellenic History by George Willis Botsford. Chapter 9. Intellectual Awakening, 750 to 479. Part 2. Religious, Moral, and Scientific Progress. Origin of Religion and the Worship of the Dead. The most obvious, and perhaps the most primitive, origin of religion is the phenomenon of sleep and dreams. The body is the principal self, but along with it is the soul, a shadow or image of the body. While the real self is unconscious in sleep, the shadow double communes with other souls and foresees the future. Death is closely akin to sleep. The body decays or is burned, but the soul survives with hunger and thirst, and with a power at least to annoy. These conditions account for the worship of the dead. Thence a childlike imagination peopled the world with similar spirits, whose like demands created the worship of natural objects and forces. A social origin of religion. The growth of these ideas was reinforced by deeper experiences of the soul. Men were conscious of possessing powers, which they vaguely confused with the forces of nature. Personal emotions or powers were greatly intensified by becoming social, when felt or exerted by a group of human beings accustomed to a common life. Their sacred dance or other collective ceremony wrought magically upon nature in the interest of the group. Doubtless it was this social emotion, whose power surpassed the individual comprehension, which led them to believe in the existence of a spirit, demon, of the group or community. He was a being like a human, though generally invisible and working with greater mystery and power, whose life was bound up with that of his community. When a demon came to be conceived as independent of its natural object or force or social group, or when it acquired a definite personality, it became a god. To maintain relations with either of these beings, a social group founded an altar to him, and instituted a ritual for his worship, watched over by priest or priestess, whose office was sometimes hereditary, sometimes elective. The chief element of the ritual was a sacrifice, a meal partaken of in good fellowship by the god and his worshippers. There were also prayers, hymns, dances, and the presentation of gifts, votive offerings, for the adornment of the shrine. In the imagination of the worshippers, the deities generally took the form of men and women, though taller, stronger, and more beautiful. Heroes and communal deities. Usually the spirits of the dead were worshipped by the family at its tombs. Heroes were the more powerful spirits of men who had been great on earth, the founders of cities or other mighty benefactors of their kind. Every association of men as a gens, phratry, deme, or tribe, in addition to other deities, had its name-giving hero, the real or fictitious ancestor of the group. Every state had its special guardian deities, worshipped by all the citizens. Each of these gods enjoyed an independent existence. The Athena or Zeus of a given locality or phratry or state was a personal being distinct from every other Athena or Zeus. Myth, original and derived meaning. Originally, myth was the expression of a religious idea or emotion in the form of a story created by a fresh, childlike imagination. As the Greek mind in the course of development began to look for the causes of usages, institutions, and of the world itself, it was for a time satisfied with myths. These stories, however, never became dogmas among the Greeks, but remained plastic, freely molded to suit the poet's fancy or the genealogist's purpose. The Temple. In Minoan time, the chief deity dwelt in a chapel of the palace, and during the Middle Ages he was content with a modest shelter for himself and his movable goods. In the course of the 6th and 7th centuries, all the more important gods came to be housed in well-built, artistic dwellings. The simplest form was the temple in Antis, whose cella and vestibule preserved the main elements of the Homeric palace. Thence developed the double temple in Antis, which for greater beauty and for the shelter of worshippers might be surrounded by a peristyle. In this case it is termed peripteral. There grew up as a distinct type the prostyle temple, whose vestibule was fronted by a row of columns. A development from the latter type is the amphiprostyle temple, which, too, might be made peripteral. The temples of Greece and her western colonies were prevailingly of the Doric order, a growth from Minoan elements. The earlier examples of this order give an impression of sturdiness and substantiality, gradually transformed into gracefulness with increasing height and slenderness of the columns and the diminution of the curves. A new element of beauty was added when, toward the end of the 6th century, the Greeks of certain places began to use marble instead of the earlier limestone. Earliest metopes. The most ancient stone temples have fallen to ruin, but the metopes from one of the earliest, at Selinus, Sicily, near the close of the 7th century, may be seen in the Museum of Palermo. In the sculptural groups that adorn them, the lines are monotonously parallel, the human forms are disproportionate, the attitudes are rigid, and yet a certain freshness and originality stamp the work as Greek. Advance in art under the Pisistratidae, 560 to 510. In the age of the Pisistratidae, a great advance was made throughout Hellas in architecture as well as in other arts, and the patron of those tyrants was directed to bringing Athens abreast of the general progress. From the islands of the Aegean Sea, artists flocked to Athens to paint vases, build temples, and chisel reliefs and statues to satisfy the improving taste of the community. In honor of Athena, patron goddess of the city, Pisistratus surrounded her temple on the Acropolis with a peristyle. The limestone of the building was stuccoed and painted in brilliant colors, dominantly red and blue, in the fashion of the age. For the first time at Athens, marble was used in architecture. The metope and pediment sculptures of the Athena temple were of that material, imported from Paros. Among the other works of these tyrants, we may merely mention the gigantic temple to the Olympian Zeus, founded by them beside the Ilissus, to be completed 6 centuries later by the Emperor Hadrian. The older Parthenon. Emulating the tyrant's zeal for building, the party of Cleisthenes, after the completion of his reforms, began a new and more splendid temple to Athena on the Acropolis, south of the existing shrine, on the site afterward occupied by the Parthenon. Unlike the old temple, it was to be of Pentelic marble. For the site they first constructed a terrace for leveling the southern slope of the Acropolis, and placed thereon the foundation. Many marble drums, too, for the temple had been conveyed from Pentelicus, when the invasion of Xerxes cut short the work, till it could be resumed years after by Pericles. The pre-Persian building is known as the Older Parthenon. Statues, especially of women. Religion expressed itself not only in the temple with its sculptured decorations, but also in statues, whether of the deity or his worshippers, or of famous athletes or of benefactors of the state. A common material was wood, and the most revered image of Athena on the Acropolis, even in the period of highest artistic development, remained a mere log with human features crudely indicated. Equally early, doubtless, was the use of soft limestone, from which, about 600, the artists passed to marble. Most primitive is the statue of a woman found at Delos, in representing Artemis, or a worshipper of that goddess. It is a marble block with the roughest suggestion of a woman's form and dress. The advance made within the 6th century may be estimated by comparing one of the maiden statues dedicated to Athena on the Acropolis, no long time before the Persian War. Though slightly stiff and conventional, the form shows a noteworthy gain in grace and naturalness, and the drapery is delicately elaborated. The air of refined luxury which surrounds this Athenian lady is doubtless an importation from Ionia, whence the softer elements of civilization came to the Greek peninsula. The statues of athletes. In the series of Apollos extending through the 6th century, we may trace the development of the nude form of the youthful athlete. The original type seems strongly Egyptian, the posture is rigid, the only deviation from strict frontality is a slight advance of the left foot, perhaps to suggest walking. As in the earlier women's statues, the arms are attached to the sides, and the bodies show little knowledge of anatomy. But we can trace a steady advance through the series, and at the beginning of the following period we shall find a marvelous mastery of athletic form and posture. In contrast with the Orientals, the Greeks liked to display the unclad forms of men both in life and in art. This predilection contributed vastly to the development of naturalness in art and to a true appreciation of human physical perfection, involving a respect for the dignity of the body wholly foreign to the Orient. Reasons for the rapid advance of sculpture. Having begun in the 7th century with a skill far inferior to that of the contemporary Egyptian, the Greek sculptor rapidly brought his art abreast of the general progress of Hellenic culture. This success was largely due to his willingness, while learning all his predecessors could teach, to study external nature and the human form continually anew, and quite as much to his constant effort to express in art the best thought and the noblest aspiration of his age. Hence it results that the material he has left us, fragmentary as it is, forms a most valuable source of our knowledge of the Hellenic character. Festivals. The Panathenaea. The gods required for their own happiness not only beautiful temples decorated with reliefs, statues, and paintings, but also festivals wherein the citizens might gladden their own hearts. A most prominent feature of Athena worship at Athens was a festival held every summer, the Panathenaea. Pisistratus ordained that every 4th year the festival was to be given as the Greater Panathenaea with especial magnificence. Prisoners were set free, and slaves were permitted to feast with their masters. There were races, war dances in armor, athletic competitions, and a grand procession of all the free population, the priests and magistrates, the populace in varied festival attire, youths and girls carrying articles and utensils needed for the sacrifice. The object of the ceremony was to bring the goddess the peplos that had been woven and embroidered for her by her chosen girls. The procession passed through the streets and up the steep ascent of the Acropolis to the great altar before the temple of Athena. Pisistratus added the recitation of Homer's poems, and this new feature bore immediate fruit in introducing epic subjects into the rising art of painting and in giving an epic content to the drama, then in its earliest beginnings. From formalism to emotional worship. The tendency of all ritual is to lose its meaning and to sink into dry, barren formalism, which fails to satisfy the emotional need of mankind. This principle holds for the ceremonies of Greek worship. As their springs of emotion dried up, the void came to be filled by the worship of Dionysus. His cult, as some assert, may have survived among the peasants of the Minoan age. At all events, in the 7th and 6th centuries, it received a new impetus from Thrace, where the same god, or one closely like him, was venerated. The belief prevailed that in childhood he was torn to pieces by the Titans, but restored to life through rebirth. The half-human, suffering, ever-youthful god, the spirit of life in nature and man, awakener of joys, appealed directly to the emotions. Throngs of worshippers, the majority women, roamed in wild nocturnal revels over mountaintop, and danced in ecstasy to the roll of drums and the clashing of cymbals. By such means they became one with their deity, partakers of his immortal life. Orphism. In the 6th century, an effort was made to transform this unbridled worship into a theology and a church. The leaders of the new movement looked back for their master to Thracian Orpheus, who appears in story as a minstrel of wondrous power. The faith was spread by missionaries who traveled throughout Hellas, initiating converts and founding societies of worshippers. They had their sacred scriptures, containing prophecies and hymns. Adopting the worship of Dionysus, they gave it a more regular form and a higher spiritual interpretation. After the emotional rites of initiation, they lived ascetic lives. They were under the impression that the soul is suffering the punishment of sin, committed in a previous existence, and that the body is an enclosure or prison in which the soul is incarcerated. By purity of living and the practice of their rituals, however, they were able not only to cleanse themselves from sin and secure eternal happiness, but even to redeem the souls of the dead from punishment in Tartarus. Eternal happiness. Great in the coming world, they thought, will be the bliss of the righteous. Evenly ever in sunlight, night and day, an unlaborious life the good receive. Whoever have been good of courage to the abiding, steadfast thrice on either side of death, and have refrained their souls from all iniquity, travel the road of Zeus unto the tower of Cronos. There, round the islands of the blest, the ocean breezes blow, and golden flowers are glowing, some from the land on trees of splendor, and some the water feedeth, with wreaths whereof they entwine their hands. Some in horses and in bodily feats, and some in dice, and some in harp playing have delight, and among them thriveth all fair flowering bliss. It behoveth, therefore, in this life to walk in moderation, refraining from evil doing, insolence, and presumptuous thoughts. The Eleusinian Mysteries. In no state was Orphism accepted as a part of the public worship, though the Pisistratidae were warm patrons of Onomacritus, its most distinguished prophet. But Athens did not hesitate to worship Dionysus in shrines of his own, and to join him with Demeter and her daughter Persephone, the great goddesses of Eleusis. Their worship, once local in Eupatrid, had now become national, open to all Hellenes who were free from religious pollution. Once a year the devotees of these goddesses, gathering at Athens, moved in procession along the sacred way to Eleusis. Arriving there, the initiated entered the shrine, Telesterion, where were performed the sacred rites which none dared disclose. Those who wished and were qualified were initiated. The mysteries seem to have consisted chiefly of a passion play, representing the sorrows of Demeter, when her daughter was carried off by Hades, and the joy of recovering her. The ceremony probably once referred to the death of vegetation in winter, and its rebirth in spring. In this period, however, it came to signify death and the resurrection of the soul to eternal happiness. O thrice blessed the mortals who have seen these mysteries before descending to Hades' realm. For those only will there be a future life of happiness. The others there will experience naught but suffering. Thus, Demeter brings the initiated the sweetest consolation at death and the hope of eternity. In this way the joys of Elysium, in Homer's conception open to the favored few, were democratized by the progress of Athens toward popular liberty and equality. Origin of the drama and the dramatic festivals at Athens. In addition to a share in the Eleusinian festival, Dionysus had his own holidays, connected with the culture of the vine, for his was the ecstasy, too, of the wine cup. As his worship developed, many festivals, in honor of the dead, were transferred to him. In December, the villages of Attica celebrated the rural Dionysia, in which a chorus of men in rustic attire sang in his honor an unpolished but joyous song, the dithyramb. There was a festival in the city, the Lenaea, in January, and another, the Greater Dionysia, in March. Similar festivals were held in other parts of Greece. The wild strain sung to Dionysus was transformed by poetic art into a choral ode. The singing was interspersed with recitation, which gradually developed into the dialogue. Thus arose the drama. This growth was fostered by the tyrants. At the court of Periander, the lesbic poet Arion set the dithyramb to order, and at the court of Pisistratos lived Thespis, reputed the first dramatic writer. Through the encouragement of popular cults, as distinguished from those monopolized by the nobility, the tyrant aimed to free the masses from Eupatrid control and attach them to himself. For a long time, however, the drama must have continued crude and immature. Even at the close of the period, it was essentially a cantata in which the singing was occasionally interrupted by dialogue. The four great national games. All Hellenic states had their festivals similar to those of Athens. In tradition, the oldest home of competitions in athletics and music was Crete and Lacedaemon, whence they extended to the rest of Hellas. Most festivals remained confined to a single locality, or at the widest to a city-state, but in a few instances games in honor of a local deity became, for unknown reasons, pan-Hellenic. Such were the four great national festivals celebrated at Delphi, on the Corinthian Isthmus at Nemea, and at Olympia, in honor of Apollo, Poseidon, Nemean Zeus, and Olympian Zeus, respectively. At the founding of the Olympic Games, a simple foot race sufficed, but other events were successfully added till the games included many kinds of athletic contests together with the races of horses and chariots. Especially noteworthy is the pentathlon, comprising running, wrestling, leaping, spear hurling, and discus throwing. The contestant had to be an all-around athlete, with a body symmetrically developed. In the Pythian games, celebrated at Delphi, it was natural that the contests with the song pipe and lyre, and in singing, should be included for the honor of the god of music. There were no such competitions at Nemea or Olympia, but poet and rhetorician there found private audiences for their productions. The prize at these games was a wreath of wild olive, bay, or other leaves. The competitive struggle and the glory and inspiration of victory. The greatest of the festivals, founded, men thought, for his father Zeus by Heracles, prince of athletes, are the Olympic, whereas striving of swift feet and of strong bodies brave to labor, but he that overcometh hath, because of these contests, a sweet tranquillity throughout his life for evermore. At the close of the competition, the just judge of games, fulfilling Heracles' behests of old, lays upon the winner's hair, above his brows, pale gleaming glory of olive. Then in the night following the victory, when the mid-month moon, riding her golden car, lit full the counterflame of the eye of even, all the precinct sounded with the songs of festal glee, in honor of the victors. The triumph was celebrated further by processions to the temples and prayers of thanksgiving. By feast and choral song. The banquet loveth peace, and by a gentle song of victory flourisheth afresh, and beside the bowl the singer's voice waxeth brave. The games are, accordingly, the poet's chief inspiration. Thence cometh the glorious hymn that entereth into the minds of the skilled in song. A victory sheds its radiance over the winner's family, and adds fairest renown to his state. The influence of the games. The influence of the games did not limit itself to the promotion of physical excellence and the cultivation of music and poetry. The assembly of the Hellenes took place under a sacred truce, during which the states, ceasing from war, cultivated friendship. Merchants gathered, especially at the Isthmian festival, to display and sell their wares. Even more beneficial than the exchange of material goods and the fostering of commerce was the intercommunication of ideas and sentiments among the assembled representatives of the entire Hellenic world. This social and intellectual symposium generated a spirit of racial unity and intensified the creative genius in the fields of art and intelligence. While the victory itself inspired the poet to the composition of splendid triumphal songs, the person of the athlete furnished the sculptor with the model, as well as the motive, for the most beautiful statues. The national games, accordingly, influenced Greek life in manifold ways, and especially the competitive spirit penetrated and energized every constructive element of Hellenism. Divination. It was natural that a people whose life was permeated by religion should seek means of communicating with the gods. So common a use for this purpose was made of the flight of birds that the winged creature came to designate any kind of omen. An ox or an ass that may happen to pass, a voice in the street or a slave that you meet, a name or a word by chance overheard. If you deem it an omen, you call it a bird. Oracles. All such chance objects or occurrences were regarded as manifestations of the divine will. An oracle, on the other hand, had a fixed location and a definite method of expression. Although the Homeric Greeks had little knowledge of oracles, we find them widespread over Hellas in the period under consideration, and cannot doubt that some of them survived from the Minoan age. The most venerable was that of Zeus at Dodona, where the god spoke through the rustling of oak leaves. Favoring conditions, however, brought to preeminence the oracle of Apollo at Delphi. His prophetess, the Pythia, sitting on a tripod in the inmost shrine, received from Apollo the answers she gave to inquirers. Often unintelligible, her mutterings were interpreted to the inquirer by the priests of the god. The chief function of the oracle was not to reveal the future. When it made such a venture, the response was couched in ambiguous terms, so as to be right in any event. Thus he who desired more than his meat received an answer according to his folly. The gods' advice was generally limited to questions of moral and religious conduct of individuals and states, for instance, as to what gods should be worshipped and with what rites on a given occasion, or by what ceremonies a pollution might be removed. Its approval was sought for the founding of colonies and for other important enterprises. Sometimes it was bribed, sometimes it showed undue favor to a particular state or political party. Notwithstanding these shortcomings, its general reputation for honesty and wisdom long retained for it the highest, though by no means absolute, authority in Hellenic morals and religion. Divination from sacrificial animals. It was not always convenient to go to an oracle, and the bird omens came to be thought extremely uncertain, a form of divination unknown to Hesiod as well as to Homer, and evidently later than their time, found its omens in the vitals of a sacrificed animal. The system seems to have been introduced from Babylonia, and was in full force in the time of the Great War with Persia. The commander of troops found this method convenient because he could easily resort to it at any time and place, and perhaps even more because the inspection of several victims in quick succession would most certainly bring omens favorable to his wishes. At last the Greeks were enabled to make divination subserve the practical intelligence. Systematic thinking about the world. Cosmogony. In the general belief, the gods, who acted under individual caprice, or under the influence of prayer and sacrifice, were the causes of all things in nature and the arbiters of human destiny. In the beginning, the clashing of divine wills wrought chaos in heaven and on earth, till the dawning consciousness of moral and physical unity and order led the poets to devise a system into which all existing things might have a due part. With their conception of the gods in human form, it was but natural that they should attempt to explain the multitude of deities, as of men, and even the plurality of all natural objects, by the one process of birth. A system so devised is a cosmogony. Hesiod, our earliest exponent of this line of thought, assumes the creation, he does not say how, of chaos, then earth. From chaos sprang Erebos and black night, and from night in turn sprang bright ether and day. And earth bare starry heaven, Ouranos, to the end that there might be for the blessed gods a habitation steadfast forever. The youngest son of earth and heaven was Cronos of crooked counsels, of all her children most terrible. The supremacy of Zeus. We need not numerate the hosts of supernatural beings thus generated, of monstrous or lovely form, deadly or beneficent, but may pass on to the birth of Zeus, son of Cronos. When he grew to manhood in the rich island of Crete, he conquered the Titans and other monstrous beings, and himself reigned supreme. He was king in heaven, himself holding the thunder and the smoking thunderbolt, having by his might overcome his father Cronos. And he duly appointed their portions unto all the deathless gods alike, and declared unto them their honors. From cosmogony to science, aid from Egypt. In this way, the poet thought, came unity, system, and order from chaos. With the accumulation of knowledge and the growth of an inquiring spirit, however, the Hellenes would not satisfy themselves with such childlike reasoning. It was but natural that the next step should be taken by the Ionians, the most enterprising and inventive of the Greeks. Among them were men who visited Egypt and perhaps other parts of the Orient, not merely for trade, but also for sightseeing and instruction. Among them was Thales of Miletus. In Egypt, they learned such elementary science as the priests cultivated, especially arithmetic, geometry, and astronomy. The development of these branches of knowledge, together with the elements of architecture and civil engineering, had been made possible only by the organized priesthoods of Egypt and Babylonia. This knowledge consisted purely of facts ascertained by experience and arbitrarily classified, but wanting the elements of reason and demonstration. Hence it was far from science in the present sense of the word. The contribution of the Hellenic mind, brilliantly imaginative and untrammeled by religious or other convention, was to pierce beneath the fact to the underlying cause, and thus to create real science. The first step in this process, taken by Thales, marks him as the founder, not merely of Greek science, but in the only true sense of the term, of the world's science. Thales of Miletus, early 6th century. Though we cannot be sure that everything ascribed to Thales of Miletus was really his work, there is no doubt that he contributed greatly to mathematics and astronomy. The story that while stargazing he fell into a well is told to illustrate the impracticability of the philosopher. The moral thus pointed, however, is nullified by another story that he speculated in olives on his foreknowledge of the weather and reaped great profit from the transaction. It may well be that he foretold the eclipse of the sun, which occurred on May 28, 585, though it hardly seems possible that his knowledge enabled him to fix the very day and hour. Thales's philosophic theory, its value. However that may be, his fame rests not upon any individual scientific discovery, but upon his new conception of cause. Accepting from the poets the idea of the unity of things and the necessity of causation, he sought for cause not among the gods, but in nature itself. Water, he declared, was the one source and substance of all things. In his statement, too, that the world is full of gods, he seems to mean that things contain in themselves the conscious power to create other things. Although not wholly free from the influence of mythology, and wrong in choosing a material substance as his first principle, yet in displacing the gods by natural causation, he took the all-important step from mythology and theology to science and philosophy. Within the historical period, this change has proved the most momentous revolution in the intellectual history of mankind. The Ionic School, Anaximander, middle of the 6th century. The Ionic school of philosophy, thus founded by Thales, sought the first principle in matter. He left no writings, but a pupil, Anaximander, published a scientific treatise, probably the first prose work in the Greek language. His principle was the unlimited, evidently a boundless reservoir from which all things come and to which everything returns. In opposition to the poets, he thought out a mechanical process for explaining the formation and ultimate destruction of the existing world, in fact of an unending succession of worlds. Evolution it could not be called. Our present earth, he taught, is a cylinder, whose upper surface we inhabit. This idea, too, is an advance beyond the earlier conception of the world as a round flat disk. From information gathered by Ionian navigators, he made the first map of the earth, and hence may be regarded as the earliest geographer. Pythagoras. The further history of this school need not concern us here. A newer and deeper meaning was given to philosophy by Pythagoras of Samos, who in the latter half of the 6th century migrated to Croton, Italy, 522. Learned in mathematics of the Ionian school, he sought in numbers the primary cause of all things, whether musical harmonies, stellar movements, the nature of the gods, or even abstract ideas. This attention to numbers gave a great impetus to the study of mathematics, hence to exactness in science, but it was marred by his attaching to numbers mystical powers alien to true science. In fact, Pythagoras is distinguished as a mystic and a moral reformer even more than for his contribution to science. With the Orphists, he believed in the transmigration of souls. Their attainment to a higher condition in a future existence depended on moral conduct in this. The chief aim of Pythagoras seems to have been a life of moral purity, to which philosophy, religion, and mystic initiations were merely contributory. His school was a secret association which extended to most of the cities of southern Italy. It cultivated dietetics and medicine. It enjoined a life of moral discipline and self-restraint. Taking a political turn and acquiring the rule over many states, these societies endeavored to manage affairs according to their ethical standard. We must regard the organization as an element, both product and factor, in the deepening religious and moral sense of the period now under consideration. Xenophanes, 572 to 480. A further advance in these general philosophic and ethical directions was made by Xenophanes of Colophon, who immigrated to Elea, Italy, whence the school he founded is known as Eleatic. He indignantly assails the Homeric conception of the gods as beings of human form, who lie and steal and commit other such sins as would shame the race of men. Beings of this kind are the creation of human fancy. The real God is one, like man, neither in form nor thought. He is all eye, all mind, all ear. He controls all things without labor by the power of his thought. He is eternal, unchangeable, and spiritual. Here seems to be the enunciation of a pure monotheism. It is clear, too, that this thinker's interest centers in moral improvement. He chides his fellow citizens of Colophon for having adopted the luxurious habits of the Lydians. They throng the marketplace by thousands in purple gowns, with hair well adorned, their bodies dripping with fragrant oils. It is the duty of sensible men, when they gather at banquets, to pray God to give us power to do justice. His God, therefore, is a moral force, and the author of the poem cited here is as much theologian and moral reformer as philosopher. He could look forward with good hope, believing that the powers have not revealed to men all things from the beginning, but that mortals, by searching gradually, found out the better. Improved conceptions of virtue. Intellectual progress connected itself on one side with advancing religion, on the other with moral development. A better conception of virtue arose. It was no longer physical perfection or the free gift of the gods, as in Homer, but had come to mean especially moral excellence, which men had to strive for. It is hard to be a worthy man now seems trite, but was then a fresh, stimulating truth. To maintain his character, one had to exercise self-restraint, sophrosony. This was a new word in the Greek vocabulary, yet one involving the most imperative of Hellenic commandments. It was no small gain that in this struggle for moral improvement, man should now have the gods as helpers, better examples of purity and right than those of Homer, and demanding in the worshipper clean hands and an upright heart. Improvements in domestic and in interstate law. Moral progress showed itself in the better safeguarding of domestic peace by the establishment of competent courts for homicide and the abolition of the blood feud, by the improvement in the condition of women, involving the abolition of marriage by capture and purchase, and in the better protection of the masses from the brutality of aristocratic rule. In interstate relations, piracy, once creditable, had fallen into disgrace, and was greatly limited by the rise of naval powers. In place of those undefined relations between states which, void of treaty and diplomatic representation, constantly tempted to hostilities, written truces, usually for a definite number of years, were substituted, and proved an invaluable aid to peace. Often states submitted their disputes to arbitration, and in all the known cases of this period, both parties accepted the decision. More primitive in character, though but little less humane, was the custom of settling controversies through the battle of champions, still occasionally employed. Generally captives were not massacred, as in earlier time, but held for ransom, or at the worst enslaved. The bodies of the dead were no longer mutilated or left a prey to dogs and birds, but were given back by the victors under a truce. As a rule, however, Greeks showed far greater humanity toward their own race than toward foreigners, whom they contemptuously termed barbarians. In brief, a body of Hellenic law was developing, which, under religious sanctions, regulated the relations among the states of Hellas. Multiplication of ethical proverbs. Examples of ethical truths may be found in the moral proverbs of the 7 sages, among whom were Thales and Solon. Know thyself, everything in moderation, it is hard to be a good man, and other such proverbs attributed to them were accepted as inspired rules of life. Hesiod is the first who collected a moral code, and after him the elegiac and lyric poets abound in moral saws. In fact, the Greeks had come to be a moralizing people. Doubtless such proverbs were a great aid to write. Briefly, it may be said that throughout this period, legislator, poet, scientific thinker, and practical sage, in their several ways, were exerting themselves for the moral improvement of mankind. The beginnings of historical thought. It remains to notice the view at this time coming to be taken of mankind's past. Little detail is given of the creation of human beings. Hesiod simply informs us of the golden race, which the immortals originally produced, a race that knew no toil or sorrow or death, but passed away in sleep to become good spirits, eternal guardians of mortal men. Then ensued a silver race of inferior men acquainted with sin and grief. Then a brazen race, warlike and insolent, slain by one another's hands, went down to the realm of Hades. Then came the juster race of heroes, who having fought round Troy, were gathered to the islands of the blast. Lastly arose the race of iron, among whom the poet lived. Neither by day shall there ever cease from weariness and woe, neither in the night from wasting, and sore cares shall the gods give them. The idea of an original golden age of moral purity and physical perfection from which mankind fell has a large place in the history of ancient thought. How the Greeks view the origin of their race. As to their own race, the Greeks of this period claim to trace it from Prometheus, the heroic friend of man. His son was Deucalion, who with his wife Pyrrha were alone saved at the time of the great flood. They were the parents of Helen, the eponym of the Hellenes. It was not until the time of Hesiod that the Greeks had become sufficiently conscious of their ethnic unity to group themselves thus under a single name. Helen's sons were Doris, Xuthos, and Aeolus. By assuming that Xuthos had two sons, Achaeus and Ion, the Greeks of this period accounted for the names of the four races, Dorians, Achaeans, Ionians, and Aeolians, most prominent in early Hellenic history. Such eponyms were originally considered ancestors of their races, but came in time to be regarded as kings. The beginnings of historical and geographical literature. The process of weaving genealogies did not stop at the point above mentioned. Founders of cities, ruling dynasties, and individual gentes had all to trace their pedigrees back to some hero, and through him to one of the greater gods. In an aristocratic society, it was but natural that the interest in the past should center in pedigrees and project itself beyond recent generations to the beginnings of races and families. Among the genealogy mongers, who swarmed in every city, were a few who committed their results to writing. The earliest genealogist known to us by name was Cadmos of Miletus, a contemporary of Anaximander, and author of the Settlement of Ionia, about 550. The first genealogies to survive the present day are those of Acusilaus of Argos, about 500. Such authors were described as logographi, writers of prose. They merely converted into prose, extended, and systematized the existing genealogical epics. They were the brood of Hesiod, with the wings of their imagination clipped by the limitations of prose, with reason wider awake, with a nascent critical power. The most eminent of the class was Hecataeus of Miletus, who took an active part in public affairs during the Ionian Revolt. His genealogies must have contained, in addition to myths, some historical information, and his Description of the Earth was for its day a geography of distinguished merit. An awakening consciousness of the distinction between myth and fact is proved by his own words. I write what I believe to be true, for the various stories of the Hellenes are, in my opinion, ridiculous. The logography, among whom he is numbered, were the connecting link between epic poetry and history, owing the equipment of their minds to the intellectual progress of the 6th century. The children of Hesiod, so to speak, and schoolfellows with the earliest philosophers. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Hellenic History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sim. Hellenic History by George Willis Botsford. Chapter 10. Conquest of the Asiatic Greeks by the Lydians and the Persians. 560 to 493. Characteristic of Ionian political history, it is a strange yet characteristic fact that the growth of the brilliant Ionian culture reviewed in the preceding chapters was accompanied, as cause and effect, by continued wars among the states which produced this splendid, versatile life, and by fiercer factional struggles within the individual cities. One example of internal conflict will suffice. In Malaysian territory, the tillers of the soil were Gurgathai, a class of serfs who rebelled against their lords and, gaining the upper hand but momentarily, collected the young children of their masters on threshing floors and crushed them under the hoofs of oxen. Regaining control, the lords smeared the captive Gurgathai with pitch and burnt them alive. So deadly was the antipathy of classes. Everywhere the primitive kingship had passed away. In some states aristocracy survived, in others democracy had gained the upper hand. But in the general internal weakness, the republics were giving way, one after another, to tyranny, civil discord and interstate warfare, while stimulating the mind to intense productivity, rendered the Asiatic Greeks wholly unfit to defend themselves against foreign aggression. Lydia and the Anatolian Greeks. The need of united action increased with the growth of Lydia in the interior of Asia Minor to a strong aggressive power under King Gyges about 660. That country was rich in gold, and the inhabitants, by manufacturing and by overland trade with Asia, had accumulated great wealth. The delicacies of their life, however, afforded little hindrance to the policy of conquest adopted by Gyges. It was probably in resistance to Lydian aggression that 12 cities of Ionia joined in a league, whose centre was the Panionion, a shrine of Poseidon on the promontory of Mycale. In a spirit of exclusiveness, they styled themselves groundlessly the only true Ionians, and would admit no other states to their union. The Aeolians and the Dorians of Asia Minor formed similar leagues, but the idea of inviting all the Asiatic Greeks under a single government seems to have occurred to no one. On critical occasions, the deputies of the allied Ionian states met at the Panionion to deliberate on the common welfare. But the central government possessed no means of enforcing harmonious or efficient action. Lydian conquest of the Greeks. Under these circumstances, Gyges succeeded in taking Colophon, one of their cities. The conquest was completed by Croesus, a later king, about 560 to 546, who incorporated the Greeks of the Asiatic coast in his realm. Miletus alone, which had taken no part in the resistance, remained an ally under treaty. In far earlier times the Lydians had given the Greeks their useful arts, and were now adopting the Hellenic culture. Though differing in language, the two peoples were coming therefore to possess essentially the same civilization, and were closely allied in commercial and social intercourse. Croesus made the burden of his tribute on the Greeks light and favoured their shrines with rich votive offerings. Under him, Lydia reached the height of her prosperity and attained to the magnitude of an empire. To the tributes which poured in from all the peoples west of the Halys River was added a rich gold revenue from the sands of the Pactolus. Relying on his material resources, the prosperous king made ready to contend with the Persian Empire, newly arisen on his eastern border. The Assyrian Empire to 606. From about the beginning of the Middle Age, the great power of Asia had been Assyria. Early in the 7th century, she had conquered Egypt. After this event, her empire extended from above Memphis on the Nile nearly to the Caspian Sea, and from the Persian Gulf to the Black Sea. This was the first conquering state to follow a systematic policy of organization. She divided her subject territories into provinces, satrapies, each under a governor or satrap. Appointed by the Assyrian king, the functions of the satrap were military, judicial, and general administrative, including a supervision of the tributes. Under him were native kings, who enjoyed far less freedom than had been possible in earlier and more loosely organized empires. It was also the policy of the central government to transplant great numbers of the newly conquered from one part of the empire to another, with a view to uprooting local patriotism and of making the subject peoples more dependent. A state so thoroughly predatory in its aims is doomed sooner or later to decay. Thus it happened that in 606 the Assyrian capital Nineveh was taken by a combination of the highly civilized Babylonians with the Medes, a fresh, virile Indo-European people. The Median and the Persian empires, 605 to 546. Thence arose two empires, the Babylonian on the south of Hisar Asia, and the Median in the north. The latter included Persia, and by rapid conquest extended its western border to the Halys River. With this boundary the Medes might have been satisfied, but suddenly, 550, their king was overthrown by an uprising of the Persians under Cyrus. This revolution, making the Median Empire Persian, placed in control a still more vigorous, aggressive Indo-European race of mountaineers under a leader of extraordinary genius and ambition. Cyrus defeated Croesus in 2 battles, seized Sardis, his capital, and took the proud king captive. Lydia became a part of the Persian Empire 546. The Persian conquest of the Anatolian Greeks 546 to 538. The Aeolians and Ionians were loath to exchange their benevolent king for the new Persian conqueror. Having treated his messengers coldly at the beginning of the war, they now sought from him the same terms of subjection as they had received from Croesus. He refused, whereupon they began to wall their towns, and calling a council at the Panionion, the Ionians resolved to ask the aid of Sparta, now the strongest power in Greece. The Lacedaemonians could not think of so distant an enterprise. It is said, however, that they sent an embassy to warn Cyrus at his peril not to harm any city of Hellas. The Persian king treated the message with contempt. Harpagus, his lieutenant, entrusted with the work of conquering the Greeks, laid siege to their cities one by one and captured them. Unwilling to submit, the Phaeacians sailed away in a body to find a colony in Corsica. In like manner, the people of Teos, abandoning their city, founded Abdera in Thrace. The rest of the Ionians, with the exception of the Milesians, who had allied themselves with Cyrus, submitted, and most of the neighbouring islands followed their example. Gradually, all Asia Minor was conquered and incorporated in the Persian Empire. Meantime, after conquering Babylon, Cyrus met death in battle with the barbarians on his northeastern frontier. Darius, 521 to 485. Organization of the Empire. During the reign of Cambyses, son and successor of Cyrus, 529 to 522, the Persians made no great extension of their territory to the west, but directed themselves mainly to the acquisition of Egypt. Cambyses died by a self-inflicted wound, and after a brief interval, Darius, a distant relative, came to the throne. This king is famous chiefly for his organization of the empire. Enlarging on a policy begun by Cyrus, he divided the entire area, excepting Persia, into 20 large satrapies. The Persian satrap had essentially the same functions as the Assyrian officer of that title had formerly exercised. Naturally, the king interfered at will in all local affairs. A necessary element of control is to be found in the splendid system of well-kept roads, which Darius built from his capital Susa to all important points on the frontier. The king's eye, a near relative of the sovereign invested with great dignity and military power, served as a royal inspector. Not only the roads, but also an excellent system of gold and silver coins favoured the growth of commerce. At the same time, Darius took great pains to preserve internal peace and protect his empire from invasion. The government was less predatory in aim than that of Assyria, and we find in Darius a rare benevolence towards his subjects. The place of the Greeks in the empire. All the Greeks on the Aegean coast of Asia Minor, together with some neighbouring peoples, constituted the Ionian satrapy. It was placed under an officer who, from his capital Sardis, governed also the Lydian satrapy. The Asiatic Greeks paid tribute to the Persian king, as they formerly had to Croesus. In addition, they were required to perform military and naval service. The conqueror did not interfere with their religion or their habits of life or their city organizations, but everywhere set up tyrants devoted to himself. The Greeks, however, were no longer the favoured people of their king. In fact, no cultural or religious sympathies were possible between Hellenes and Persians, a far less civilized people, whose religion knew no images or gay festivities, but consisted in an internal warfare between good and evil. Greeks, too, were humiliated by their insignificant place in a gigantic empire, which embraced the East Mediterranean countries and extended into India and Central Asia. Their land forces marched with the motley army of Asiatics, and their fleets were arrayed with those of Phoenicia and Egypt under officers of the king. Their new position gave them internal peace, protection from enemies, and the advantage of commerce with the Orient by land and sea, but irritated their pride and repressed their genius, which could only thrive in freedom. Invasion of Europe by Darius, about 513. The empire was exposed on the northwestern frontier to the raids of the nomad Scythians, who occupied the region north of the Black Sea. After trying in vain to check the inroads, Darius seems to have conceived the idea of attacking these restless enemies in their rear, from the European side, and perhaps of conquering them in a return march through their country. If so, he must have greatly underrated the difficulties of the expedition. However that may be, he led a great army across the Bosphorus on a bridge of boats prepared for by a Samian architect. Thence he marched to the Danube, which he crossed on a similar bridge made from the fleets of the Ionian tyrants. As the Scythians would not meet Darius in open battle, but harassed his army interminably, and as provisions and water were insufficient, the invasion of Scythia ended in disaster. With great loss, Darius retreated into Asia. One of his generals, however, Megabazus, left behind with 80,000 men, conquered the Thracian coast from the Propontis to the Strymon River. Relations between Persia and Athens. The positive result of the Scythian expedition was accordingly the conquest by Darius of a part of European Hellas. There could be no doubt that the Persians, following their usual policy, would endeavour to continually to push their boundary forward in this direction. The people of the Greek mainland, who most sensitively felt the approaching danger, were the Athenians, for their two colonies in the Hellespontic region, Sigium and Chersonesus, were now lost to them through Persian aggression. They knew too that their exiled tyrant Hippias, now at Sigium, but hoping to be restored through Persian aid, was doing his utmost to persuade Artaphernes, satrap of Sardis, to an expedition against Athens. When some years earlier the Athenians had expelled their tyrant and had restored a republican form of government, they were assailed by the Peloponnesians. Under these circumstances, they had sent ambassadors to Sardis to seek an alliance with Persia. Artaphernes expressed his willingness on condition of their giving Darius earth and water, the tokens of submission. They agreed, but on returning home they were severely censured, and their promise was repudiated. Hearing now of the machinations of Hippias, they sent a second embassy to counteract his influence. Artaphernes abruptly ordered them to receive Hippias back, if they wished to escape ruin. Thereupon the Athenians, who had no idea of accepting the proposal, felt that a state of war existed between them and Persia. Causes of the Ionic Revolt. Aristogras at Sparta. No long time afterward, Aristogras, tyrant of Miletus, took advantage of party strife in Naxos to attempt the conquest of that island. By holding out great promises, he enlisted the aid of Artaphernes. The enterprise failed, and the tyrant could only expect the severest punishment for his broken word. His sole way of escape led through revolt. To him it was clear that the Asiatic Greeks were chafing under Persian rule, and ready on the slightest pretext for liberty. Hecataeus, the historian and geographer, warned them of the overwhelming superiority of Persia. They paid him no heed, but readily followed Aristogras in revolt. The Ionic Revolt, 499 to 494. Aristogras at Sparta. Abdicating his tyranny and accepting a constitutional office, Aristogras proceeded to overthrow the despots in the remaining Ionic cities. All Ionia was soon free from tyranny and committed to a hopeless rebellion. Aristogras went personally to Lacedaemon to ask for an alliance. Herodotus represents him as appealing to King Cleomenes in the following terms: that the sons of the Ionians should be slaves instead of free is a reproach, and grief most of all indeed to ourselves, but of all others most to you, inasmuch as ye are the leaders of Hellas. Now therefore I entreat you by gods of Hellas to rescue from slavery the Ionians, who are your own kinsmen. And ye may easily achieve this thing, for the barbarians are not brave in fight, whereas ye have attained to the highest point of valour in war. Furthermore, their fighting is with bows and arrows and a short spear, and they go into battle wearing trousers. For this reason they are easily conquered. Then in detail he pointed out on the map he had brought with him the road from the Ionian coast to Susa, and described the wealth that would fall to the conqueror. Cleomenes, an ambitious king, seems to have been personally favourable to the undertaking, but the Lacedaemonians could not think of so distant an expedition. The arguments and bribes of the smooth Ionian were accordingly rejected. Aristogras at Athens. Thereupon Aristogras went to Athens, where he found conditions more favourable to himself. Losses of territory and the threats of Artaphernes had stirred the Athenians to anger. Furthermore, the men who supported the reforms of Cleisthenes, who hated tyranny and stood loyally for the independence of the city, forming what we may describe as the Republican Party, were willing to try the issue of war with Persia. It was better to fight at a distance and with allies than to bear alone the shock of inevitable invasion. Their kinship and commercial relations with Ionia led them in the same direction. They resolved therefore to send 20 ships, which were reinforced by 2 from Eretria. Looking upon the war as a foolhardy undertaking, Herodotus bitterly complains that it was easier for Aristogras to deceive 30,000 Athenians than one Spartan, and that the ships dispatched to the war proved to be the beginning of evils for the Hellenes and the barbarians. The burning of Sardis 498. The crews of these vessels joined with the Ionians in an attack on Sardis. They burned the city, but failing to take the citadel, they were forced to retreat. On their way to the coast they were overtaken and defeated by the Persians at Ephesus. Thereupon the Athenians returned home, and would have nothing more to do with the war. This conduct proves not fickleness of purpose, but the defective character of the popular assembly as an instrument for the management of foreign relations. The friends of Hippias were always numerous, and the change of a few timid votes from the Republican to the Tyrannist party was sufficient to give the latter the control. As the Republicans were ready for war, the Tyrannists were eager for peace. The defeat at Lade, 497, its effect on Athens. The burning of Sardis encouraged the revolt, which rapidly spread to all western Asia Minor, Thrace, and Cyprus. At the same time, it roused Darius to extraordinary efforts for the suppression of the rebellion. The decisive battle was fought off Lade near Miletus between the Greek and Phoenician fleets, 353 against 600 ships, according to Herodotus. Shirking the drill necessary to efficient action, the Greeks preferred to waste their time in the shade. Discipline and united action were therefore impossible. Many Greeks listened to secret overtures from their exiled tyrant, now with the enemy, and the result was inevitably utter ruin. If this battle was fought in 497, we can understand the feeling which the news of defeat excited at Athens. Reconciliation with Persia seemed a necessity. The Tyrannist party was so strengthened that it elected to the archonship for 496 Hipparchus, a kinsman of Hippias. This was a step towards recalling the tyrant. Siege of Miletus, 494. Meantime, the Persians had laid close blockade to Miletus. After a long siege, they captured and sacked the city. After killing most of the men, they transplanted the rest of the population, in Asiatic style, to the mouth of the Tigris. In another year, the entire rebellion was suppressed. In many instances, cities were plundered and destroyed, and the remnants of the population carried into captivity. Significance of the fall of Miletus. It would be difficult to overrate the significance of these events. For centuries, the Ionians had been the standard bearers of the world's civilization. Miletus, the home of commerce and industry, and of the fine arts of poetry and science, the most brilliant city in Hellas, was blotted out of existence. Since the decay of the Minoan civilization, human progress had not experienced so severe a blow. Fortunately, however, other minds and hands were ready to take up the thought and skill of Ionia, and to carry it to a far higher reach of perfection. Effect of the event on Athens. It is worthwhile for us to notice how sensitive was the political atmosphere of Athens to the happenings across the sea. When Phrynichus had composed a drama called The Capture of Miletus and had put it on the stage, the spectators fell to weeping, and the Athenians fined the poet 1,000 drachmas on the ground that he had reminded them of their own misfortunes, and they ordered that in future no one should present this drama. To them heretofore the thought of submission to Persia had meant no more than tyranny and the payment in tribute. The poet made them vividly see the horrors which attended the Persian triumph over a city of kindred blood, and which surely impended over themselves. They would have no more tyrannous politics. In this frame of mind they elected to the archonship for 493-2 an uncompromising advocate of war for the defense of the Republic, a man of marvelous energy and mental resources, Themistocles. Themistocles Archon 493-2. He belonged to the gens of the Lycomidae, highly reverenced for its priestly functions, though hitherto without political importance. His father, Neocles, was probably a merchant, and Themistocles was himself accounted a keen man of business. An obstacle in his way was the circumstance that he laid out for himself a political path which coincided with the aims of neither the Tyrannists nor the Republicans, the two great parties of the time. His support came from mercantile class, who were in a better position than others to appreciate his aims, and from the masses, in whose hearts his patriotism awakened a responsive echo. For the control of the sea, Piraeus. At this early date he seems to have understood the weak point in any effort of Persia to conquer Greece. The country was too barren to feed an invading army large enough to crush the liberty-loving inhabitants. It would be essential therefore to the Persian king's success to keep control of the sea in order to supply his army with provisions. Themistocles saw the practicability of building a Hellenic fleet large enough to gain the supremacy of the sea. Thus Hellas would be saved and his own city raised to a towering preeminence. His year of office he devoted accordingly to improving the three natural harbours of Piraeus as a home for the great Athenian fleet of which he dreamed. He was in fact the first to call attention to the advantages of Piraeus over the open roadstead of the Phalarium with which Athenian merchants had thus far satisfied themselves. His far-reaching vision was all the more remarkable from the circumstance that during his official year the Persians were actually attempting an invasion of Greece by way of Thrace and Macedon. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Hellenic History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. Hellenic History by George Willis Botsford. Chapter 11. The War with Persia and Carthage. 492 to 479. The underlying cause of the war between Persia and Greece. The fundamental cause of the great war between Greece and the Asiatic Empire lay in the Persian policy of conquest. The chief interest in Oriental empire building had always been predatory, the acquisition of slaves and other booty attending the subjugation of a country, as well as the tributes thereafter permanently imposed. Each king desired, too, to excel his predecessor in the glory of triumphant war, and Darius was himself not only an organizer but conqueror, intent upon pushing his imperial boundary westward as well as in other directions. The subjugation of Asia Minor had been followed by the invasion of Europe and the annexation of the Thracian coast. An attempt had been made on Naxos and the near-lying Aegean islands. Steadily by land and sea the empire was approaching the Greek peninsula. Undoubtedly Darius placed a high value on the Hellenes as mariners, artisans, and artists, and probably overestimated the wealth of the country. These circumstances alone would suffice to explain his invasions of Greece. In the Ionic revolt, moreover, was involved an additional motive. He could never hope to keep his Asiatic Greeks submissive so long as their European kinsmen were free to interfere with encouragement and aid to rebellion. It was not mere anger at the Athenians, then, for having joined in the burning of Sardis, as Herodotus represents, but a well-founded policy which prompted Darius to punish Athens and Eretria for their meddling in his imperial affairs. The expedition of Mardonius, 492. In the year immediately following the suppression of the Ionian revolt, accordingly, Darius sent his son-in-law Mardonius at the head of a large army through Thrace against Greece. It was supported by a fleet, which described a parallel movement along the coast. The avowed purpose was the punishment of Athens and Eretria, but a wider object is proved by the conquest of Thasos and Macedon. While encamped in the latter country, the invading army suffered great loss from an attack by the Thracians, and at nearly the same time the fleet was shattered in an attempt to round Mount Athos. Mardonius, accordingly, led his expedition home in disgrace, and was deposed from his command. The king demands submission, the condition of Hellas. This disaster left a stain upon the king's glory, which had by all means to be wiped off. He began forthwith to prepare a greater armament. At the same time he sent heralds among the Greek states to demand earth and water. Determined upon making himself master of all Hellas, he wished first to separate the willingly submissive from those against whom he should have to apply force. Hopeless of resistance, the islanders yielded, and many of the mainland acted likewise. Among the more independent states which thus Medized were the Thessalian cities, Thebes, doubtless irritated by the aggressions of Athens, and Argos through enmity to Lacedaemon. With the exception of Aegina, the Peloponnesian League, directed by King Cleomenes, stood firmly loyal. It had been joined some years earlier by Athens, and from the archonship of Themistocles we discover a close understanding between his city and Lacedaemon as to the maintenance of a consistent attitude towards Persia. On the complaint of Athens, now at war with Aegina, Cleomenes attempted in vain to punish the leading Medizers of that island. We recognize in this proceeding an acknowledgment of Lacedaemon as the leading state of Hellas, vested with the right and duty of enforcing loyalty. Pessimism in Hellas, desperate measures of Athens and Sparta. In most respects, conditions inspired no hope in a successful resistance to the overwhelming Persian power. The loyal states formed but a small fraction of Hellas, and even in them were strong minorities who were willing to yield, to escape what seemed inevitable destruction. Extraordinary measures were taken to nullify their influence. The story was afterward told that at Athens the king's heralds were thrown into the Barathron, at Sparta into a well, with the order to take thence earth and water to their lord. By violating the sacred persons of ambassadors, the authorities aimed to cut off every hope of reconciliation with Darius, and thus to commit their states irrevocably to a life-and-death struggle for freedom. Athenian preparation, Miltiades. The Athenians exerted themselves to the utmost to prepare for the impending invasion. Their most effective measure at this crisis was the election of Miltiades to the board of generals. His uncle of the same name had ruled the Athenian colony of Chersonese under the Peisistratidae. Ultimately, the government of the colony devolved upon the nephew Miltiades, who made himself tyrant, and strengthened his dynasty by a marriage with the daughter of a neighbouring Thracian chief. During the Scythian expedition he had been forced to serve under Darius, but had afterward joined the Ionians in revolt, thus incurring the implacable enmity of Persia. After the collapse of the revolt, he fled for his life to Athens. Scarcely arrived in his native land, in the archonship of Themistocles, he was brought to trial on the capital charge of having usurped the tyranny in Chersonese. His prosecutor must have been one of the republican statesmen in sympathy with Themistocles. Among the arguments which led to his acquittal were most probably his recent acquisition of Lemnos for Athens, his known enmity to Persia, and the hope of his future usefulness as a man well acquainted with the military affairs of the enemy. Athenian commanders and army, 490. It speaks well for the sobriety of the Athenians that they suppressed party feelings to acquit this anti-republican, elect him to the generalship, and provide him with congenial colleagues on the board and in the office of polemarch. Under his guidance the Athenians abandoned the naval programme of Themistocles to devote their whole attention to the heavy infantry. The army of the reborn republic, in the crisis attending the reforms of Cleisthenes, had gallantly overcome a coalition of powerful neighbours. It was efficiently organized and equipped, and though it lacked the professional training of Spartans, no force in the world of that time could compare with it in military spirit. The Persian invasion, capture of Eretria. In the summer of 490, an Asiatic fleet, conveying a land force of infantry and cavalry, moved westward across the Aegean Sea. It was commanded by Datis, a Mede, and Artaphanes, a nephew of Darius. Most of the islanders along their route submitted. The immediate object was to subdue Eretria and Athens, and bring the inhabitants as slaves into the presence of the great king. After a siege of 6 days, Eretria was betrayed by 2 of her people. The city was sacked and the population taken captive. The landing at Marathon, the message to Sparta. From Eretria the Persians, under the guidance of the aged Hippias, crossed over to Marathon, on the coast northeast of Athens. Hearing of this movement, the Athenians dispatched Pheidippides, a professional long-distance runner, to Sparta to ask aid. Reaching Sparta the day after setting out, he said to the magistrates, "Lacedaemonians, the Athenians ask you to come to their aid, and not allow so ancient a Hellenic city to be enslaved by the barbarians. For already Eretria has fallen into slavery, and Hellas has been weakened by the loss of no mean city." The Lacedaemonians, says Herodotus, were eager to give aid, but a religious law forbade their departure before the full moon. The Battle of Marathon, 490. Meanwhile the Athenian army had marched to Marathon, and had encamped in a narrow valley facing the Persians, who were in the plain adjoining the shore. There they were strengthened by a small force from Plataea, their ally. The Athenian commander was Callimachus, the Polemarch, whose council of war comprised the group of 10 generals, including Miltiades. It was decided to give the chief command to the latter because of his great experience and his knowledge of the Persians. The situation was such that should the Persians take the road to Athens, the Athenians could attack them in the flank. After several days of waiting, the invaders moved against their enemy's position. They were furnished with bows and short swords, and wore but slight defensive armour, whereas the Athenians were heavy armed and depended upon their long spears for attack. Understanding well the strength and weakness of the opposing force, Miltiades held his men back till the arrows of the enemy began to reach them, whereupon he ordered them to charge at a run. Thus they avoided long exposure to the arrows, and came most speedily to close quarters. Wholly unprepared for hand-to-hand fighting, the Persians retreated with great loss to their ships. After a vain attempt to surprise Athens by an attack from Phalerum, the invading armament sailed back to Asia. A force of Lacedaemonians, arriving too late for the fray, could only express their appreciation of the brave work of their allies. Effects of the victory. There were perhaps 10,000 Athenians engaged in this battle, and in numbers the Persians were certainly superior. The moral effect of the victory was tremendous. Up to this time the very name of the Medes was to the Hellenes a terror to hear, but it was now demonstrated that the Greek warrior was superior to the Persian. The westward advance of the Asiatic empire was halted, and the Greeks were inspired with a fair hope of maintaining their freedom. To the Athenians, who almost single-handed had beaten a power thought to be irresistible, this victory served as an incentive to heroism, and enwrapped the Marathonian warriors in an unfading glory. The end of Miltiades. During the next few years the history of Athens centres in the conflict of personalities and of parties. For the moment the victory made her people forget all other leading statesmen in their admiration for the general who had won it. Taking advantage of their confidence, Miltiades persuaded them to entrust to him a fleet of 70 ships, saying he would lead his countrymen to a place where they could enrich themselves, but not letting them know definitely his purpose. With this armament he sailed against the Parians, on whom he levied a fine of 100 talents for having joined the enemy in attacking Athens. On their refusal to pay, he besieged the island but failed to capture it, and returned home wounded, to disappoint the hopes of all. Thereupon he was tried for his life before the popular assembly on the charge of having deceived the Athenians. He was condemned, but because of his former services the punishment was mitigated to a fine of 50 talents. The condemned man died of his wound, and the fine was paid by his son Cimon. Miltiades had embarked on a policy of aggrandizing his state by the conquest of the Medizing islanders. Had the undertaking succeeded, the Athenians would undoubtedly have approved the policy, and the conqueror might have made himself tyrant. His failure gave his enemies their opportunity to strike him down. His prosecutor was Xanthippus, a republican statesman, who had allied himself with the Alcmeonidae by his marriage with Agariste, niece of Cleisthenes. The struggle of republicans and tyrannists. The republican leaders must have considered the overthrow of Miltiades a great victory for the constitution. Gradually, however, the tyrannists, who had not long remained in the background, and who had contented themselves during the invasion with secret encouragement to the enemy, began to make themselves again felt in politics, and perhaps about the same time the Athenians learned of preparations by the enemy for another attack. In the spring of 487, accordingly, the republicans turned in great fury upon the tyrannists and ostracized their leader, Hipparchus, a retired archon and kinsman of Hippias. This was the first application of ostracism, a great constitutional change. It is clear, too, that many prominent republicans were now bent on making the constitution more democratic. This wing of the party was represented by Aristides, who had been archon the year after the Battle of Marathon. Shortly after the ostracism of Hipparchus, these progressives brought about the adoption of a law according to which the archons, instead of being elected, should be taken by lot from nominees furnished by the demies. The measure had a democratic appearance in that it gave all the qualified an equal chance for the office, whereas in fact it degraded the archonship by filling it with men of mediocre ability. Henceforth no eminent man ever held the office. The 9 archons ceased forthwith to be the chief magistrates, and the polemarch lost his command of the army. The headship of the state passed to the 10 generals. Statesmen who promoted this measure had held the archonship once, and were forbidden by law to repeat it, but the generalship they could hold as often as the people were willing to elect them to it, and perhaps this was the leading motive to the innovation. Conservatives and Democrats, end of the tyrannists. On this issue the Republicans split into 2 parties. Those who favoured the change were thereafter to be known as Democrats. Their opponents were Conservatives. Naturally, the Alcmeonidae wished to preserve the Cleisthenean legislation unchanged, and therefore took the lead of the Conservatives. Megacles, nephew of Cleisthenes, was ostracized in the spring of 486, probably because of his opposition to the reform. His being classed with the friends of the tyrants points to a political deal with that party. But the tyrannists were thoroughly demoralized by the ostracism of another leader, not known by name, in the following year. The faction, accordingly, disappeared from history, its members joining the other 2 parties according to their several inclinations. Undoubtedly the conservatism of Xanthippus led to his ostracism in 484. By means of the slender thread furnished us by Aristotle, we have followed darkly the course of a mighty political battle for the constitution and for progress. When the light of history breaks upon the field, we see athwart the ruin of tyrannists and conservatives the two great victors in the struggle, Aristides and Themistocles. The naval and financial questions. Themistocles against Aristides. Again Athenian politics turned on the question of war with Persia, for it was now known that preparations were far advanced for a new and greater expedition. Themistocles again urged the creation of a navy, and advised that the surplus in the treasury from silver mines in Laurium be used for the purpose. Aristides, on the other hand, was content with the army, which had won so great a victory. Down to this time the Athenians seemingly never entertained a thought of devoting any extraordinary gain to the benefit of the state. Whenever Aristides or any of his countrymen ascended the Acropolis, he could see on the left as he entered the gateway a bronze chariot and four, which some years earlier his people had dedicated from the spoils of a victory gained over neighbours, and more recently from the booty of Marathon they had erected a neat little treasury of the Athenians at Delphi, though it would have been far better to employ these proceeds to a naval fund. The inhabitants of the island of Sipnos had long been accustomed to divide among themselves the revenues from their mines, and probably this was the general practice in early Greece. It would accord perfectly with the later policy of Aristides to assume that he was among those who favoured an equal division of the revenue from the Attic mines among the citizens. When the conflict between the two statesmen became bitter, Aristides was ostracised, and went to live in Aegina, then at war with Athens. The naval decree of Themistocles, 482. About the same time the naval decree of Themistocles, providing for the building of 100 triremes, was adopted by the Assembly. 47 more were added before the great naval conflict came. The motive of Themistocles was purely patriotic, to defend the freedom of Hellas and to make his own state a great power. The democratic effect could hardly have been foreseen. In fact, so far as one class more than another benefited by the measure, it was the merchants through whose co-operation Themistocles carried his decree. When we consider the obstacles he had to overcome in securing its adoption, as well as the far-reaching results, we can hardly doubt that it was the most splendid individual achievement of statesmanship up to that time known to the world. Xerxes prepares a gigantic invasion. The Battle of Marathon shook the military prestige of the great king and encouraged rebellion within the empire. The conquest of Greece became, accordingly, even more than ever, a question of practical necessity as well as of honour. Preparations for a new invasion, however, were suspended by the revolt of Egypt and the death of Darius, 486. After the reconquest of that country, Xerxes, son and successor of the deceased king, devoted himself to gathering the whole available strength of the empire with a view to overwhelming Greece by the force of numbers. Mardonius was pardoned for his earlier failure. As his route was to be followed, engineers and workmen were soon engaged in bridging the Hellespont with boats, and in cutting a canal through the isthmus of Mount Athos, for the ships were on this occasion to avoid the fatal promontory. As the army could subsist only in small part on the invaded country, great depots of provisions were established along the projected route. The care and pains expended on the provisioning and equipment of the expedition were extraordinary. In the autumn of 481, the nations of the empire were pouring their motley forces into Asia Minor, and ships were preparing in all the Mediterranean harbours subject to Persia. With his great host, Xerxes wintered at Sardis in expectation of setting out in earliest spring. Winter of 481 to 480. Lack of preparation throughout Hellas. Thus far, outside of Athens, the Greek had begun no preparation to resist the invader, and no further progress had been made towards unity. The heralds of Xerxes, as they passed to and fro throughout Hellas during the winter preceding the invasion, found many states ready to purchase safety by the gift of earth and water. The patriot cause could place no reliance on Thessaly, Thebes, or Argos, or on the less progressive states of the centre and west of the peninsula, or on the numerous widely scattered islands. Gelon, tyrant of Syracuse, might have given powerful aid, but had to face a Carthaginian attack. The brunt was to be borne by the Peloponnesian League, Athens, and a few small communities on the peninsula and the neighbouring islands, and even here the prevailing sentiment was nearly akin to despair. The Hellenic Congress at Corinth, autumn of 481. Under these circumstances, deputies from the loyal states met at Corinth to concert measures for defence. The call had been issued by Lacedaemon, but at the suggestion of Athens, undoubtedly on the motion of Themistocles. It was on his initiative, too, that this Congress, when assembled, resolved that all enmities among the states there represented should be reconciled. In pursuance of this resolution, Athens clasped hands with her inveterate enemy, Aegina. Another act provided for dispatching envoys to the unrepresented Hellenic states to invite their adhesion to the cause, and for sending spies to the camp of Xerxes. The embassies accomplished nothing worthy of mention, but the spies, captured by the Persians, were, under order of the king, shown everything in the camp, and dismissed in the expectation that their report of his immense army would induce the Greeks to yield without resistance. It was resolved further by the Hellenic Congress to wage war in common against Persia, and in the event of victory to destroy those Hellenic states which should willingly Medize, divide their property as spoil, and dedicate a tenth to the Delphic Apollo. The Congress conferred the chief command by sea, as well as by land, on Sparta, to whose leadership most of the states had long been accustomed. There can be no doubt that the proceedings of this Congress were directed by the mighty spirit of Themistocles, and that his determination to fight out the issue on the sea was accepted by all concerned. Xerxes crosses the Hellespont, his army and fleet. In the spring of 480, Xerxes led his army across the Hellespont and began his march through Thrace. His numbers continually increased by local reinforcements, while the great fleet accompanied him along the coast. The numbers given by Herodotus, amounting to more than 5 millions, including non-combatants, and on the sea 1,207 warships, is an enormous exaggeration, though modern scholars have not thus far agreed as to actualities. A moderate estimate would be 100,000 fighting men in the land force and about 600 ships of war. The Battle of Thermopylae, 480. Xerxes entered Thessaly unopposed, whereupon the states of this district under the lead of Medizing oligarchs passed over to his side. In accordance with the Themistoclean plan of campaign, the Greek fleet took up its station at Artemisium, off northern Euboea, to meet the Persian fleet, while a force of about 6,000 Greeks under Leonidas, king of Sparta, occupied the pass of Thermopylae to check the progress of the land army. In that narrow road between the Malian Gulf and the steep mountainside where numbers did not count, the strong armour and long spears of the Greeks might have held the Persian host indefinitely at bay. But after several days of unsuccessful assaulting in front, a traitor led a detachment along an obscure byway over the mountain to the rear of the Hellenic force. The encounter at Artemisium, 480. When the Greek position thus became untenable, Leonidas prudently dismissed all his allies, retaining only the 300 Spartans who were with him, for a law of their country forbade the Spartans to flee from an enemy. Their battle to death was the noblest even in the history of their city. Over the heroes' graves the Amphictyonic Council inscribed this epitaph: "Stranger, report this word, we pray, to the Spartans, that lying here in this spot we remain, faithfully keeping their laws. To the rest of the Greeks this heroic example was the most powerful of all commands, to keep their freedom or die in the attempt. Meanwhile, the Hellenes at Artemisium were encouraged by successful engagements with the enemy, and by the damaging of the Persian fleet in a storm. When, however, they learned that Xerxes had forced the pass at Thermopylae, they felt compelled to withdraw, though they had fought no decisive battle. The total result of these conflicts by sea and land was victory to the Persians, and a strengthening of the Greek hope that under more favourable conditions the struggle might yet be successful. The Delphic Oracle. Xerxes was now advancing through Boeotia towards Athens, and the states of central Greece were flocking to his standard. As the Hellenic fleet was retiring to Salamis, Themistocles returned to his city to find it full of gloom. Earlier in the invasion, when rumours of the irresistible oncoming of the enemy troubled their decision, the Athenians sent to inquire of the Delphic Apollo what hope they might cherish or what course pursue, and the messengers were commanded by dire prophecies of ruin and slaughter, ending in the command, "Forth with you, forth from the shrine, and steep your soul in sorrow." Naturally, the prudent men who controlled the oracle could see no result of the war save the utter conquest of Greece. But the messengers returned as suppliants to the temple, declaring they would remain there to death unless a more favourable response were given. Then, in the story of Herodotus, the god mercifully offered a ray of hope. Pallas has not been able to soften the Lord of Olympus, though she has often prayed him and urged him with excellent counsel. Yet once more I address thee in words than adamant firmer. When the foe shall have taken whatever the limit of Cecrops holds within it, and all that divine Cithaeron shelters, then far-seeing Zeus grants this to the prayers of Athena. Safe shall the wooden wall continue for thee and thy children. Wait not the tramp of the horse, nor the footman mightily moving over the land, but turn your back to the foe, and retire ye. Yet shall a day arrive when ye shall meet him in battle. Holy Salamis, thou shalt destroy the offspring of women, when men scatter the seed, or when they gather the harvest. The Athenians abandon their country. When this oracle was brought to Athens, some were of the opinion that the wooden wall had reference to the palisade around the Acropolis, and accordingly took refuge there. Themistocles, however, declared that it meant the fleet, and so persuaded the Athenians to abandon their homes and trust everything to their ships. The removal of the population and personal property was supervised by the Council of the Areopagus, now filled with patriots and directed by Themistocles and his associates. No one has tried to tell of the pain and heart-burnings, of the sufferings of the sick and the aged, of the energy and the unselfish devotion of the strong attending this evacuation, or has tried to estimate the tremendous moral effect on the community. Some idea of the event we might form by imagining the removal of the population of an entire coast state, with our greater resources, in the face of invading Asiatics. Some of the fugitives remained in Salamis and Aegina, but the greater number were carried over to Troezen. The people of that city voted them an allowance of 2 obols each for their daily support, an additional sum for the education of their children, and for the latter the privilege of picking fruit from any man's tree. The Hellenic fleet in the Bay of Salamis. The Hellenic fleet halted in the Bay of Salamis to cover the Athenian retreat, with the intention, too, of making there a further stand against the enemy. The place was well chosen, for the enemy would be compelled to fight in the strait, where superior numbers would not count. Further retreat would in fact be almost equivalent to abandoning the cause, for it would leave the enemy free to land troops on the coast of Peloponnese in the rear of the Isthmian line of defence then being prepared. Reinforcements more than made good the loss. The Hellenes had above 300 triremes besides smaller vessels. The Athenian contingent was far the largest. Not only was the fleet at the command of Persia, made up of Phoenician, Egyptian, Ionian, and lesser contingents, superior in numbers according to all ancient accounts, but the ships were better built and the crews more experienced. Ancient writers are agreed that the only real advantage on the Hellenic side was in spirit and resolution. Recently, however, it has been suggested with some degree of reason that in the actual battle the Greeks may have outnumbered their enemy. The eve of the battle. Meanwhile Xerxes had reached Athens, having laid waste the country along his route. From Salamis the Greeks could see the city in flames, and their scouts espied the Persian fleet at anchor in the bay of Phaleron. These circumstances tended for the moment to lessen the courage of the Greeks, and to suggest to the admirals the prudence of retiring to the isthmus where they could cooperate with the land forces. Themistocles, however, used all the resources of his reason and eloquence to persuade Eurybiades to remain. He even threatened, in case of retreat, to withdraw his ships and use them in conveying the Athenians to a new home in Italy. While thus pleading with the admirals, he took measures to bring on a Persian attack as soon as possible. Secretly dispatching a trusty slave to Xerxes, he falsely informed the king that the Greeks, panic-stricken, were about to sail away, and urging him to cut off their retreat. The advice was taken, and the Hellenic fleet was blocked up in the bay. About the same time the army of Xerxes, on its march towards Peloponnesus, had reached the bay of Salamis and encamped on the shore. The story is told that the news of these movements was brought to the Greek headquarters on Salamis by Aristides, who was just returning from Aegina. For early in the spring of that year the Athenians had decreed an amnesty to their exiles. The Battle of Salamis, 480. In their resolution to fight, the Greeks had high hopes of success, for conditions were now more favourable than they had been at Artemisium. The story of the battle is clearly and vividly narrated by the poet Aeschylus, who served among the Athenians. The speaker is a messenger to the king's mother and her counsellors at Susa. And night passed by, yet did the Hellene host essay in no wise any secret flight. But when the day, by white steeds' chariot borne, radiant to see, flooded all earth with light, first from the Hellenes did a clamorous shout ring for a triumphant chant, and wild and high pealed from the island rock the answering cheer of echo. Thrilled through all our folk's dismay of baffled expectation, for the Greeks, not as for flight that holy paean sang, but straining battleward with heroic hearts, the trumpet's blare set all their lines aflame. Straightway, with chiming dip of dashing oars, they smote the loud brine to the timing cry, and suddenly flushed they all full into view. Foremost their right wing seemly ordered led in fair array, next all their armament battleward swept on. Therewithal was heard a great shout. On, ye sons of Hellas, on! Win for the homeland freedom! Freedom win for sons, wives, temples of ancestral gods and old sires' graves. This day are all at stake. Yea, and from us low thunder of Persian cheers answered. No time it was for dallying. Then straightway galley dashed her beak of bronze on galley. 'Twas a Hellene ship began the onset, and sure all the figurehead from a Phoenician. Captain charged on captain. At first the Persian navy's torrent flood withstood them, but when our vast fleet was cramped in strait space, friend could lend no aid to friend. Then ours by fangs of allies' beaks of bronze were struck, and shattered all their oar array, while with shrewd strategy the Hellene ships swept round and rammed us, and upturned were hulls of ships. No more could one discern the sea, clogged all with wrecks and limbs of slaughtered men. The shores, the rock reefs, were with corpses strewn, then rode each bark in fleeing disarray, yea, every keel of our barbarian host. They with ore fragments and with shards of wrecks smote, hacked, as men smite tunnies, or a draught of fishes, and a moaning, all confused with shrieking, hovered wide o'er that sea brine, till night's dark presence blotted out the horror. That swarm of woes, yea, though for 10 days' space I should rehearse, could I not tell in full. Yet know this well, that never in one day died such a host, such a tale untold of men. Xerxes withdraws from Greece. Too thoroughly crippled to renew the fight, the Persian fleet retired to Asia. Thereupon Themistocles urged the Greeks to sail forthwith to the Hellespont, and by destroying the bridge cut Xerxes off from his base of supplies. The advice was sound, and if taken would probably at once have ended the war, but to the other Greeks the idea seemed too venturesome, and the war continued another year. Xerxes himself returned to Asia, leaving Mardonius with the best part of the army. The plan of campaign for 479. For the campaign of 479 the Greeks so far adopted the plan of Themistocles as to send a fleet of 110 ships across the Aegean with a view to striking Persia in her own territory. The armament was under the chief command of King Leotychidas of Sparta, whereas the Athenian force was led by Xanthippus, who had returned from exile under the amnesty, and had been elected general. Among the Athenians, however, a revulsion of feeling had come in favour of Themistocles' former adversary, Aristides, now also a general. Obedient to their insistent demands, the policy of defence at the Isthmus was abandoned, and a Hellenic army gathered at Plataea for a trial of strength with Mardonius in the open field. The commander was Pausanias, regent for the young son of Leonidas, and the general of the Athenian division was Aristides. The Greeks had altogether perhaps 25,000 to 30,000 heavy infantry in addition to light troops, and the force of the enemy could not have been greatly superior. The Battle of Plataea, 479. The numerous manoeuvres and counter-manoeuvres, the changes of position, the omens and prophecies involved in the complex battle cannot be detailed here. From the confused traditions certain facts stand out boldly. Could the Greeks choose their own ground, they were certain of victory. The only hope of the Persians lay in taking them off their guard or in an unfavourable position. Hence resulted the long postponements of the conflict and the shiftings of position. While affairs were in this condition, the report of the arrival of the Greek fleet at Samos forced Mardonius to battle, that he might return as soon as possible for the protection of Ionia. In the retirement of the Hellenic army to a more tenable position, some distance in the rear, Mardonius saw his opportunity to assail it while in a state of disorder. The main attack was directed against the Peloponnesians. The latter faced about, and as the omens were unfavourable, stood patiently under the shower of arrows from the enemy's horsemen. But when the main body of Persians had drawn up within bowshot behind their fence of wicker shields, at this critical moment the omens changed, the order to charge was given, and the heavy infantry of Peloponnese dashed at a run upon the enemy's line. The Persians resisted bravely. But when Mardonius and the men stationed around him in the strongest part of their line had fallen, the rest turned and gave way before the Lacedaemonians, for their manner of equipment, without defensive armour, was an especial cause of their losses. In fact, they were contending light-armed against hoplites. It is clear that in the complex movements at Plataea, the leading fact is the repetition of the chief tactical feature of Marathon, the double quick charge of the Hellenic phalanx upon the line of light Persian infantry. The result was decisive. The remnant of the Persian army hurriedly retreated, and the Greek peninsula was free from the great king. The Battle of Mycale, 479. The achievement of the Hellenic naval force may be told in fewer words. Meeting no opposing fleet, the Greeks landed on the Ionian coast and assailed the Persians entrenched at Mycale. Asiatic Greeks deserted to their kinsmen, the Persian force was destroyed, and their warships, drawn upon the shore and surrounded by a palisade, were burned. Whereas other battles of the war had been defensive, this victory, pointing the way to the liberation of Asiatic Greece, began a policy of aggression against the Persian Empire. Western Hellas, Economic and Intellectual Condition. In an earlier chapter we touched upon the Hellenic colonization of Italy and Sicily and the growth of the new settlements in that region to a high degree of economic prosperity. This success was due to the superior vitality, quick intelligence and bold enterprise of the settlers, as well as to the fertility of their lands and the great extent of country open to their exploitation. Far, however, from devoting themselves solely to the accumulation of wealth, the colonists for a long time advanced beyond the mother country in cultural development. In the intellectual awakening of Hellas, they had their full share, particularly in the fields of architecture and philosophy, and as the Asiatic Greeks declined under foreign rule, the cultural leadership of Hellas temporarily passed to the Western Greeks. Aristocracy and tyranny. The earliest settlers, dividing the lands among themselves, tended to form themselves into a closed aristocracy. The natives who tilled their fields were serfs, and the fishermen and traders, who collected in every coastal town, constituted the commons, who were citizens with inferior privileges. Class conflicts inevitably led to tyrannies. The result that was before the close of the 6th century nearly every Greek city in Sicily had fallen under despotic rule. Those of Italy were governed either by tyrants or Pythagorean brotherhoods. In the West, as in the East, each community went its own way with little heed to the general Hellenic interest. Enemies of Western Hellas, the Etruscans. This particularism, while acting as a powerful cultural stimulus, wrought little harm so long as the Hellenes had to deal merely with foreign states as small as their own. In time, however, in the West as well as in the East, they had to confront great military powers. Politically, the most important people thus far in Italy were the Etruscans. In origin decadent Minoans, they had received from their mingling with the native Italians a new vitality and an aggressiveness in war which made them formidable to their neighbours. In the beginning of the 5th century, they held not only Etruria and parts of the Po basin further north, but also most of Campania and the coast region to the south nearly to Poseidonia. In the opinion of Cato the Censor, they governed the greater part of Italy. The Phoenicians and the Carthaginian Empire. While the Etruscans were developing this power within the peninsula, the Phoenicians were threatening to take possession of the islands and remaining coasts of the middle and western Mediterranean. For a time they had to yield ground to the Greeks in both Sicily and Spain. In Africa, west of Cyrenaica, however, the Phoenicians were comparatively free to work out their own destiny. On and near the African coast opposite Sicily, there grew up a group of colonies, the most important of which was Carthage. Toward the end of the 7th century this city won the leadership over her near neighbours and began to develop a naval power, the foundation of her future empire. Her ambition was to gather under her leadership and protection all the Phoenician colonies of the Mediterranean and to win as much new territory as possible for the race. In Sicily they gained ground. In Sardinia they won a footing, about 600, though they never succeeded there in occupying more than the coasts. The Phoenician settlements in Spain acknowledged the leadership of Carthage, while the African coast became hers, from Cyrenaica to Lixus on the Atlantic, before 500. Carthaginians and Etruscans combine, the Phocians driven from Corsica 540. Naturally, Carthage had entered into close commercial relationship with the Etruscans, a people of similar character. About 550 she had begun to form treaties with the individual coast towns of Etruria for the regulation of trade and for the defence of their common interests against the Greeks. The first Hellenes to suffer from this alliance were the Phocaean colonists in Corsica. In a naval battle between them and the combined fleets of the allies, they were overwhelmingly beaten, 540, and were forced in consequence to abandon Corsica. This was the first important loss of territory suffered by the Hellenes in the west. The new war policy of Carthage. At Carthage, toward the end of the same century, the office of general, newly instituted, fell to a certain Mago, who used his position for a thorough reorganization of the army. It was henceforth to consist largely of mercenaries, recruited from the fresh, warlike native races of the western Mediterranean countries. Thereafter few citizens of Carthage served excepting as officers. Their immense financial resources could thus be converted into sinews of war, and a policy of conquest could be inaugurated without disturbance to the money-making pursuits of the great commercial city. Carthaginian invasion of Sicily. The first use made of the system was to be for the conquest of Sicily. While therefore Xerxes was preparing his stupendous expedition against eastern Hellas, the Carthaginians, doubtless in concert with him, were recruiting a great mercenary force for the invasion of Sicily. In 480, Hamilcar, Mago's son, led forth the armament. The numbers given by the ancients are 200 ships of war, 3,000 transports, and 300,000 men. Herein we may discover an attempt of the Sicilian historians to make their glory equal that of the victors at Salamis and Plataea. 200 triremes there may have been, but the other numbers are exaggerated beyond our power to correct. The tyrants. Gelon of Syracuse. It was fortunate that the Western Greeks had made progress toward political unification. Anaxius, tyrant of Rhegium, 494 to 476, had seized Zancle across the strait, and recolonizing it with a mixed multitude, had named it Messene after his native land. Meanwhile, in southern Sicily, a succession of powerful tyrants of Gela had extended their city's sway over several neighbouring states. The last and greatest of these despots was Gelon, a young cavalry officer of remarkable genius in war and statecraft. Opportunely, the serfs of Syracuse had risen against the lords and had violently expelled them. Gladly espousing the cause of the exiles, Gelon made himself master of Syracuse, but instead of restoring the city to the landlords, he faithlessly held it for himself, and took up his residence there. With still less moral scruple, he enlarged his new capital by transplanting to it the wealthier citizens of neighbouring towns he conquered, while the poorer class he sold into slavery, merely remarking, "Common men are an undesirable element in a state." Thus it came about that by energy and cunning Gelon had united all southeastern Sicily under his rule. The Battle of Himera, 480. To strengthen himself further he had married Damareta, daughter of Theron, despot of the flourishing city of Acragas. Scarcely less ambitious than his son-in-law, Theron had annexed Himera to his domain, after expelling its tyrant Terillus. The combination of the powerful tyrants of Syracuse and Acragas threatened Phoenician interests in Sicily, and led to the Carthaginian invasion, wherein the exiled Terillus played the part of a Hippias, and Anaxius, kinsman of the former, promised his co-operation. The invaders laid siege to Himera, and the great battle was fought beneath its walls, Gelon and Theron against the Carthaginians, Hellas against Canaan. Survivors of the invading army afterwards reported that all day long, as the battle raged, Hamilcar, in Semitic style, stood apart from his host, bent on winning aid of the gods by offering them the entire bodies of sacrificed victims on a great pyre. And when he saw there was a rout of his own army, he being then, as it chanced, in the act of pouring a libation over the sacrifices, threw himself into the fire, and thus he was burned up and removed from sight. The details are uncertain, the results well known. A great part of the fleet went up in flames. The army was utterly overthrown, vast spoils and countless prisoners, made slaves, enriched the victors. To save her dependencies in Sicily, Carthage bought peace with a heavy war indemnity. The victors were proudly conscious of having done their part in freeing Hellas from the barbarian peril, and in just appreciation Pindar associated Himera on equal terms with Salamis and Plataea.
End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Hellenic History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emanuela. Hellenic History by George William Botsford. The Age of the War Heroes. First, political and economic. 479–461. A retrospect of the war. For an appreciation of the Persian War and of its effect on subsequent history, let us first inquire what was at stake in the conflict. What would have resulted had Persia won the battles of Salamis and Plataea? The war would by no means have ended, for there were Greek communities that would have shed their last drop of blood in the fight for freedom. Of that fact, Thermopylae gave evidence. But what if in the end Persia had conquered? A costly undertaking it would have been to hold peninsular Hellas in subjection. The linear tribute, the heavy debit column of the Hellenic satrap, might soon have expelled the conqueror. However that may be, the permanent occupation of Greece would doubtless have been a calamity to civilization. Although Greeks and Persians were alike of Indo-European speech, there could have been no considerable racial element common to the two peoples. Through the influence of environment, the Persians were becoming essentially Oriental. Originally a fresh virile race of mountaineers, they rapidly submitted to the culture of the Tigris-Euphrates valley. It was a question, therefore, whether the Hellenes should be brought more or less directly under Babylonian influence. The half-century of Oriental domination over Ionia has been offered as evidence that Hellenism prospered under such conditions. In answer, it may be said that 50 years are but a brief season in the life of a people, and that in truth the cultural glory of Asiatic Hellas has largely passed away before the Battle of Plataea. The fact remains unshaken that in Hellas the existence of city-states, free in government and unhampered in their mutual friendships and rivalries, was essential to any considerable cultural progress. Shall Orientals or Greeks dominate Europe? While granting that battles are but a part, perhaps the merely superficial manifestation, of a larger conflicts of minds and of economic, social, and political forces, we must maintain that the struggle in its broadest, deepest sense involved the question whether Orientals or Greeks should dominate the civilization of Europe, whether that continent was to pursue an independent development or become a mere appanage of Asia. The result, all decisive and infinitely more far-reaching than the contemporary Hellenists dreamed of, signified that it lay in their hands to determine for the future the cultural progress of the world. Religious effects of the war. The first conscious effect of the unexpected, overwhelming success was religious, the punishment of the invaders for their sacrilege. There awaited them disaster's deepest death, requiring insolence and godless pride, for these, to Hellas coming, did not fear to tear down statues, burn the fanes of gods. Altars have vanished, hurled in ruin heaps, gods' temples from their basements are upheaved. Therefore do these ill doers suffer seals, not less, and some are yet to come, not yet. The dregs of woe are reached, the cup brims still. So huge a slaughter, oozing swath shall load Platea's soil, reaped by the Dorian spear. Religious effects on art, literature, and thought. The success of a few Hellenists over that vastly superior force could have but one explanation. The might of God is above theirs, and often, in the midst of evils, it raises up the helpless, even when clouds of perplexing distress hang over his eyes. This wave of religious devotion checked for a time the growth of scepticism, and with the spoils of war, gratefully erected to the gods richer and more beautiful temples than Hellas had known before, and adorned them with the sacred sculptures. In literature, the same spirit found no less worthy expression in Aeschylus, whose dramas lift Hellenic religion to a loftier and holier plane, and in Herodotus, who records the great events of the Persian Wars with a profoundly religious awe. Effects on government. The conflict left an effect, too, on government. As freedom had won, it was inevitable that she should grow and thrive for her success. In West and East, tyrannies and oligarchies gave way to democracy, and democratic constitutions took on more popular forms. Victory brought her spell also on Hellenic interstate politics. It was a noble thought, born of the Battle of Plataea, that Hellas should form a grand everlasting federation, at peace with herself and exercising her weapons against none but foreigners. But the common foe was too badly beaten, and Hellenic particularism was too strong for the dream to come true. The consciousness of racial unity grew. Interstate politics, developing beyond its narrow cantonal beginnings, became world politics. The Hellenists took their place as the dominant power in the Mediterranean basin. But after a time, the feuds and rivalries, hushed by the Great Peril, broke out afresh, and while stimulating cultural activity, gradually sapped the strength of the nation. Heroization of the victors. One of the most obvious effects of the war was the heroize of the victors. What were the deeds of Achaeans round Troy compared with the prowess of Marathon and Salamis and Plataea, where a few patriots, relying on the gods and their own valor, had trampled on the strength of the mightiest of empires? They were demigods who fell at Thermopylae, where, as their epitaph informed the visitor, theirs was a fair famed lot, and envied death, their tomb a shrine. Instead of tears was a remembrance of their deeds, in place of lamentation, glory. Demigods, too, were those who survived, in proud consciousness of their own strength, to work out a nobler destiny for their race. As time elapsed, the memory of their achievements brightened, till the entire conflict radiated a superhuman glory. A patriot of the 4th century wrote, "Methinks the war must have been contrived by some god, in admiration for their bravery, that men of such quality might not remain obscure or end their lives in humble state, but might be deemed worthy of the same rewards as those sons of heaven whom we call demigods. For even their bodies the deity rendered up to the unyielding laws of nature, but immortalized the memory of their valor." The future of the Hellenic League. The immediate problem confronting Greece had to do with the Hellenic Federation formed for the defense against Persia. It was to continue but under what government and organization? Naturally, the Spartans expected to retain the leadership, for theirs was the strongest military power in Hellas. To their command, a majority of the allies had long been accustomed, and although in the recent war the initiative and the enthusiasm came from Athens, the Peloponnesian League, Sparta's creation, had formed the backbone of resistance to the invader. These circumstances determined that, at least for the immediate future, Lacedaemon should remain at the head of the League. The condition of Lacedaemon. For a long time, however, changes had been taking place in that state which were rendering the Spartans unfit for this great function. It is true that the area of their country was considerably larger and the population greater than that of any other Greek state. 2/3 of the people, however, were serfs, who, far from rendering appreciable service in war, were so ill-willed as constantly to menace the general safety. The Perieci were still loyal, but dependent on their own hands for a livelihood. They could give little time to military training, and could serve only in limited numbers, while their inferior status inevitably rendered them less willing for duty. Whereas the number of Helots and Perieci probably remained unimpaired, that of the Spartans steadily shrank. Economic and political decline. Under the crushing economic restraints described in an earlier chapter, many men were so impoverished as to forfeit their civic rights, together with their place in the army. Sooner or later, therefore, the Spartans were destined to lose their military preponderance. Equally fatal to the stability of their leadership was the continued decline in culture and intelligence, while many of their allies were already vastly superior in these respects, and were still rapidly progressing. The question as to the fortification of Athens. It was mainly with a view to centralizing the Lacedaemonian power that the Ephors requested the Athenians, after the return of the population from exile, not to rebuild their walls, but to join rather with the Spartans in raising the fortifications of all Hellenic cities outside Peloponnesus. Should the Persians again invade Greece, they argued, the Isthmian rampart would be the best possible defense. Had Athens and the other extra-Peloponnesian cities thus become dependencies of Sparta, the political unification of Hellas might at this early time have been realized, yet at a tremendous cost to civilization. The crisis was met by the wily Themistocles. While the Athenians were rebuilding their wall in the manner described below, he went as envoy to Sparta, where, by a succession of audacious falsehoods, he delayed the action of the Ephors until the substantial completion of the defense. Thus, his promptness snatched the most vital interest of his city even from the hazard of debate in the Hellenic Council. The question of protecting the Asiatic Greeks. Another question, only second in its consequences, which pressed for settlement on the morrow of the victory at Mycale, was the liberation of the Asiatic Greeks from the yoke of Persia. Having failed in their own effort, they now rested their hopes of independence in the mighty federation of their European kin. Spokesmen of the Ionians, coming to the Hellenic headquarters at Samos 479, pleaded for admission into the League, for rescue and protection from Persia. For the maintenance of their freedom, after it should be won, a permanent fleet in the Aegean and perhaps strong garrisons for the cities would be required, and the Lacedaemonians lacked both the means and the will for carrying such a burden. They proposed, therefore, to expel from their homes the European Greeks who had Medized, and to transplant the Asiatic Hellenes to the lands thus vacated. To the latter folk, a migration would have been an insupportable hardship, and Xanthippus and his colleagues, the commanders of Athenian force, would not listen to the proposal. "These Greeks are our colonists," they protested in substance, "and we stand ready to give them the desired protection." The Lacedaemonians gladly shifted the burden to the shoulders of the Athenians, whose commanders thereupon entered into close relations of friendship and alliance with the deputies of the Ionians. This was the small beginning of a union which afterwards developed into the Delian Confederacy. The transfer of the naval leadership from Lacedaemon to Athens, 478. Still clinging to the naval leadership, Lacedaemon, in the following year, sent out a fleet of 50 triremes under the regent Pausanias. 30 of these ships were Athenian, commanded by Aristeides and other generals, and the maritime allies added their squadrons. After a partial conquest of Cyprus, Pausanias sailed to the Hellespont and laid siege to Byzantium, then occupied by a Persian garrison. The fall of the city reopened the strait to the importation of grain from the Pontus. During the siege, Pausanias arrogantly treated the allies as inferior to the Spartans, subjecting them to severe punishments and driving them with whips. Meanwhile, the courtesy and gentleness of Aristeides and his colleagues won their affection, till finally they revolted against the tyrant and placed themselves under Athenian leadership. Pausanias was recalled, and eventually the Lacedaemonians yielded the naval command to Athens early in 477. They saw no advantage to themselves in continuing the war with Persia, nor had they a commander whom they could trust abroad. They felt, too, that Athens was competent to the task and friendly to themselves, so that, while she performed for them a disagreeable but necessary function, they would remain, in fact, leaders of Hellas. Fitness of the Athenians for leadership. It was an enterprise which the Athenians were eagerly awaiting. They had been the soul of the Hellenic War of Freedom. Their success had given them self-confidence and ambition. In contrast with the sluggish conservatism of Peloponnese, they now displayed a bold radicalism and a marvelous adaptability to new conditions. Although their territory was far smaller than that of Sparta, the creation of a great fleet had given scope to the naval service of the poorest class, and had rendered the whole male population of military age available for war. Their navy, too, was at hand, ready for the very object which now presented itself. Organization of the Delian Confederacy, 477. As the representative of Athens, Aristeides arranged a treaty of offensive and defensive alliance with the maritime Greeks. Casting masses of iron into the sea, they swore to remain faithful to their obligations till this metal should rise and float on the surface. The allies, on their part, agreed to render the money contributions and perform the required services, while the Athenians swore to maintain unimpaired the constitutions of individual communities. The independence of a Greek state consisted essentially in 1. the right to live under whatever government it pleased. 2. The right to enter into relations of war, peace, and alliance with others. A Congress of Deputies from Hellis was to meet under Athenian presidency at the sanctuary of the Delian Apollo to deliberate on the welfare of the League. As the seat of an Amphictyony still in existence, Delos was to be the center of the new political union, while the temple of the god was to serve as a repository of the confederate funds. The new union, however, was patterned not so much after the Amphictyony as after the Peloponnesian League. In one respect, it marked a great advance upon the latter institution. Whereas the Peloponnesians, depending mainly upon land forces, had little need of a common treasury, the Confederacy of Delos required a permanent fleet, which necessitated a system of regular taxation. This new element made possible a centralization of power and a consequent efficiency wholly unknown to the Peloponnesian League. The tribute. Aristides was commissioned to apportion the burden. Evidently, he first calculated that a fleet of 200 triremes would have to be maintained during the 7 months of naval campaigning from March to October. As the crew of a trireme numbered about 200, and the pay at this time was evidently 2 obols a day, the total cost of maintaining the armament would be slightly exceed 460 talents. Necessarily, some campaigns would be longer, but on the other hand, the entire force of 200 ships would rarely be required. Shorter and lesser campaigns would leave a balance that could be applied to the building and repair of ships. Aristides, accordingly, set the entire cost of maintaining the fleet at 460 talents, which he apportioned among the Hellis according to their several capabilities. The larger states, as Athens, Lesbos, Chios, Samos, Naxos, and Thaos, were to bear their share by furnishing ships with their crews. The smaller states in general, finding it inconvenient to build and equip triremes, were permitted to pay money instead. All, however, were equally free and were represented in the Delian Congress. The treasurers, as well as the presidents of the Congress and the chief admirals of the navy, were Athenians. The work of assessment required great labor and travel, and still more patience, probity, and tact. It was accomplished to the satisfaction of all. For, as the ancients celebrated the age of Kronos, the Athenians always held in memory the taxation of Aristides. It seems to have been this achievement which earned for him the title of the Just. Expansion of the Confederacy, 479-468. The work of expanding the Confederacy fell chiefly to Cimon, son of Miltiades. Under his command, it progressed steadily through successive years. After expelling the Persians from their remaining positions on the coasts of the Aegean Sea, in 468, he sailed with 200 ships of war along the Carian Elysian seaboard, bringing the coast people, both Greeks and foreigners, into the Confederacy. At the mouth of the Eurymedon, he met and defeated a great Phoenician fleet. Then, landing, he routed a Persian army and seized its camp. Enormous spoils were the reward of victory. The Persian hope of regaining lost ground, maintained to this time, now vanished. Tacitly, the Athenians were acknowledged masters of the Aegean Sea. Fortification of Athens, 479. Meanwhile, great changes were taking place at Athens. On their return from exile, toward the end of 4079, the Athenians had found their walls demolished and the city in ruins. Their first care, as explained above, was the rebuilding of the fortifications, on which their independence rested. The advice of the Spartans to desist they set at naught, and applied themselves, men, women, and children, with feverish haste to the work. The foundations are made up of all sorts of stones, in some places unwrought, and laid just as each worker brought them. There were many columns, too, taken from tombs, and many old stones already cut, inserted in the work. The structure was about 6.5 feet in width, and perhaps 16 feet high, strengthened at intervals with towers. It was a modest defense, yet sufficient against the crude siege engines of those times. The entire circuit, of little less than 4 miles, included a larger space than had hitherto been enclosed. The form remained roughly a wheel with the Acropolis for a hub. Thinking that this height would still be used as a citadel, Themistocles began the improvement of its defences. In this work he applied the maple drums of the projected Athena temple to increasing the height and steepness of a part of the northern rim. These fortifications were due to his initiative and cleverness, supported by the patriotic energy of all the citizens. Their leader had incurred the deadly hatred of Sparta, but the freedom of their city was now secure. Homes of gods and men. The Athenians had as yet no resources for rebuilding their temples. For the present, temporary dwellings for the gods had to suffice, while their own homes were mostly small rude cabins of sun-dried bricks, hastily erected on the old sides along the narrow, crooked, unpaved lanes which served as streets. In appearance this city was that of a numerous but impoverished population, showing little evidence of the vitality, the artistic taste, or the versatile resourcefulness which were soon to place Athens in the forefront of Hellenic politics and civilization. The building and fortification of Piraeus, 478. No sooner had the Athenians resumed their daily life in their new-built homes than Themistocles persuaded them to undertake a still greater work at Piraeus. Nothing there, any more than Athens, had survived the Persian devastation. First of all, dockyards had to be provided for the enormous fleet. These, too, were only provisional. The walls, on the other hand, for the protection of the new city, soon to grow up about the Piraeus harbours, were to be massive and enduring. An account of the work is given by Thucydides. Themistocles also persuaded the Athenians to finish Piraeus, of which he had made a beginning in his year of office as Archon. The situation of the place, which had 3 natural havens, was excellent, and now that the Athenians had become sailors, he thought that a good harbour would greatly contribute to the extension of their power. For he first dared to say that they must make the sea their domain, and he lost no time in laying the foundations of their empire. By his advice, they built the wall of such a width that 2 wagons carrying the stones could meet and pass on the top. This width may still be traced at Piraeus. Inside there was no rubble or mortar, but the whole wall was made up of large stones hewn square, which were clamped on the outer face with iron and lead. The height was not more than half what he had originally intended. He had hoped, by the very dimensions of the wall, to paralyze the designs of an enemy, and he thought that a handful of the least efficient citizens would suffice for its defense, while the rest might man the fleet. His mind was turned in this direction, as I conceive, from observing that the Persians had met with fewer obstacles by sea than by land. Piraeus appeared to him to be of more real consequence than the upper city. He was fond of telling the Athenians that if they were hard-pressed, they should go down to Piraeus and fight the world at sea. The entire circuit following the windings of the shore was about 7 miles. The mouths of the harbours were narrowed by moats surrounded by towers, and could be closed in time of danger. The labourers, a keep of the navy. As there were at this time few slaves and fewer aliens in Athens, most of the work must have been done by Thetis. In 478, the year in which we may place the beginning of the enterprise, only 30 triremes had put to sea, leaving available the greater part of the poorest class. For this labour, too, we may assume a daily compensation of 2 obols. Many who would have sought rural employment must have gathered at the port town, drawn by the opportunity of work, and have built their cabins there. The population, therefore, rapidly increased. To attract metics, Themistocles carried a decree which exempted them from the usual sojourners' tax. Their capital and their skilled hands were needed in the development of industry and in the building of ships. For not satisfied with their already powerful navy, the Athenians, on the motion of Themistocles, resolved to add 20 new triremes a year, not like the existing ones, but of a more recent and improved type. Here, too, we mark the devotion of the citizens to the interest of the state in their willingness to forego the comforts of private life and the pleasures of festivals and of art for the sake of increasing the political power. Part of the money for the purpose came from the mines of Laurium, reopened after the war, and the part was supplied by the sale of booty. Workmen found further employment in the construction of merchant ships for private owners, and in the various industries now beginning. In time, Piraeus, thus founded by Themistocles, became one of the most flourishing centres of industry and commerce in the Mediterranean world. Liturgies. First, Choregia. Second, Gymnasiarchia. Third, Estiesis. In this age, probably in connection with the naval measures above mentioned, the duty of commanding a trireme was placed among the liturgies, expensive public services performed without compensation by those citizens who were financially qualified. Members of the highest property class were liable to the captaincy of a ship, and it was necessary, if required, to serve in alternate years. The state furnished the hull with a few equipments, and expected the captain to pay for the rest and for the training of the crew, and to keep the vessel in good condition. Among the other liturgies, established in earlier time, were the duty, first, of equipping the chorus for dramatic and other festivals which required it; second, of paying the expenses of torch races at various festivals; third, of feasting one's tribesmen. Each of these duties passed in a cycle, according to tribes, among those who were liable, and the mark of the public-spirited citizens was to spend far more on his liturgy than the state required. rural economy and the olive industry. It was not only the building and fortification of the two cities that demanded the attention of the government. The rural districts, too, had suffered from the war. The Persians had burned farmhouses as well as country sanctuaries and had cut down vines and olive trees. Conquerors, however, are mild compared with envious neighbors, and are disposed to spare a country which is to become their own. Next to the rebuilding of desolate homes, the first thought of Themistocles on the morrow of the Battle of Salamis had been for the restoration of agriculture. Though no record has been left, we may be sure that on his initiative the Council of the Areopagus bent its energies to the restoration of farm buildings, vineyards, and olive groves. We know that this body enforced minute regulations for the preservation of olive trees and even of stumps which readily produced fruit-bearing shoots. The statement of Herodotus that Attica alone produced the olive is doubtless exaggerated, yet we may well believe that she alone exported oil in considerable quantities, and that she attempted a monopoly of the trade. An exhaustless market was Italy, where few olives were grown till long after the period now under consideration. The exportation was but slightly interrupted by the war. Imports. In exchange, Athens imported grain, pork, Sicilian cheese, other food products of various kinds, Etruscan metalwork, and ornamental slippers. From Carthage came tapestries and gaily wrought cushions. Here, too, we discover the hand of Themistocles, busily fostering commerce and political relations with the Hellenic West. With that end in view, he cultivated the friendship of Acarnania and Corcyra, which lay in the trade route to Italy. Under his policy, Athens took the place once occupied by Chalcis and Eretria in this field of commerce, and her coins rapidly crowded out competitors. Alliances with the Hellenic cities of the West were being formed. In his devotion to that part of Hellas, he named one daughter Sybaris and another Italia. Trade was by no means limited to the West. Athens had to import 2/3 of her grain supply. It came from her allies, from Italy, Sicily, Egypt, and Pontus, whereas great quantities of vegetables were supplied by Megara and Boeotia. These imports are mentioned as items of the wide and varied commerce fostered by the policy of Themistocles. Hellenic statesmanship of Themistocles. In every direction we come upon evidence of his broad, far-seeing statesmanship. His high place in Hellenic politics and his reputation for wisdom and integrity are indicated by the fact that in these times Corinth and Corcyra chose him to arbitrate a dispute between them. The case was decided in favor of the latter. At the next Olympic Games, says Plutarch, when Themistocles entered the stadium, the spectators took no further notice of all those who were contesting for the prizes, but spent the whole day in looking at him, pointing him out to strangers, and applauding him by clapping their hands, and other expressions of joy, so that he himself, much gratified, admitted to his friends that he then reaped the fruit of all his labors for the Greeks. Increasing control of Athens over her allies. It was clear not only to Themistocles but to other statesmen that the political and economic greatness of their city was to rest chiefly upon their command of the Delian Confederacy. They were determined, therefore, to maintain it at all cost, and to strengthen their control over it. In this field, Aristides and Cimon were especially active. There were in the Confederacy, after the Battle of Eurymedon, more than 200 city-states, all nominally equal and entitled to representation in the Congress. But they varied immensely in importance, from insignificant towns occupying a few square miles of territory to larger states such as Chios and Naxos, thanks to the vastly greater power of Athens. They spoke various dialects and were widely scattered over islands and coasts. Under these circumstances, and with their slight experience in federal government, actual equality was impossible. Most of the allies, too, were disinclined to military service, and some who had originally furnished ships persuaded the Athenians to accept money contributions instead. Depriving themselves thus of the means of self-defense, they readily fell into the condition of subjects. From time to time they neglected to render the tribute, which in such cases had to be collected by force. For the Athenians were exacting and oppressive, using coercive measures towards men who were neither willing nor accustomed to work hard. When a state revolted, lacking both the training and the equipment for war, it was easily subdued. Revolt of Naxos, 469. More formidable was the revolt of a state which continued to supply a naval force. The first to take this step was Naxos. We may assume that the motives were of a general nature, especially the Greek love of absolute independence for the city-state and the delusion that, as the Persian had been pushed back from the Aegean region, the Confederacy had fulfilled its mission and might profitably be dissolved. Athens, however, promptly crushed the revolt by force, dismantled the walls of the rebellious city, confiscated her fleet, imposed an annual tribute, and deprived her of her freedom. It was the duty of Athens, as the executive, to maintain the integrity of the League and to compel every state to bear its obligation. She violated her oath, however, in depriving an ally of freedom. In losing its independence, Naxos was compelled to renounce forever all diplomatic relations with other states and to accept a constitution conformable to Athenians' wishes. The treatment of this ally served as a precedent for future cases of rebellion. Revolt of Thasos, 465–463. A few years afterward, Thasos revolted. This island had long possessed mines on the opposite coast of Thrace, from which it drew a considerable income. The Athenians had lately intruded within its district, and the dispute thus arising led to the rebellion. Cimon besieged the island, and after 2 years the Thasians gave up their claim to the mines on the mainland, surrendered their fleet, dismantled their walls, and accepted the tribute imposed by the Athenians. The crushing of these two rebellions proved the hopelessness of resistance to Athens, and the determination of the latter to maintain her control by force. There was injustice in this policy of coercion, yet the employment of some degree of violence was essential to the maintenance of the League. Furthermore, there can be no doubt that the welding of the maritime confederacy into an empire under the rule of Athens was in itself advantageous to the population and to Hellas in general. Treaties with individual states. From the beginning, Athens had taken measures to bind individual states close to herself by treaties which regulated judicial cases arising from their commercial relations. In these agreements, the leading city aimed to bring as many of the judicial cases as possible before her own courts. And this effort was seconded by the Hellenes themselves, who recognized the superiority of Athenian law. In fact, in a group of states like those of the Confederacy, closely united in commerce, it was a great advantage that a uniform system of law be substituted for the endless variety of local usage. Not only rebellious states accepted constitutions at the dictation of Athens. One by one, she persuaded or forced most of the others to make new treaties with her, which provided for democratic governments and required them to send their more important criminal cases for trial. Naturally, too, all offences against Athens were brought before her courts. As regards mercantile suits, however, the principle seems generally to have prevailed that the case should be heard in the state where the contract was made. There was little uniformity in these treaties, however, but the general tendency was less federative than imperial. Progress of democracy 479–461. While Athens was thus entering upon an imperial policy, she was engaged in making her own government more democratic. The patriotic and efficient conduct of the Areopagites in supervising the exodus of Xerxes' invasion had given them an ascendancy in public life which they had scarcely known since the time of Solon. But their authority was rapidly undermined by the admission each year of the 9 ex-archons appointed by lot, since 487–486, and hence of mediocre talent, and even more by the general advance of democracy. In the opinion of Aristotle, Aristides was chiefly responsible for this development. Afterwards, as the citizens of the Athenian state had acquired confidence and a great quantity of money had accumulated, he advised them to lay hold on the leadership and to come in from the country and live in the city, assuring them that there would be a livelihood for all, some serving in the army, others in garrisons, others attending to administrative work, and that thus they would secure the leadership. Parallel growth of democracy and imperialism. This passage is evidence that Aristides introduced pay for military service and to some extent for official duty, thus making it possible for any Athenian, however poor, to take part in public affairs. He, more than any other, therefore, was the founder of the radical democracy. The double object was to furnish subsistence to the populace and to gain a more throughout control of the Hellenes. Imperialism and democracy were in fact correlative, in that the revenue from the empire alone made possible the participation of the Athenian masses in public affairs, and on the other hand, this participation was necessary for the policing and administration of the empire. When circumstances forced the Athenians to govern with a stronger hand, he bade them act as they pleased, for he would take upon himself any guilt of perjury they might incur. The two parties, a clash between Democrats and Conservatives. While there was among the leading statesmen of Athens no difference of opinion as to the treatment of the Confederacy, a sharp line of cleavage was drawn through the group in relation to home politics. Those who favored the popularization of the Constitution were led by Aristides, the Conservatives by Cimon. Inevitably, the latter party clung close to the Peloponnesian League, and looked to Sparta as an example and a moral support, whereas the Democrats, understanding the incompatibility of the two states, were ready to break with the Peloponnesian League. Their hands were strengthened by the fact that Sparta gave secret encouragement to rebellion within the Confederacy and stood forth as the champion of particularism, of the complete independence and isolation of the city-states, in opposition to the Athenian efforts at political aggregation. The boldness of Themistocles in opposing Spartan interests at every turn added to envy of a greatness that eclipsed all contemporary politicians, stirred against him a formidable combination headed by Cimon, which forced his ostracism, about 472. Political ferment in Peloponnese. The exiled statesman retired to Argos, whence he travelled through Peloponnese, sowing everywhere the seeds of democracy and of opposition to Sparta. Evidently, he was bent on continuing even in exile his task of weakening Lacedaemon in order to make his own city supreme in Hellas. Shortly before his ostracism, the Arcadians, supported by Argos, had revolted against Sparta, bringing the very existence of the Peloponnesian League into hazard. They were defeated and the Lacedaemonian supremacy was restored. But the general ill will must have encouraged Themistocles to believe that it was still practicable to undermine the power of Sparta. In this frame of mind, he received news of the plottings of Pausanias, who hoped to rise to supreme power through the emancipation of the Helots. Themistocles may have encouraged this ambition, but the accusation that the great statesman ever conspired in thought or act against Athens or Hellas is belied by his entire career. Need of a revolution in Lacedaemon. The revolution attempted by the Spartan regent was precisely what his country needed to bring her abreast of the general political and social progress of Hellas. It would have maintained and even vastly increased her military strength. But though a general of marked ability, Pausanias was wholly lacking in statesmanship. He disgraced his cause, too, by intriguing to bring Hellas into slavery to the Persian king. Fearing arrest, he fled to a shrine of Athena, and was there walled in by his countrymen and starved to death. By this violation of the right of sanctuary, the Spartans brought upon themselves a religious curse. The end of Themistocles. In his fall, Pausanias dragged Themistocles to ruin. The correspondence of the deceased regent proved that the Athenian statesman had knowledge of his schemes, and this circumstance was made a ground for prosecution, brought by the Athenian Alcmeonide. Despairing of justice, Themistocles avoided arrest by flight. He tried one place of refuge after another, but finding no spot in Hellas to shelter him, he finally passed over to the Persian king. Whatever may have been his promise in exchange for protection, we know that he never raised his hand against his country. Thus passed from the stage of history the greatest of the Greeks in obscurity and disgrace. The genius of Themistocles. No better estimate of his genius could be written than that given by Thucydides. Themistocles was a man whose natural force was unmistakable. This was the quality for which he was distinguished above all other men. From his own native acuteness, and without any study, either before or at the time, he was the ablest judge of the course to be pursued in a sudden emergency, and could best divine what was likely to happen in the remotest future. Whatever he had in hand, he had the power of explaining to others, and even where he had no experience, he was quite competent to form a sufficient judgment. No one could foresee with equal clearness the good or evil intent hidden in the future. In a word, Themistocles, by natural power of mind and with the least preparation, was, of all men, the best able to extemporize the right thing to be done. To him, in large measure, were due the liberation of Hellas and the greatness of his own city. Democratic policy of Ephialtes and Pericles, from about 472. Aristides could no long have survived the ostracism of Themistocles, but of his end we have no clear knowledge. Their place was taken by Ephialtes, a clear-sighted, incorruptible statesman, supported by a son of Xanthippus, Pericles, who at this time was entering upon his public career. Ephialtes inherited from Aristides the policy of democratizing the constitution, and from Themistocles the conviction that the duty of Athens to herself was to cut loose from Sparta, in order, unhampered, to make the most of her opportunity in world politics. Simon's opposition. In the intervals between his frequent campaigns, Simon was able, by his personal influence, to hold these tendencies in check. The sailors enthusiastically supported the popular admiral who had often led them to victory. The extensive public improvements which he conducted, and which will be described in the following chapter, secured him the vote of a multitude of workmen, while his liberality won a host of clients. With an estate like that of a tyrant, he not only performed his public services brilliantly, but supported many of his fellow demesmen. It was permitted any who wished of the Lasiadae to come daily to his house and receive moderate provisions. Furthermore, he left all his fields fenceless, that any one who pleased might help himself to the fruit. Evidently, the Areopagites too supported him in his conservative Philo-Laconian policy. By such means he was able, whenever present at Athens, to control an overwhelming majority in the assembly. Revolt of the Helots, a Messenian war. It was on one of these occasions, shortly after the close of the Thasian campaign, that a crisis came in the relations between Athens and Lacedaemon. Sparta had been afflicted by a terrible earthquake, which left but 5 houses standing and destroyed many of her people. It was still more ominous for the state that the Helots, who had looked to Pausanias to deliver them from bondage, and now saw in the earthquake the vengeance of heaven for the Spartan sacrilege committed in connection with his death, revolted, and were joined by 2 Periesic towns. As the majority of Helots were Messenians, the rebellion is known as the Messenian War. The insurgents seized Mount Ithon, and as the Lacedaemonians proved unable to reduce the place by assault or siege, they asked aid of their allies, including the Athenians. When the Lacedaemonian ambassador reached Athens with the request, a vehement debate ensued between Cimon and Ephialtes in the assembly as to whether aid should be given in accordance with the existing treaty. The latter strenuously urged his fellow citizens to take advantage of their rival's misfortune and to let the arrogance of Sparta be crushed and trodden in the dust, whereas Cimon as vigorously favored the motion to send help, that Greece might not be lame of one foot or Athens draw her lot without her yoke-mate. Cimon won, and marched to the relief of Sparta with a considerable force of heavy infantry. The departure of these conservatives with their leaders was doubtless welcome to the reformers, who forthwith concentrated their attack upon that stronghold of conservatism, the Council of the Areopagus. Ephialtes and his associates proposed and carried a succession of laws which deprived that body of all political functions, transferring them to the Council of 500, the courts, and the assembly. Quarrel between Athens and Lacedaemon, 462. Meanwhile, the expedition of the Athenians to Ithome led to their first open quarrel with the Lacedaemonians, for the latter, not succeeding in storming the place, took alarm at the bold and original spirit of the Athenians. They reflected that the men of Athens were aliens in race, and fearing that if they were allowed to remain, they might be tempted by the Helots to change sides. They dismissed them, while retaining the other allies. Concealing their mistrust, however, they only explained that they no longer had need for their services. The Athenians returned home in great rage at this insult. Cimon at once attempted to undo the political reform accomplished during his absence, but met only with taunts of overfondness of Sparta and for looseness in his private life. As Ephialtes had been assassinated by political enemies, the contest was now between Cimon and Pericles. Early in 461, recourse was had to a vote of ostracism, which resulted in the banishment of Cimon. Sicily and Italy, 480-461. Gelon and Theron. Meanwhile, the Greeks of Sicily and southern Italy were experiencing political and social changes roughly parallel to the development of older Hellas. The great success of Gelon in dispelling the Carthaginian peril added to the prestige and power of his city. All the Greeks of Sicily now acknowledge his war leadership with the exception of Acragas and her dependencies, whose ruler Theron remained his close friend and ally. Thus, it was that under the hegemony of Syracuse there grew up a Sicilian union comparable with the Hellenic League under Lacedaemonian supremacy. Through respect for its military power, the Carthaginians abstained from molesting the Western Greeks for a period of 70 years, 480-409. Notwithstanding internal strife and wars with other Greeks and with the natives of the interior, vast advances were made during this era in material prosperity and in civilization. Growth of Syracuse. In far earlier times, the city of Syracuse had outgrown the island of Ortygia and had extended over the neighboring height of Acradina. Gelon greatly increased its population by bringing to it the wealthier inhabitants of neighboring towns, settling most of them in Acradina. This quarter he surrounded with strong walls, considerable stretches of which may still be traced. But the population rapidly outgrew the enclosed space, and flourishing suburbs sprang up to the west of Acradina. Gelon connected the island with the mainland by a mole, and established arsenals and barracks for the mercenaries who upheld its power. Not least among his public works is an aqueduct still in use, which supplied the city with excellent water. There yet stands in good condition in Ortygia a temple of Athena, now used as a Christian church. It was probably built before Gelon. A new era in architecture, however, began with the Battle of Himera. The sale of the vast booty furnished the means, and the victory the inspiration, for the erection of temples and other public works of which we have but slight remains. The tyranny becomes a monarchy. Gelon had shown himself utterly unscrupulous in seizing the tyranny and in maintaining his power, Moreover, he had treated the poorest class of conquered towns with rare harshness. The Battle of Himera, however, turned grumblings to gratitude and exalted the tyrant to a champion of Hellas. Of this change in public opinion, Gelon availed himself for legitimatizing his rule. Appearing in civilian dress in the midst of an unarmed assembly of citizens, he offered to render an account of his administration. Astonished at this confidence in them, and admiring him for the democratic act, the people unanimously hailed him as their king, their benefactor, and the deliverer of their country. Thereafter he and his successors in the dynasty were spoken of as kings. An era of peace and of unwonted prosperity now set in. Since Gelon's temper had grown as mild as his works were magnificent, the people idolized him while living, and when he died, 478, they erected over him a stately tomb, paying him heroic honors as the founder of their city. Growth of Akragas. Meanwhile, Theron, in like manner, was making his city, Akragas, second only to Syracuse in population, strength, and magnificence. In both cities, the public works were erected mostly by slave labor. As spoils of the victory at Himera, the men of Akragas got for their share a great number of captives, with which they enriched their city and the surrounding country. So great was the multitude of their prisoners that many a citizen acquired no less than 500 slaves. Many, too, were retained by the state and employed in cutting stone for the temples of the gods and in constructing aqueducts for the water supply. Theron strongly fortified the city. Along the southern wall he began building a chain of temples, finished after his death. Among the ruins still extensive, the best preserved is the misnamed Temple of Concordia, a graceful little shrine that has not in fact revealed the name of its deity. The buildings of both cities were of limestone, whose exposed surfaces were stuccoed and painted. Necessarily, they wanted the refined beauty of marble, and they fell short of the Attic standards of taste. Yet the two great Sicilian cities had attractions of their own, a richness of material life and a splendor of power that inspired the genius of Pindar. In beauty, Akragas was the eye of Sicily, lover of splendor, most charming among the cities of men, haunt of Persephone. Syracuse was the precinct of warrior Ares, of iron-armed men and steeds, the nursing place divine. Hieron, 478-467, Italy. Gelon was succeeded by his brother Hieron, in whose reign Sicily came into closer relations with Italy. Undismayed by the overthrow of their allies, the Etruscans were now bent upon the complete subjugation of Campania. When Cumae found herself threatened by them on land and sea, she called on Hieron for aid. His fleet came and inflicted a mortal blow on the Etruscan naval power, 474. With good hope could Pindar now pray the son of Cronos to grant that the Phoenician and the Tuscan war cry be hushed at home, since they have beheld the calamity of their ships that befell them before Cumae, even how they were smitten by the captain of the Syracusans, who, from their swift ships, hurled their youth into the sea, to deliver Hellas from the bondage of the oppressor. Henceforth, the Etruscan power, which had menaced all Italy, declined. The Latins, and especially Rome, their chief city, were friendly toward the Hellenes, and were adopting from them many elements of culture. With the Sabellian peoples, too, of the interior, the Greeks were long at peace, and these conditions made possible the accumulation of wealth in the Hellenic states, to the advantage of the useful and fine arts, philosophy, and the comforts and pleasures of life. Some of the states, as Cumae and Rhegium, were under tyrannies like those of Sicily. Locri and Tarentum were aristocratic, whereas most of the Achaean cities were ruled by Pythagorean fraternities. From tyranny to republic. The spirit of liberty and equality, which was working its spell upon the minds of older Hellas, lived, too, among the Western Greeks. The ability and beneficence of the great rulers of Acragas and Syracuse guaranteed the survival of monarchy in Sicily during their lives. In fact, this form of government received a new luster from Hieron's court, which had become the most splendid center of culture in Hellas, the gathering place of her most gifted poets, philosophers, and artists. It is clear, however, that both he and Theron had their troubles with discontented subjects. After their deaths, their successors, men of base character and mean ability, were swept from their thrones by the rising tide of liberty. Before the end of 466, all the Sicilian states were free and had adopted governments more or less democratic. Under the new regime, the cities tended to political isolation, yet acknowledged the moral leadership of Syracuse. About the same time, a democratic wave swept over Italy, converting tyrannies and aristocracies into more popular form of government. The Pythagoreans, however, maintained themselves for some years longer. Troubles of the Republics, 463-461. In the new republics, great confusion arose over the respective rights of the old citizens and those admitted by the tyrants. The trouble was complicated by the fact that the tyrants had arbitrarily transferred much valuable real estate from the former to the latter class. Civil war raged over all Sicily between these conflicting parties. The old citizens triumphed, and in 461 a general Sicilian Congress, meeting at Syracuse, settled the agrarian controversy. The old citizens were restored to their properties, and the others were compensated by lands to be granted them as colonists in the interior of the island. The republics were now firmly established, and though not wholly free from internal conflicts, Sicily entered upon a new and greater prosperity. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Hellenic History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hellenic History by George Willis Botsford. Chapter 13. Age of the War Heroes. 2. Society and Culture. 479 to 461. Eastern and Western Hellas compared. In the generation that defended Hellas against the assaults of Persia and Carthage, social conditions in the western colonies and in the mother country, though outwardly presenting certain contrasts, were at basis similar. The same poets and philosophers ministered to the intellectual needs of both regions, and the temples of Acragas and Syracuse were not inferior in beauty to those of Aegina and Olympia. In contrast with the material wealth and splendor of Sicily and Italy, we may place the steadier and more substantial character of Spartans and Athenians. The brief view of life and thought offered in this chapter aims to represent the Hellenes in general, and more particularly the Athenians, whose social life has for us a deeper interest as the precursor of the splendid age of Pericles. The aristocratic spirit of Athenian society. In spite of the democratic reforms of Cleisthenes, Athenian society remained aristocratic. Political leadership was still the exclusive prize to be striven for by a few great families. It is true that some of the most powerful gentes had either been totally destroyed or brought to the verge of ruin. The Pisistroditae were in perpetual exile as men accursed of heaven. The condemnation of Miltiades had been a terrible blow to the Phyllidae, and it required all the prestige of his son Cimon, won through brilliant victories, magnificent generosity, and personal charm, to rehabilitate the family. A greater disgrace had fallen upon the Alcmeonidae, the gens of Cleisthenes, through their association with the tyrannists in the political struggles which intervened between the battles of Marathon and Salamis. They had paid the penalty in the ostracism of their representative Megacles, nephew of the famous lawgiver, and still more in the suspicion now hanging over them of having plotted with the enemy during the Marathonian campaign. These circumstances had tarnished the glory of their achievements in building a temple to Apollo at Delphi, in victories at the great national games, and in restoring the democracy at Athens. Yet they propped up their house by fortunate marriages. The hand of Agariste, sister of Megacles, had been taken by Xanthippus, the Athenian admiral at Mycale, and an undoubted patriot. Years afterward, Isodice, another daughter of the house, was given in marriage to Cimon. It was left to a son of the former marriage, Pericles, to shed an eternal lustre of his mother's family, which during the "period of the war heroes" had no enviable part in public life. Aristides, son of Lysimachus, was likewise a Eupatriid, and married into the wealthy gens of Callias. On the question of his poverty, it may be granted as possible that in later life he lost his property through misfortune, yet he certainly had an estate, evidently a farm near Phalerum, sufficiently great to qualify him for the archonship. Apparently his rival Themistocles, as has been explained, had common interests with the commercial class, but his membership in the gens of the Lycomidae, who were priests at the shrine of initiation at Phyla, their deme, proves him to be of Eupatriid blood. Aeschylus, 524 to 456. In the same class with these men of action may be placed one who desired above all things to be considered a loyal citizen who had done good service for his country at Marathon, the poet Aeschylus. In his days the man of deeds was greater than the artist, and it is almost in spite of himself that we describe him as a literary man, most creative of ancient dramatists. In his hands the action had greater scope, though still secondary to the chorus. Not merely the intense productivity of his genius, but the splendid qualities of his 7 surviving dramas place him among the world's greatest poets. Pindar, about 520 to 441. Contemporary with Aeschylus lived Pindar, a Boeotian, the most famous of lyrists. Like Aeschylus, he was nobly born, but he was also a priest by family right. We know him chiefly through his choral songs in honor of victors at the great national games. Of other poems we have a few precious fragments. A younger contemporary was Bacchylides of Chios, a lyric poet like Pindar, though inferior in genius. The discovery, 1896, of a papyrus containing several entire odes of this poet, in addition to fragments, make him a useful source for the cultural history of the period. On Aeschylus, Pindar, and Bacchylides, we have to depend largely for knowledge of the best thought and sentiment of Athens and Hellas in the age of Hieron, Themistocles, and Cimon. Divine virtues of the aristocracy. In a small class of Athenian nobles, and in wider circles within less progressive states, there survived an intensely aristocratic spirit, which found brilliant expression in Pindar. For the glory of his class, he has transmuted into excellence certain blemishes of the older mythology. In the loves of gods for mortal women, he sees the working of a beneficent purpose for grafting divine virtues on the human race. From such unions sprang the heroes of old, patterns of manly virtue. Their natures were the heritage of the families which they founded, and which formed the nobility of every Hellenic state. Fortunate is the city ruled by such a stock. Quote, "Happy is Lacedaemon, blessed is Thessaly. In both reigneth a race sprung from one sire, from Heracles, bravest in the fight." End quote. While the youthful scion of such a family wins the Pythian and the Olympic victories which Pindar celebrates in song, his elders apply themselves to politics. Quote, "His noble brethren also will we praise, because they exalt and make great the Thessalians' commonwealth, for in the hands of good men lieth the good piloting of the cities wherein their fathers ruled." End quote. Natural endowment versus acquired learning. In this aristocratic philosophy of life, a large place is inevitably held by natural endowment, as contrasted with acquired skill. Yet nothing can be achieved without toil. Quote, "By inborn worth doth one prevail mightily, yet whoso hath but precepts is a vain man, and is fain now for this thing and now again for that. Yet a sure step planneth he not at any time, but handleth countless enterprises with a purpose that achieveth not." End quote. Quote, "If one be born with excellent gifts, then may another who sharpeneth his natural edge speed him, God helping, to an exceeding weight of glory. Without toil there have triumphed a very few." End quote. Quote, "Each hath his several art, but in straight paths it behoveth him to walk, and to strive hard wherein his nature setteth him. Thus worketh strength in act, and mind in counsels." End quote. The noble youth. Even in youth is made manifest the righteous mind of the ideal Lord. Quote, "For he was a boy with boys, yet in counsels an old man of 100 years. The evil tongue he rubbeth of its loud voice, and hath learned to abhor the insolent. Neither will he make strife against the good, nor tarry when he hath a deed in hand. A brief span hath opportunity for man, but of him it is known surely when it cometh, and he waiteth thereon, a servant, but no slave." End quote. The nobility in war. Such men of noble heritage and athletic training stood ready in need to endure the brunt of battle for their country. And when bronze-shielded Ares has given one over to death, quote, "Yet there remaineth for the valiant a recompense of renown. For let whoso amid the cloud of war from his beloved country wardeth off the bloody shower, and worketh havoc in the enemy's host, know assuredly that for the race of his fellow citizens he maketh their renown wax mightily, yea, when he is dead, even as while he was yet alive." End quote. Public and social service. Constant too is he in worship, quote, "at all festivals of the gods, devoted with guileless soul to peace and to the welfare of his state," end quote, employing his wealth for the public good, in patronage of the arts cultivated by his class, and in hospitality. Quote, "Sweet is his spirit toward the company of his guests, yea, sweeter than the honeycomb, the toil of bees." End quote. A social gathering. We catch interesting glimpses of the social life in the banquets of men. Ion, a poet of Chios, tells of such a social gathering which he attended at Athens when a boy. After the libation of wine to the gods, the guests asked Simon to sing, and he complied with such success as to win the warm applause of the company. Here was a man who had never studied music, but who, to amuse his fellow guests, was willing to sing, probably a rollicking sailor song. Afterward, he told the company the cleverest thing he had done in his life, how in the division of spoils he had outwitted the wily Ionians under his command. But the joy of one of these banquets, and the dreams stimulated by wine, Bacchylides has well described. Quote, "When, as the cups go swiftly round, a sweet subduing power warms the heart, and blending with the gifts of Dionysus, a presage of the Cyprian goddess flutters the mind. That power sends a man's thought scaring. Straightway he is stripping cities of their diadem of towers. He dreams that he shall be monarch of the world. His halls gleam with gold and ivory. Over the sunlit sea his sweet ships bring wealth untold from Egypt. Such are the raptures of the reveler's soul." End quote. Simon, youth, and man. As a young man, Simon had acquired an unenviable reputation for disorderly habits and excesses in drink. Handsome enough with his tall stature and thick curly locks, he displayed but a dull wit and won no better nickname than Simpleton. Yet in later years he developed a noble character, able in command by land or sea, incorruptible, public-spirited, social, and generous. Any demesman was at liberty uninvited to pluck his fruit or sit at his table. And whenever he went through the streets, he was accompanied by servants who distributed clothes and money among the needy citizens. The social side of Themistocles. Themistocles, on the other hand, a man of superior dignity and of vastly greater mental power, lacked the faculty of unbending at social gatherings. Delighting in hospitality, he gave sumptuous banquets, and though he did not venture to sing to his guests, he kept in his home a famous lyrist for their entertainment. His social field, however, was the marketplace and the Pnyx. There he met the citizens and saluted each one by name, and they, pleased with this individual attention, thought there was no man in the world like Themistocles. They readily brought him their disputes for arbitration, and in such cases he always showed himself a just judge. Again, when as general he was asked to break the law for the benefit of his friend Simonides, he replied, quote, "You would be no good poet if you composed contrary to metrical rules, and I no good magistrate if I should grant a favor in violation of the laws." End quote. It was this reputation, rather than that given him by enemies, which caused Hellenic states to choose him arbitrator of their disputes. Democratic tendency of society. Aeschylus. In Athens, thought and custom gravitated irresistibly toward democracy. The great representative of the tendency was Aristides, whose whole heart was in the work of social and political equalization, whereas Themistocles, a man of aristocratic taste, championed the cause as a means to the aggrandizement of his state. In literature, Aeschylus, though a Eupatrid, glows with a passion for freedom and gives his sympathy without reserve to the lowly. Against the aristocratic tradition which made the Eupatrid good and God-beloved, and the poor base and vicious, Aeschylus upholds a more rational view of right and wrong, and of their reward and punishment. Quote, "Wealth is no protection for a man who in full-fed insolence kicks into annihilation the mighty altar of justice. but the resistless child of 80 tempts him on. To his prayer no god lends an ear, but destroys the unjust men." End quote. In the poor, no less than in rich, live virtues. Quote, "Justice shines in smoke-grimed homes and honors the life that is righteous. With averted eyes she leaves the gold-bespangled palaces by polluted hands defiled, and goes to the abode that is holy, not reverencing the power of wealth sealed with spurious renown, and all things she guides to their appointed end." End quote. He makes us understand the feelings of a woman who has been taken captive in war, enslaved, and subjected to injustice and brutality. Quote, "And I, the gods have crushed me in the fall of my far-off, war-leaguered home, have haled me from my father's house a thrall unto an evil doom, and I must brook the brutal recklessness. My life is not mine to control, which calls injustice justice, must suppress the loathing of my soul." End quote. Such sentiments had their effect upon his audience. Perhaps his greatest social interest was in woman, whose traditional standing in society was now suffering impairment. The social standing of women, their social power. We have seen the great families of Athens connecting themselves closely with one another by intermarriage. It was still no uncommon thing, too, for a noble to take a wife from abroad. In fact, the number of great men descended from non-Athenian mothers in the period before and immediately after the Persian War is remarkable. They include Cleisthenes, Miltiades, Cimon, and Themistocles. However these foreign women may have been received in society, they certainly brought no disgrace or political handicap upon their illustrious sons. The story that because of the foreign extraction of his mother, Themistocles was base-born is an idle tale, invented probably by some ignorant rhetorician. He was as thoroughly a citizen as Cleisthenes and Cimon, and had the same right to hold office. It was in full accord, too, with prevailing custom that he gave his daughter Italia in marriage to a citizen of Chios. The women who were thus taken and given in marriage were not mere pawns on the political chessboard. Whether at Athens or among her neighbors, high-born ladies were freer and wielded greater social influence in this aristocratic period than did those of the Periclean age and after. This fact is noticeable in the pages of Herodotus, who, having breathed the same aristocratic atmosphere, has been able to appreciate the power of woman in the earlier history of his race. We find the same condition reflected in the poetry of the age. In the opinion of Bacchylides, Aegine could have no greater praise than the patriotic songs of her girls. Quote, "Yea, and thy glory is a theme for the high vaunt of some maiden, as oft with her white feet she moved o'er thy sacred soil, bounding lightly as a joyous fawn toward the flowery hills with her glorious neighbors and companions. And when they have crowned themselves with wreaths of young flowers and of reeds, in the festive fashion of their isle, they hymn thy power, O Queen of the thrice hospitable land." End quote. On domestic women. The lyrics of Pindar now extant are not such as to light up for us the family circle, but here and there we discover in them a gleam of life within the household. Of undomestic women the Greeks had examples among the goddesses, especially military Athena and huntress Artemis. Naturally, they reappear in myths, and the type seems familiar to the poet. Such was Cyrene, who, quote, "loved not the pacings to and fro before the loom, nor the delights of feasting with her fellows within the house, but with bronze javelins and a sword she fought against and slew wild beasts of prey, yea, and much peace and surety she gave thereby to her father's herds." End quote. More frequent were the girls whose young minds were entranced by the beauty and the prowess of the youthful athlete. Not seldom in song was the bride a prize in foot or chariot race. The social freedom of her sex was such as to admit of a, quote, wedlock in which hearts are wedded, graced with marriage tables and the sound of many voices in hymeneal song, such as the bride's girl mates are wont to sing at eventide with merry minstrelsy. The ideal woman is the mother of warriors and athletes, the mistress of a household, wherein, quote, abideth love steadfastly. This ideal may well have been realized in the life of Simon and his wife Isadice, of whom he was passionately fond, and whose death left him inconsolable. A poet friend tried in elegies to moderate his grief. The fact that poetry could be devoted to such a purpose may be placed among the indications of a higher social regard for woman than can be proved for the following generation. Similarly, the wife of Themistocles had her own way with her husband, if indeed there be a grain of truth in the anecdote which represents Themistocles as speaking thus to his young son, quote, you have more power than anyone else in Greece, for the Athenians command the rest of the Greeks, I command the Athenians, your mother commands me, and you command your mother. The emancipated woman. Elpinice, the social freedom of young women. An example of the quote-unquote emancipated woman, strong of character and a power in politics, yet doubtless personally winsome, was Elpinice, sister of Simon. Callias the wealthy, falling in love with her, obtained her hand in marriage. She charmed the famous painter Polygnotus, who introduced her portrait among the Trojan matrons in one of his great mural scenes. As an example of her political influence, we may cite the fact that she successfully intervened with Pericles in favor of her brother when he was prosecuted. A woman who thus freely walked in public could not escape the vile tongues of slander. We may feel confident, however, that her freedom wrought her no actual harm. It is significant, too, that there remains even in this age at least occasional love-making and courtship preliminary to marriage. This was true not only of Elpinice, but of Themistocles' daughter. Of two rivals the father favored the man of worth, rather than the one who was wealthy, explaining that he preferred a man without riches to riches without a man. The presence of daughters at banquets given by their father is reflected in a drama by Aeschylus. Quote, often and often had her sire's halls thrilled to the glad outpouring of her songs by the table banquet laden, when the wine drops were spilled, and the pure-voiced maiden called down heaven's blessings in chants adoring. Under these circumstances, a girl, while willing to submit to the inevitable, might hope for a congenial mate and for happiness in marriage. Quote, hush! What thing fate meanest to bring, even that and none other must needs betide. The purpose designed of the mighty mind of Zeus none crosseth, nor turneth aside. Yet, oh, that my fate, that my wedded state might now at the last be peace and bliss, such as many a woman had known ere this. They should have a voice, therefore, in choosing their husbands. The idea of brutally comparing girls to marry men they abhor, whom to escape they would gladly die, is denounced in the strongest terms by Aeschylus. This poet must have had an opportunity to study women, only possible on the assumption that they mingled socially with men, and he must have found excellent material for his dramatic portraits. His strongest human character is a woman, Queen Clytemnestra, who possessed great intellectual strength and a, quote, man's way planning hoping heart, In killing her husband, she but served as a link in the resistless chain of blood revenge. Social forces for the seclusion of women. But the honorable and relatively free place of woman in society was not assured. There were forces at work for her seclusion, which likewise find a mouthpiece in one of the characters of Aeschylus. Quote, "Never, either in trouble or in dear prosperity, may I have to dwell with womankind. For if they have the upper hand, their effrontery is such that one cannot keep their company, and if they are in fear, they are a yet greater nuisance to the state. Matters out of doors are the care of the men. Let not a woman have a voice in them. Keep you at home, and thus cause no further mischief." End quote. An objection to her having a hand in affairs was found in certain alleged defects of her character. Quote, "It is natural to the impulsive character of woman to assent to what is pleasing in preference to what is certainly known. Too credulous the boundaries of her mind, and encroached on by swift inroads, and a report spread by her perishes by a quick fate." End quote. Dawn of a masculine age. After these restrictions on her activity, the next step was to rob woman of her motherhood. Contrary to the principle of ethic law, that the son could be alienated from the mother by no legal process whatsoever, the Apollo of this generation declares the son to be of no kin with the mother, the father to be the only parent. At hand was the hard masculine age of Pericles, whose political intensity reduced woman and home life to a minimum. In keeping is the strongly masculine character of Athena. As president of the tribunal that voted the acquittal of Orestes for the murder of his mother, she renders her opinion in the following words. Quote, "With me it rests to give my sentence last. I to Orestes' cause shall add this vote. For mother is there none that gave me birth. I am holy, save for marriage, with the male with all my soul. I take the father's side. Of so much less account I hold the death of her who slew her lord, the household's head." End quote. The family. The hereditary curse. In spite of tendencies detrimental to woman, the family remained a sacred institution, whose religious object was the worship of the dead and of the other household gods. It is meet that men grieve for the ills of their house, love their kin, and honor their parents next to God. Quote, "Even as the father's soul warmeth for his lawful son, and he prayeth that his children's children preserve and with acquired glory amplify the honors of the family." End quote. Any disturbance of this harmony is monstrous. Quote, "If there be enmity between kin, the fates stand aside and would fain hide the shame." End quote. Most heinous is the shedding of kindred blood. Axion, the Cain of Hellenic legend, the first to commit this awful sin, chained in punishment to a winged wheel, writhes in everlasting agony. Far from being pardonable, this crime grows and produces other more terrible crimes. The house of Cadmus, founder of Thebes, is doomed to misfortune because it has offended the gods in various ways. Oedipus, heir to the power and the woes of this stock, is driven unwittingly to the commission of a dreadful sin. He suffers unspeakable agony of mind, and his children inherit the curse. His daughter Antigone is buried alive. His 2 sons kill each other in civil war. The whole family sinks to ruin. In this case, the guilt, growing from generation to generation, brings its legitimate punishment. Salvation through suffering. But the gods are merciful, and have provided a way of escape from sin. This principle is illustrated in the house of Agamemnon. His father had committed an enormous crime, and he had inherited the curse. By it he was driven madly to more serious offenses. He sacrificed his own daughter Iphigenia before sailing to Troy, and after capturing the city, he violated the temples and altars of its gods. When, therefore, he returned home, he reaped his reward, stabbed to death by his wife Clytemnestra. Next, their sons Orestes, as the avenger of his father, murdered his mother. The guilt he had inherited brought forth this monstrous fruit. Then the furies of his mother pursued him, tormenting him with the most intense suffering. But this agonizing experience brought him knowledge of the law of righteousness and of his duty to it. Suffering taught him obedience. Thereupon he was purified by Apollo at Delphi, and acquitted by the council of the Areopagus, sitting under the presidency of Athena. In this way the family was ultimately saved from the consequences of its guilt. Quote, Zeus has placed mortals in the path to wisdom, and has ordained that suffering bring instruction. For even in sleep the painful memory of woe, presenting itself to the heart, instills obedience, which comes thus to the unwilling. And surely this is a mercy of the gods, who sit on their awful thrones with power to compel. End quote. By these means, with God's aid, a family works out its own redemption in suffering. But for future tranquility, there is need of resignation. Quote, We shall know our fate clearly with the morning dawn. End quote. The growing love of peace. The tempering of justice with mercy described above is in keeping with a growing spirit of kindliness which expresses itself in diverse forms. In truth, we are surprised to discover in this martial age so much humanity, so strong yearnings for peace. In the poets there is less of the glory of war than of its cruelty and suffering. Aeschylus details the soldier's hardships. Quote, Of travail might I tell, bleak bivouac, of iron-bound coasts, hard lying, groans on groans, who knows how many, through the straitened days. Then came new ills on land to vex us more. Hard by our foes' walls, through the nights we lay, and dews from heaven, and reek of marshy mead, down drizzled, clammy cleaving, rotting vest, and making man's hair like a wild beast's fell. But oh, to tell of winters that slew birds, by snows of Ida made intolerable, of heats when on his mid-noon couch the sea unrippled sank and slept, and no breath stirred. End quote. Inconceivably horrible is the sacking of a city. Quote, Pitiable it is to thrust down to Hades this venerable city, captive of the savage spear, shamefully wasted in crumbling dust by the Achaean chief. Alas, that maids and matrons, their vesture rent, be dragged away by the hair as horses by the mane, while the people with mingled wailings meet their doom, and in their midst the rifled city cries aloud, I dread your evil fate. Sad that tender girls unwed should exchange the shelter of their homes for the bitter path of slavery. Shall I not count the dead in better plight than they? Many are the ills a conquered city suffers. This man drags one captive, another he murders, that quarter he sets in flames. The whole town is sullied with smoke, and Ares, raving wild, fans the flame, violating religion. End quote. The poet grieves, too, with those at home for the dear ones lost in battle. Quote, Alas and alas for thy tale of these, dear friends sea-whelmed, tossed to and fro, dead forms that sway with the tumbling seas, in their endless ebb and flow. They are mangled in dread sea-whirl pits wild, and the flesh that we loved is torn by the dumb-lipped child of the undefiled. For its lord doth the void home mourn and the childless fathers cry in a passion of agony, as the stroke that has fallen from on high now first to their ears is borne." The chafing of the people under miseries caused by needless wars, their hatred of the magistrates who were responsible for these sufferings, made for peace, whose coming appears, "even as after the wintry gloom, in the flowery months, the earth blossometh with red roses." Consistently the poet prays God to defer unto the uttermost an impending trial of valor against foreign spears, and to grant unto the sons of the men of Etna for a long time a portion in good laws, and to make their people to dwell among the glories that the citizens have won. "Yea, and peace, mighty goddess, brings forth wealth for mortals, and the flowers of honeyed song. Her gift it is that thigh flesh of oxen and of fleecy sheep is burnt to the gods in yellow flame on carven altars, and that youths disport themselves with bodily feats, and with flutes and revels. The webs of red-brown spiders are on the iron-bound handles of shields. Sharp-pointed spears and two-edged swords are a prey to rust. No blast of bronze trumpet is heard. Sleep of gentle spirit, that comforts the heart at dawn, is not stolen from the eyelids. Joyous feasting abounds in the streets, and songs in praise of youth flame forth. "O kindly peace, daughter of righteousness," exclaims Pindar, "thou that makest cities great and holdest the supreme keys of councils and of wars, thou knowest how alike to give and take gentleness in due season. Thou also, if any have moved thy heart unto relentless wrath, doth terribly confront the enemy's might, and sinkest insolence in the sea." Religion, one supreme being. Not only the growing kindliness of the age, but also its religious spirit found their clearest expression in the poets, especially in Pindar and Aeschylus. The former was more conservative, the latter more progressive. Yet both hold to the hereditary faith of their race, exalted and purified by splendid intelligence and brilliant imagination. In touch with the best thought of the age, they can only conceive of God as supreme above a host of celestial spirits. "Hear, thou whose thoughts are from times eternal, Zeus, blesser and blessed, creator supernal, thou art throned where the lordship of none thou obeyest, beneath no stronger thy sceptre thou swayest. What purpose soever thy spirit conceiveth, the deed as the word thine hand achieveth." His knowledge is equally unlimited. "If a man thinketh that in doing aught he shall be hidden from God, he erreth." Apollo, beside his unerring father, "giveth heed to his own wisdom, his mind that knoweth all things, in lies it hath no part, neither in act nor in thought may God or man deceive him. At the everlasting centre stone of deep murmuring earth, thou foretellest the future, and what shall come to pass, and whence it shall be, thou discernest perfectly." The gods are pure. The stories of the shameful doings of the heavenly powers are false tales cunningly devised. Such is the story that the gods once feasted on the shoulder of a boy, served up to them by the father. "But to me it is impossible to call one of the blessed gods cannibal." Similar fictions are the stories of their wars with one another. "O my mouth, fling this tale from thee, for to speak evil of gods is hateful wisdom, and loud and unmeasured words strike a note that trembleth upon madness. Of such things talk thou not, leave war of immortals and all strife aside." End quote. God is not only pure, but the author of all good. Quote, "From thee, O Zeus, cometh to mortals all high excellence. Longer liveth their bliss who have thee in honor. From gods come all means of mortal valor. Hereby come bards and men of mighty hand and eloquent speech. The happiness that is planted by the favor of the gods is most abiding among men. It behoveth thee, therefore, even in the midst of triumph, to pray that the favor of God be unfailing toward the fortune of thee and thine." End quote. The poetry and thought of Pindar and Aeschylus. Pindar and Aeschylus combine in the highest degree power, splendor, and sublimity. Both walk on a high plane of religious and moral purity. But the Pindaric glitter reflects the glory of earth and of the gods who lived no higher than Olympus, whereas the words of Aeschylus spring from a loftier spiritual and moral inspiration, yet mark the modesty of one in contrast with the almost pompous pride of the other. Aeschylus, as his epitaph teaches, wished to be remembered not by his splendid dramas, but by his parts in the battle of Marathon. Quote, "This tomb the dust of Aeschylus doth hide, Euphorion's son, and fruitful Gallus' pride. How famed his valor Marathon may tell, and long-haired Medes, who knew it all too well." End quote. In Pindar's mind, the glory of the games is equaled only by the poet's art. His own calling he esteems above the statuary's skill. Quote, "No sculptor I, that I should fashion images to rest idly on their pedestals." End quote. His words are things of winged life and fleet motion, now honeybees flitting from tail to tail, now bronze-tipped javelins hurled from the hand, or darts shot from the muse's far-delivering bow, now rushing waves, or a gale of glorious song. His finished poem he aptly compares to a majestic palace, whose marbles glitter in the sunlight. Quote, "Golden pillars will I set up in the porch of the house of my song, as in a stately palace hall. For it beseemeth that in the forefront of the work the entablature shoot far its splendor." End quote. A minstrel of inborn genius, he is like the swift eagle who loves the lone bosom of the cold ether, while far below flock his rivals, men of acquired cleverness merely. Quote, "Strong in the multitude of words, they are but crows that chatter vainly in strife against the divine bird of Zeus." End quote. Fine arts. Importance of the age in art. The age was as notable for the fine arts as for lyric and dramatic poetry. In the history of art, it is designated as a quote-unquote transition from the archaic style to the perfection of the Periclean age. All stages of growth, however, are transitions, and the art of the war generation had as positive merits as any other. In our political study of the Athens of this generation, we have noticed the fortification of the city as a political necessity, leaving its adornment for consideration as an element of culture. The dwellings of the citizens, even of the wealthy, remained modest in size and simple in adornment. Quote, "In private life they practiced so great moderation that even if any of you knew which was the house of Aristides or Miltiades or any of the famous men of old, you would find it no more portentous than any of its neighbors." End quote. This quotation from Demosthenes epitomizes the character of the great men of the Marathonian generation who merged their personality in the citizen body. The most liberal patrons of art were Themistocles and Cimon. The former, with his own means, built near his residence a shrine to quote-unquote best counseling, Artemis, and began preparing the summit of the Acropolis to serve as the sacred precinct of Athena's temples. Then from the sale of spoil and captives taken at Eurymedon, Cimon built the huge retaining wall along the south edge, which gives the hill its present steepness on that side and greatly enlarges the area of the summit. Under his supervision, too, was erected, from the spoils of the conflict with Persia, a colossal bronze statue of Athena on the Acropolis, to the west of the old Athena temple, which the Persians had left in ruins. The goddess stood erect, clad in full armor. Her spear, grasped in hand, rested upright on the ground. The visitor to Athens, sailing to Piraeus past Sunium, was made aware of this Athena by the gleam of the sun on her first known work of Phidias, the most celebrated sculptor of all time. Marketplace, Agora. In the lower city, Cimon devoted most of his attention to the marketplace, which lay north of the Areopagus. Here, in his age, and probably under his administration, the Athenians erected their council hall for the sessions of the 500, the rotunda for the Prytanis, and other public buildings. Farther to the north, probably bordering the market on the west, was placed the king's porch, and opposite it, on the east side, the painted porch. The former may have survived the Persian devastation. The latter was erected by a kinsman of Cimon. In the former, the king held office, and the council of the Areopagus met in special sessions. The plan of these early porches is not known. If, as has been reasonably conjectured, the Roman basilica, name and form, was derived from the royal porch, basileos, basilicae, at Athens, we must assume for the Athenian model an oblong building with an interior colonnade, and possibly, in addition, a portico on the side that faced the market. Illustrations: barber cutting hair and shoe shop from the Boston Museum of Fine Arts. Polygnotus, Battle of Marathon. Part of the interior mural space was occupied by frescoes, and the work of the painted porch was done by Polygnotus of Thasus, whom Cimon had invited to Athens, and with whom other artists collaborated. The most famous of these pictures was the Battle of Marathon, which included among the combatants portraits of the Polemarch Callimachus, of Miltiades, and Aeschylus. Polygnotus was the first great Hellenic painter. No copy of any of his works has survived, and in truth we have little knowledge of his technique, or, apart from vase decoration, of Greek painting in general. Undoubtedly he introduced the art of frescoing from Ionia, where it may have survived even from Minoan times. For the social condition of artists in that age, it is significant that he was a man of noble birth and of ample fortune, who wrought for the love of art and for the honor of the city he helped adorn. His art, so far as we can judge, was simple, with but a faint suggestion of perspective, yet dignified and noble, like the sculptures and dramas of the period. Shade trees, booths, and shops. Other buildings in and about the marketplace need not detain us here. The plane trees planted by Cimon in the open space, quite as much as the porticos, afforded a welcome protection from the heat and glare of the sun. The southern part of the area served chiefly political uses, the northern, trade. Dealers in bread, cheese, garlic, fish, wine, and other foodstuffs, in pots and pitchers, in oils, perfumes, and books, had their several wicker booths, closely crowded here, and the noises of hawkers and customers, as they bartered and jangled, were like unto the uproar of the pandemonium. In the afternoon trade yielded to lounging, social talk, and philosophic discussion. Nearby were the shops of barbers, perfumers, shoemakers, and other tradesmen, and to them the Athenians resorted in the evening for meeting friends and making new acquaintances. Theseus and the Theseum. Another building erected in the lower city in this period deserves consideration. When Cimon had conquered Cyrus, he brought home from that island what purported to be the bones of the hero Theseus, after they had rested there 400 years. In pursuance of a Delphic oracle, he built, east of the marketplace, a shrine to Theseus, in which these relics were deposited. Quote, "His tomb is a place of refuge for slaves and for all the poor and oppressed, because Theseus in life was the champion and the avenger of the poor, and always kindly hearkened to their prayers." End quote. It was in keeping with the humane spirit of that age, described above, that the Athenians transformed this mythical hero into a sympathetic protector of the lowly. The same process of thought made him the creator of his country's liberty, the founder of democracy. The Academy. Lastly, among Simon's works may be mentioned his improvement of the Academy, a precinct of Athena on the banks of the Sisyphus, northwest of Athens. A gymnasium had stood there from the age of the tyrants, but the spot was dry and unsheltered. Simon converted it into a public garden, well watered and shaded with planes, elms, and other trees, under which there were pleasant walks. There the Athenian boy was wont, quote, "to run races beneath the sacred olives, along with some modest aged fellow, crowned with white olives, redolent of yew and careless ease, and of leaf-shedding white poplar, rejoicing in the season of spring, when the plane tree whispers to the elm." End quote. Temples and sculpture. While in our study of this age our interest has centered in Athens, we must bear in mind that equal or even greater public improvements were being made throughout Hellas, that thus far Athens received much more from the rest of Hellas than she gave, that she had neither temples nor works of utility that could compare with those of Acragas and Syracuse already mentioned. Aegina, too, had a beautiful temple, apparently to a local goddess Atheia, built about the time of the Battle of Salamis, and a quarter of a century later was finished the great temple to Zeus at Olympia. All these shrines had their decorative sculptures, often symbolical of the recent struggle for freedom. Great gains were made in the representation of the human form. The anatomy of the body was now vastly better known, and the fixedness of attitude and expression yielded to mobility and life. Monotony of posture gave way to variety. Miron. The greatest artistic achievement of the age is to be credited to Miron of Athens, the most famous of athletic sculptors. We know him best from his Discobolus, a bronze statue, several marble copies of which are extant. As a piece of sculpture can represent but a single attitude, it must tell its story by suggestion. This problem Miron was the first to solve. His Discobolus stands, quote, "at the top of the swing," and, quote, "with every muscle at its utmost tension, the body wonderfully contorted, yet pleasing in its naturalness and harmony." We read in the momentary attitude the entire story of the quote-unquote record-breaking throw. A defect to be made good by later artists is the calmness of the face, wholly out of keeping with the violent tension of the body. The Charioteer of Delphi. With this piece we may contrast another work of the age by an unknown non-Athenian artist, the bronze statue of the Charioteer of Delphi. Associated with it originally were a chariot and four. The quiet dignity of bearing and the intelligent face, full of character and reserved strength, indicate no ordinary jockey, but a man fit to take part in the councils of state. For in this age, even kings did not despise the role of charioteer. It is undoubtedly the most excellent bronze Greek statue in existence. Illustration: Charioteer at Delphi. The spirit of the age. The last two works mentioned represent contrasting aspects of the same great age: tremendous force, kept well in hand, and austere dignity. These heroic qualities, subordinating prettiness, characterize the Marathonian warriors who dominated the generation. Back of their loud utterance and stiff stride is the stout heart and the high purpose. If a law of development has brought about this harmonious relation of fine arts to human character, that fact can only be taken as evidence of the spontaneous and organic growth of Hellenic civilization. End of chapter 13.